rocker, running from the dusk till dawn. Yeah, I'm just a midnight walker, wondering what's it taking so long. When the sun goes down, that's when I sing my song. Just an old hard rocker, running from the dusk till dawn. Yeah, I'm just a midnight walker, wondering what's taking so long. When the sun goes down, that's when I sing my song. On my trail, I'm gonna run you down. Don't you know that I'm on your tail? Make those mountains fall, as long as my feet don't fail. When it gets so high, then why my heart is feeling so low.
Good morning, folks. Welcome, 9,300 feet, Silverton, Colorado. It's Hard Rock season. AJW in the house. Welcome.
Chris, it's great to be here. Year 2 of covering Hardrock 100 for Mountain Outpost Media Channel. We are live in the Silverton High School gym. You can hear the excitement. You can feel the electricity as runners are checking in behind us, picking up their trackers, having last-minute instructions with their crews and their pacers. We're less than 26 minutes from the start. It's awesome.
Yeah, special thanks to our sponsors. Sunto is our presenting sponsor. The Feed, Tailwind, Titus Adventure Company, The North Face, Goo, Hypoxico, and Catula. We are going to do our best to bring as much of this race to you as possible. The next 48 plus hours. The race starts at the top of the hour at 6 a.m. local time. We are going to be going pretty much wall to wall, maybe a couple of breather breaks here and there, but hopefully we're not going to miss any of the action. We've got a team, one of the best teams that we've ever assembled for coverage of a race here at Mountain Outpost, and we're going to be all over from Telluride to Ouray to Sherman/Lake City and all the way back here in Silverton, Colorado, where these runners are going to traverse our clockwise loop of the San Juan Mountains. And I love the physical geography of this race. I cannot wait to share that with our audience here this weekend.
Yeah, and a quick reminder, a couple of little housekeeping items. We are in the location of the start area. It is loud in here. Don't be surprised if you hear announcements.
There you go.
There you can see this is literally our vantage point looking down onto the gym. So don't be surprised if you hear PA announcements coming through over the next 40 or so minutes. Immediately following the start of the race, there's a mandatory crew briefing that takes place in the gym. you'll see and hear a little bit of that after the runners have taken off. In addition, I think it's important for those of you who've seen Mountain Outpost live streams before. One of the unique things about Hardrock and the San Juans is that they do not allow drones here. It's part of their philosophy and their belief of maintaining a lot of the natural feel. So we will not have drone coverage that some of you might be used to, but we will have runner cams out there. We'll have cameras from the top of aid stations, from remote areas. We've got over, I think, 17 Starlinks out there at least. A whole team, people on bikes, people on foot. It's going to be as fantastic coverage as you can imagine.
Yeah, one of the things I'm actually really excited about this morning that we're going to get is that we are going to, for the first time, get runners on the Grant Swamp Pass section of this course as they pass Island Lake. So, folks, if you've never been to the San Juans, if you've never made it up to the Ice Lake, Island Lake area off of Mineral Creek, you're going to be witness to hopefully some great views. Shout out to a member of our team, Ellie, who was getting ready and packing up her Starlink. At least we know she's ready for this because she just got done with the Colorado Trail herself.
I know. We saw her yesterday, and she was a little bit concerned about the weight of her load to haul it up Grant Swamp. But Grant Swamp comes relatively early, mile 12, 13 into the race. They'll leave here. They'll cross South Mineral Creek after about 2.5 miles, begin a long, gradual climb up to Putnam. From Putnam up and over Cataract, then down to KT. That'll be our first aid station where we'll have a team of Mael and Shad that'll be at KT. And then from KT, after a little bit of level, it's the big grind up Grant Swamp. So it'll be great to have footage up there. It'll be beautiful, probably 7:30, 8 in the morning at that time when the leaders go through, and it'll be a lot of fun to see that, and you get to see them go down the backside, which is quite an adventure down that scree field.
Absolutely, and we're excited to have such a great team. As I alluded to earlier, some of the names that we've got helping us cover this event, they're going to perk your ears up. I'll be honest with you. I mean, we're here this morning. We've got Jeff Browning and Corinne Shalvoy coming in after us. Out in the field, we've got Mael Backhausen. We're going to have Maggie Guterl and Sally McRae out there in the course as well. Mike McGonigal and Leah Yingling. These are people who know these mountains, know what it's like for these elite runners, but also, we're going to do our best to make sure that we give every runner possible their shine. There are over 140 runners that are going to be out there this year, and all of them have a story.
Absolutely. Maggie and Sally, for example, they plan to hang out at Telluride all day long. So we can, certainly that's mile 28. They'll be there as the leaders go through. But once the leaders have gone through and we shifted over to Mael and Shad, it'll be down in Ouray, we'll still have Sally and Maggie in Telluride. If you haven't been to Telluride, the aid station location is in this large grassy park. It's a beautiful spot. In the other direction that we went last year, most of that footage comes at night. This time it'll come during the day. It'll be wonderful to hear from Sally and Maggie out there.
Actually, I am really excited to see Telluride A during the day because I didn't last year. I did see it at night. So that's going to be one of the
That is a fun time. All right, cool. You're all checked in. I think you know that got dropped and he
that was a year where, I mean, we justifiably so, we've heard a lot about the strength of the women's field in this race, the strength of women's running in general. But if you go back to 2012, you've got to remember that there were 2 women in the top 4, Diana Finkel and Darcy PQ back then. I think I saw Jason Koop down there, Brian Powell down there. There's Jeff Browning down there. So this is a little bit of a who's who of mountain ultra running down here in the Silverton gym.
AJW, you just named 3 people who have a high profile in this sport who aren't running this race, that are just excited to be here and be a part of it.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, I don't know about everybody else out there, but I am super excited to be a part of the coverage team, and we're going to do our best. As we mentioned, there is a lot of ambient noise out there, but that's because there's a lot of buzz, a lot of energy. In just probably about 5 minutes or so, once the last runners have checked in, we will be seeing them head outside to the start line, and from there, as you can see, is that Ludo right there?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Somebody both of us picked to be high up in the men's race.
Absolutely.
There's a Happy Trails shirt. The Virginia Happy Trails Running Club has been a presence here at Hard Rock for a couple of decades. Hard Rock luminaries like Joe Clapper and David Horton and, of course, Scotty Mills, all Virginia runners who have made their way out here to Silverton and mastered these mountains, which is not easy to even Gary Nippling back in the day. I wanted to mention, too, the start. There's Maggie Guterl, we spoke about a little bit earlier. There's Billy Simpson on the left. The start, we were out hanging out looking at this. The start is a little bit different. We're not going to make much difference to you all, but they will leave heading in the opposite direction than they have in the past, make a quick turn around the block, and then head out to the Kendall Mountain ski area and off into the first climb of the day. Oh, sorry, I'm doing it backwards. They will go out that way and head over to South Mineral.
Yeah, I just had a Jamil Curry sighting back behind our studio, and frankly, Jam, if you're going to come back here, we're going to put you on the air. I can see Dylan Harris filming. I spoke with Dylan this morning. He's going to be tasked with following Courtney around the course. So Dylan Harris, a pretty solid run. Was that Ryan Thrower that was right there from Free Trail?
It was. I think he'll be out there with the camera.
So everybody raise your glass to Dylan Harris, because Dylan Harris, a videographer, is going to be following Courtney Dauwalter all around the course. And he did mention to me that part of their coverage plan is for him to follow her up Handy's Peak, the highest point in the course, the 14er, one of the signature spots of the Hard Rock course. Dylan Harris, my hat's off to you.
Yeah,
You're a better man than I.
The maker, the producer of, among other videos, Lucy's Dad, an incredible film if you haven't seen it. It was initially intended to just be a couple of Instagram reels documenting Lucy Bartholomew's dad's race at Western States, and it's turned into an incredible viral sensation. If you haven't checked out that film, check it out. But yeah, good for him. He's going to be tired come Saturday night.
Yeah, that whole Courtney camera crew, they know what they're in for. I mean, But at the same time, again, better them than us. So we're going to hang out here in the gym, and that's our first shot of the shoot. The rock itself, the iconic rock that represents the Hardrock 100. The sun is just starting to come outside. It's still a little bit dark. I know we do have a camera from those windows upstairs as well that we'll be using hopefully at some point. The front of this race is pretty wild as far as like the amount of people that are lining that chute for the runners to head out towards Mineral Creek.
I've always loved the 6 a.m. start at Hard Rock. It allows the sun to rise. It's full daylight by the time they start. It's just fantastic. It's a great starting time. It's nice, and it has nice kind of equality with it. And they finish, of course, at 6 a.m. 2 days from now. So. Again, great look at the gym, the excitement. We can feel it. Our backs are to this crowd right now, but you can just feel the excitement. Many people have waited 8, 9, 10. One runner, 14 years to get into the race.
Vishal Sani, bib number 204. If you're looking for a story to follow, if you're looking for somebody to root for that might not be at the front of the pack, Vishal has been waiting to get into this race since 2010. That's when he first started his journey of running qualifiers. Of course, it's hard as heck to get into this race to begin with, but then you tack onto that 2019, 2020 years that were throttled due to COVID or to avalanche concerns, and Vishal is somebody that you can't help but root for this weekend, and that's the beauty of a race such as Hardrock. There are a handful of elites in this race that we will be talking about, but we will also be following, as you can see, about 14 minutes left, we'll be following as many people as we can along the way, and we'll share those stories probably shortly after the race starts to begin. Thank you to the people who have donated so far. We are set up with Hardrock and with YouTube that all donations go directly to the Hardrock 100 organization. And the Hardrock 100 organization, we saw during the pre-race business yesterday that there were several young people here in Silverton that were granted $3,000 scholarships to help with defray college expenses. So it goes to a good cause. It does also help us, I'm sure, with future endeavors of helping to cover the race, because this does take time, this does take effort. But once again, thanks to our presenting sponsor, Sunto, enabling Mountain Outpost to be out here to cover this iconic event.
It's also, Chris, we've hit the 5:45 mark, so everybody should have been checked in. I don't see a whole lot of drama going on out there, so I'm assuming all 146 who got their trackers yesterday have checked in on time this morning, and we'll have no last-minute pull off the wait list, folks.
There was a bit of a buzz because two people had not picked up their trackers by the time they were supposed to, and those runners, they were still able to pick up their trackers, but they had to do it in front of the entire audience.
Yeah, that's right.
So if you want your moment in the sun, then I guess you wait and delay in terms of picking up your tracker. Here behind the scenes, one of the things I love is that we get to see everybody that comes by. I can see a couple of the experts of the trail and ultra running coverage game. I see Travis Longcar off to my left. I see Aid Station Fireball directly in front of me. The luminaries are out in full effect. I cannot wait to see what these guys are putting out on social media here this weekend.
And hopefully they'll feed us some stuff from time to time as well to keep us educated.
They do a great job of that. And let's pivot. I've seen a couple people asking, and we need to get right down to brass tacks in this regard. One of the favorites of this race on the men's side, Zach Miller, is not running.
That's right.
Zach, for those that hadn't been following, Zach had an appendix issue. I believe had it removed last week. I don't want to misstep here, but there were several hurdles that he had to clear in order to prove that he was able to run, and along the way, it was decided by some people who make decisions, I'll just leave it at that, that he would not be able to run this weekend. And I've talked to him over the course of the week a couple of times, and I know he's gutted.
Yeah.
But I maintained yesterday on our preview show that I'm kind of also relieved because Jeff Browning mentioned during our pregame show that Zach runs in such a dynamic, dare I say, to some people, reckless style that he leaves it all out there in the course. And frankly, anything less than a 100% Zach Miller isn't something that I really want to see out there.
Yeah. Yeah, so Zach is out of the race. I know he'll be around, I'm sure. Maybe we can get him to come on here at some point over the next 2 days. But with Zach out, we've got a men's field of at the front end of Francois Dehane, Ludo Pomeray, Jason Schlarb. Those are a few of the names that we're looking at on the men's side. Of course, Courtney Duwalter, Katarina Harmuth, Cami Bruyas, and Tara Dower among the top women's runners. So without Zach, certainly there's the feeling of, gosh, maybe we missed something historic there. But that's the way the cookie crumbles, as they say. And I have a feeling Zach will be back here.
Is that Tara right there, Tara Dower, bib number 134?
Yes, it is.
Awesome. Yep, Tara Dower, of course, having a great year. Hardrock, definitely a family event for those of all ages. They had the Future Hard Rockers run yesterday as well, giving kids an opportunity to sample, I guess, the very front and very end of the course.
people might be interested, as we flashed to the starting line a couple of times, where you see Silverton, Telluride, Ouray, Lake City. Those are the 4 main towns of the Hardrock course.
That's Nick Curry right there.
Yeah, this is a clockwise year. This is a clockwise year, which means of the main aid stations after the start in Silverton, it's Telluride at approximately mile 28, Ouray at approximately mile 48, and Sherman at approximately mile 78. All of those are approximate, but that's the 3 main towns along the clockwise route. And as we spoke about yesterday, at least Corinne Chalvoy and I and Jeff Browning happen to be of the belief that of the 2 directions, this is the less difficult. Let's put it that way. Let's not call it easy, but this is the less difficult direction going clockwise.
And I'll have to take your word for it on that, because I have only nibbled at small bits and pieces of this course. AJW, one of the things that I did this week in my preparation to cover this race is that for the first time I covered the final 10 miles of the course, Cunningham Gulch to the finish. And let me tell you, folks, that is hard. You come out of Cunningham Gulch, the final major aid station, final chance to switch out a pacer at about mile 90, and you start with a 2,500-foot climb in under 2 miles heading out of Cunningham Gulch. And then when you get to the top, just when you think you've got it all under control, you head down a scree field that had me fearing for my son's life.
Absolutely.
And then you had, at that point, once you get off that, you head in, you've got downhill down a Jeep Road, cross a Roster Creek, and finally at mile 97, the course lets up a little bit.
Now, you're right, Chris, and that's an iconic section in either direction. But in this direction, the fact that it comes at mile 90, most people running a 100-mile race think, all right, well, mile 90, we're starting to smell the barn. But there's a big, huge obstacle between you and the barn.
You can. I think I heard Dale's voice in the background. Run director Dale Garland. We'll see if the runners start to head outside. Then we'll know for sure that it is time to go.
There's Dale. We've got a camera on him, so Dale will just kind of old school style. He just kind of hollers and says, "All right, everybody, time to get out there. We've got about 7 minutes until the start." And this is great to have this camera on Dale.
I love it.
Dale Garland, the only race director Hardrock has ever had. Just an incredible figure in the sport. Somebody who gives so much to, obviously, this event, but other events as well, is a humble and funny and just a wonderful figure. And as you can see, he's getting organized, getting folks, attempting to get folks gathered in. This is cool.
Yeah, folks, for those asking, there are going to be no drone shots, but it also means no aerial shots in general. We will not be bringing in the helicopter team for this race here. Oh, this excites me.
There's our camera out there. Yes, Mike Acer has made it out to South Mineral Creek Crossing. That's mile 2.4-ish. It's so great that we'll have a camera out there. No audio out there. In fact, there's no media allowed out there this year.
No spectators.
No spectators.
So that is one of the first big, excitement points of the race. The first water crossing at mile 2.4, and unfortunately, it's become a victim of Hardrock's success in that it has made Highway 550 a danger zone.
Yeah.
For those unfamiliar with the $1 Million Highway, it is a rip-roaring good time if you like curves and steep drop-offs with less than a foot of shoulder.
And runners need to cross it. I mean, they need to go across that road, and so probably a good decision on the part of the race to, from what I understand, it's Mike Acer and his camera, and that's it.
And he and Mike had to be dropped off. They would not allow him to park a vehicle near that water crossing. They were very adamant about that, which I totally understand, but also clarifies that we just saw Camille Brouillat just off to our left there for a moment, a French runner who is the favorite by some people to, if anybody has a shot at Courtney, there's a couple of runners, and she would be one of them.
There's the speed goat Carl Meltzer. We haven't seen him yet in the white shirt. He's running Hardrock for the 9th time, an 8-time finisher, 5-time winner. He's aged a bit, probably not in it for the win, but Carl, he'll be competing and pushing himself as hard as he always does.
Yeah, and we've got as much tech as we can throw affordably at this event, and we're going to have as many people and as many Starlinks and cell phone boosters as we can on the course, but that still doesn't mean that everything is going to be crystal clear or readily accessible. Hopefully, at any given time, we've got a handful of feeds to pick and choose from, as you can start to see the gym got eerily quiet behind us here just moments ago.
It's cleared out. The gym is cleared out. It will fill up again for the crew briefing in about 15, 20 minutes. But there's the shot as everybody heads out to see the start. Again, the runners are gathering in the finishing chute. They will run out, do a quick run around the block, back across Green Street.
Yeah, they'll be out there, and
then that climb up to Shrine of the Mines is, it's not a climb per se, but it's where the race gets going. I'll never forget the year Kyle Skaggs was the first person to go under 24 hours here back in 2008, and he had a 2-minute lead at the top of Shrine of the Mines. I don't think anybody's going to be in that situation today, but they're gathering in the chute, and they come right towards us, make a left-hand turn. It's a couple of blocks, and they make the right, and they're up towards Shrine of the Mines.
Also, with this race, of course, there is no finish line timing mat, no strip like that. Your timer, your clock stops when you kiss the rock at the finish line of the Hardrock 100.
Yep, that's a requirement.
Yeah.
It's not optional.
And you, of course, have kissed this rock twice, once in each direction.
Been fortunate enough to kiss it twice.
I actually have no designs on ever doing so myself, but I do relish the opportunity to watch people do so.
And I think twice is enough for me as well. I think with so many people wanting to do this race and it's in such high demand, anybody who's been fortunate enough to, as I have, run it once in each direction, that's enough. I enjoy being here. I enjoy getting out on the course. I enjoy being part of the event, but two and done for me.
Well, I think that's admirable because not many people have become that, quote, true hard rocker who have run it in each direction. We are going to probably just keep our eyes out here at the start-finish line. The media presence from content creators and also other coverage teams such as I Run Far are going to be all over the course as well. Can't wait to see some of the stuff that they put out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you are not following the race on I Run Far's Twitter feed, go on and check it out. Obviously, along with this live stream and other footage, you'll get a good deal of information from I Run Far. They're usually very timely with their information, and they'll send some correspondence out to places where there might not otherwise be correspondence.
Absolutely, and Megan Hicks and of course Brian Powell, like technically retired as he likes to say, but they do a great job being a part of what happens here. So. We don't have audio, but we can keep an eye on things as you can see people lining up to start. You mentioned you can see Carl Meltzer right there on the front line.
Looks like Francois.
Yep, right in the middle. Yes, there is a runner tracker. Let's Bryce, can we have that pinned to the top of the chat from the Hard Rock page? So runners can access that. You see Courtney is wearing the lime green.
Mm-hmm. That'll be helpful for us.
Oh, in the description? Okay, perfect. Okay, for those tuning in on the Hard Rock, just below the screen, the live tracking via Map Progress is available for you, so you can definitely check that. Some pace predictions, aid splits at opensplittime.org, as well as some sponsor discount codes I was not aware of.
One of Dale's trademarks in this race is, we won't be able to hear it because we don't have audio, but his starting call is, "Okay, get out of here." So these runners are going to hear that in about 20 seconds.
That's Kendall Mountain in the background. A beautiful, beautiful morning here in Silverton, Colorado.
We are expecting a warmer than average day. I know as we went outside at 5 this morning, it was mid 40s. It's probably going to be up into the 70s, maybe even hit tag 80, and some of those southern exposure climbs in those first two big ones might be warm. Here we go.
And the Hard Rock 2024 is underway. Of course, in the always way too early prognostication, it looks like we've got Francois in the lead with about 99.997 miles to go. How many casuals out there like myself, if given the opportunity to run this race, would sprint out to the front and just say, "I led Hard Rock"? I've considered that if I ever get into Western States. But of course, you could see people lining the streets of Silverton bright and early here this morning. I know that there's a mechanism to following this race as an observer, and I can share my experiences over the course of time. Whereas your experiences as a competitor, mine is as a visitor to town. I know, like, what happens here after all the runners leave the chute is that everybody heads over to Elevated and the Coffee Bear, the two early morning coffee joints in town, and everybody gets in line. The line for these places ends up down the street, and everybody kind of figures out where they're going to go for the day. And I would assume that there are going to be some people that head over to Telluride, which is about a 2-hour drive from Silverton. It's only 11 miles straight over the hill, but you have to go all the way around the mountains. And then, as you can see, Dylan Harris tasked with the unenviable job of following Courtney DeWalter the entirety of the race. Dylan with those long flowing locks,
indeed,
based out of Phoenix, Arizona. Hats off to him. Yeah, and the streets of Silverton are not flat. They head up, and then they actually head up to a hill where they actually connect with one of the county roads just off of the Shrine of the Mines.
Yep. So they're going to narrow onto single track in a moment or two, and have a kind of a straight up climb for a couple hundred yards, and make a left onto that road. It kind of rolls and contours a little bit down. Then they duck onto a single track trail that then weaves and bobs down to where Mike Acer is with our camera and his Starlink to cross 550 and then subsequently cross South Mineral Creek. Get your feet wet at mile 2.4 here at Hard Rock.
Yeah, you don't stay dry for long in this race.
Nope. Even in a dry year like this where there's not much snow, you're not going to stay dry long. Tara Dower.
All smiles like always.
Runs with such a great attitude. Want to give you all a heads up as well. They are, as the runners start, the crews are going to be gathering here in the gym behind us again, and they'll have Dale will be on a loudspeaker, and you'll probably hear that. We may need to pause in our commentary as they're doing that crew briefing. It's short. It's about 10 or 15 minutes, just reviewing one more time with all the crews, proper parking protocols and maintaining the speed limit and not littering and all those things that crews need to do. There are many, of course, first-timers here at the race, and a lot of these crews are here for the first time, and they're going to be logging hours and hours and miles of driving and parking in strange places, a lot at night time. So the Hard Rock organizers want to make sure that everybody follows the rules and especially keeps the local law enforcement folks and everybody else happy with the race. So you'll be hearing that behind us, and we'll do our best to continue with our commentary as we can.
Folks that are noting that this is a pretty significant hill right out of the gate, but I'm going to level with you. You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah.
This is truly a course that is going to test these runners every step of the way. They're going to hit Handy's Peak at like mile 65 or so. I mean, 14,000 feet. The low point of this course is Ouray, about 7,500 feet. Like most of the race takes place above the 9,300 feet of Silverton. I believe that we found that they go above 13,000 feet 16 different times or something to that effect. There are aid stations at 13,000 feet. Kroger's Canteen. We're going to give you as much information and speak from our experiences as much as possible. Also, with our broadcast team, we're going to have people like Jeff Browning, the 2018 Hard Rock champion, sharing their experiences. And it was a treat. We didn't expect Jeff to be a part of our coverage yesterday during our pregame show. He was walking through the gym and showing his kids around, and then Jamil basically urged him and prodded him to get in and sit on the couch, and he was sharing stories about this race and his experiences, up in the high country. One of the aspects we'll be talking about is the concept of hunkering down in bad weather. Thunderstorms can strike at a moment's notice at 14,000 feet, and it puts the runners at risk.
Yeah, the forecast I saw this morning had 40-50% chance of thunderstorms today. That tends to be the average for this time of year here in the San Juans. That you flip a coin whether you get them or not. But I know in my years running it, just twice. But one year we had really, really bad thunderstorms. The other year, nothing. So it really varies. But here, just real quick, this is that gravel road we were talking about. That grind up to Shrine of the Mines. Now they're on this dirt road for about a mile and a half, mile and a third or so. And then they pop onto single track and get over to South Mineral Creek for the crossing.
One of the longest straightaways they'll have here, longest flat sections they'll get in the entire race. I actually did something smart this year for once, AJW. I did my best to have a little list here of the frequently asked questions about this race. We've got, let's lead them off. The oldest runner on the women's side is Pam Reed at 63 years of age, three-time finisher. The oldest men, there are two at the age of 67. I did not compare their birth certificates, so I don't know which one is older. But you've got John Halston, who is a six-time finisher, going for lucky number 7. And you've got Bradley Olwin at 67 as well. First-timer at Hardrock at age 67. I'm sure he is absolutely stoked to be here. The youngest runners on the men's side, Ryan Anderson at the age of 33, somebody you're familiar with.
Ryan's a good friend of mine from Tennessee. Got in on just a few tickets as a colleague of mine with CTS, a fantastic running coach. And I know he came out here from Tennessee 3 weeks ago and has been exploring the high country of Colorado. So youngest starter in the race, Ryan Anderson at 33. Good luck, Ryan.
And on the women's side, the youngest starter is actually one of our contenders. I think she made pretty much everybody's top 3, if not top 5. Katarina Harmuth at the age of 28, a first-timer at Hardrock. Katarina finished second to Courtney DeWalter at UTMB last year, so definitely somebody you're going to want to follow over the course of the, in the case of the women's race, it could be, you were saying sub 24, 20, basically over the next day here.
Yeah, that's my prediction is that Courtney is going after sub 24. A lot can happen. It's a long day out here. But I think that'd be pretty cool to see. No woman has ever gotten even all that close to sub 24. And we'll see. There's a lot to again, great shot here.
This quality is actually even much better than last year.
Yeah.
This was, of course, the finishers coming in last year, and there were times where there was a bit of a frame refresh issue, and things were a little bit granular at times. But right now, we've got a great, beautiful shot as the runners are heading out of town and into the San Juans for the adventure, for some of them, of a lifetime.
Absolutely, and waiting years and years to be here. So you want to stay calm through here. You want to sort of get your bearings. You're finally off the starting line. All of the training, the tapering, the figuring out your nutrition, the dialing in the race with your crew and your pacer. Finally, it's just you and the Hardrock course, and you get to enjoy it with 146 other people. It's just a wonderful feeling at this point to have gotten this far. Because as they say about big races like this, half of the victory is getting healthy to the starting line. And, this year there was a fair bit of wait list action, especially some late wait list action. So for these 146 people, good for them. We hope they all can finish. As you mentioned in our pre-show yesterday, Hardrock has an unusually high finishers rate most years, in large part because I think a couple of reasons. First, it's so hard to get into that once people do get into it, they're going to be focused on being smart enough to finish. And two, once in a lifetime opportunity, they're going to train themselves to be as fit as they ever have been in their lives. So we hope to see somewhere in the 70+% finishers rate. Time will tell. It might be a warm day today. We shall see.
Well, when you talk about finishers rate, just a heads up that I know that the crews are heading back into the gym, so we might have a significant amount of ambient noise. So just bear with us here, please, folks. Dale Garland will be holding court with those crews because one of the things that he stressed yesterday during the pre-race meetings was that you are responsible for your crews as a runner. I mean, hopefully everybody you picked is going going to behave out here in these beautiful San Juan Mountains, but their behaviors and heading to aid stations, you have to have crew vehicle passes in order to access certain areas of the course. It is this is primitive land. This is primitive area. Speaking with the inaugural winner David Horton, he mentioned these mountains. This land has not changed in the 32 years of the Hardrock Hundred. So there's a delicate balance. Obviously, you want to have access for people to have all of their crew and their friends out here, but at the same time, you definitely can't. There are certain protocols you have to adhere to. As this is, I believe, the first significant amount of.
They've spilled onto the single track off of the road, and I want to give you my son lives in Durango, and it has been a particularly wet spring and early summer. You can see how green this is. This is a great shot. They're going through an aspen grove right here. But this is unusually green for mid-July. Very low, I want to say very low, but somewhat low fire danger as compared to past years. Not because there's a lot of snow, but because they've just had a significant amount of precipitation in the months, particularly in the spring. So this is a great shot. The highway that we were talking about earlier, 550, is just to the runner's left. They can hear it, and they bop along on this trail for about a mile and then make that crossing. So we'll probably get Mike's camera up here and maybe while the briefing's going on behind us, get a sense of that's probably, yep, there it is. So after crossing the highway, there's a small little section where they kind of trundle down a little gravelly creek bed, and then they have to cross.
So these runners have probably climbed, I would guess, about 200 feet or so, give or take, at this point. So about 33,000 feet to go in terms of their elevation gain. It's not just the elevation gain at Hardrock that vexes runners. It's also the fact that the preponderance of the course takes place at 11,000 feet or higher. You spend a lot of time. You spend 30, 40 miles above the tree line here in southwestern Colorado.
Yeah, important to note too. In the counter-clockwise direction, there's an aid station up at Putnam, which is about 5 miles from the finish line, going in the counter-clockwise direction. In the clockwise direction, there is no aid station at Putnam, and so the first aid station is at KT at mile 11.5. So you do have to go 11.5 miles before an aid station. Most of these runners are certainly prepared for that. It's cool enough in the morning. They're going to have plenty of fluids to make it that 11.5, but that's the longest, one of the longest stretches of the day between aid stations.
Yeah, for those wondering, the elevation gain between Hardrock and UTMB is pretty much identical. I think it's about 33 versus 30, like high 32. So I mean, it's pretty similar. I don't remember where the start finish is, of Chamonix. I don't know the elevation of Chamonix in particular, but Silverton starts you out at just below 3,000 meters, 9,300 feet. So.
UTMB in general is 1,000 or 1,500 meters lower on average than Hardrock. Still a brutal beast of a course, but a little bit more elevation gain and altitude here. Of course, 46.5-hour cutoff at UTMB, 48-hour cutoff here at Hardrock.
Of course, this section to Mineral Creek is. After that, it's going to be a little bit, we're going to see what we can come up with out there, but we might have to do some wraparound and flybys at various other aid stations because we are not going to have a lot of coverage of them for a little while, at least until they get to Grant Swamp Pass in the Ice Lake area. Thankfully, we'll have a camera up there.
No, we'll have sorry, don't want to interrupt, though. We'll have we'll have cameras at KT.
Oh, that's right. We'll have, I saw Mael out here, and Mael and Shad will be at KT, and then
so it'll be KT, then a little bit of a gap until we get up to Grant Swamp. But you're absolutely right. After crossing the creek, it is a grinding climb, pretty rocky actually, up to the site of the Putnam aid station, and then there's almost a cross-country section up over Putnam and Lime Creek Saddle. It's not necessarily it's not one of those iconic Hardrock climbs, but it'll kick you in the teeth relatively early. It gets you up past 12,000 feet up over that saddle, and it's pretty steep, especially at the top. And again, it's kind of grassy, and you're just sort of finding your way through. And then you've got a pretty screaming descent back down to KT.
Yeah. You can see a small pack kind of forming here. One of the things I've learned about observing Hardrock is that, in that high country, when you're traversing 12,000 and 13,000 foot passes, is that you don't always want to go up there alone. And so you kind of tend to pair up. One of the more notable pairings that we saw in this race a couple years ago prior to our live streaming of it was in 2022 when Francois and Killian came into Cunningham Gulch at mile 90 together.
Yeah.
And then Killian did Killian things and finished several minutes ahead of Francois. It was pretty amazing to see them that close that late in the race.
Great footage here with our runner cam. Again, getting a full couple of miles out onto the course. This is that time you want to settle in. You want to just enjoy the start of the day. Find your rhythm, maybe find your people. I wanted also to mention something too. Hardrock does have a rule that runners 60 and older can have pacers for the entirety of the race. I spoke with Pam Reed, who came off the wait list just on Monday. I spoke with Pam Reed, and she does have her pacer, Deb Hamberlin, who got her flight on Tuesday and flew out here, is a Tahoe 200 finisher last month, who was actually going to pace her right from the start. He's going to pace Pam from the start to Chapman, mile 18. Then she's going to take a little bit of a break and then pick up. There's Keith Nippling with the VHTRC T-shirt, multiple-time finisher from Virginia. And then Deb will pick up Pam again at Ouray and run with her through the night. Pam is an incredibly experienced runner, but very much likes, as I know Pam very well, very much likes to have company in the evening and through the night.
Somebody was asking if Aid Station Fireball's out on the course. He's around here somewhere.
Oh yeah, he'll be around. He was in here. He's
feeding us some intel. I know that I believe that he actually did the Cunningham to the finish stretch the other night and was pretty impressed. Oh, that's a beautiful shot right there. Yeah, give me this all day long.
There's South Mineral Creek that they're crossing.
That's Highway 550, the $1 Million Highway for those unfamiliar. It is a very exciting piece of road to traverse. I have had friends who I had a couple friends a few years ago who were stranded in Ouray due to a rock slide that had happened during what was expected to be an afternoon lunch trip, and they had to go all the way around about 5 hours because there's no other way there.
Yeah.
The shoulder is about at times 6 to 12 inches off, wide. And then in those same places, maybe 1,000-foot drops, and it's a pretty amazing piece of engineering, to be honest. But it also can scare the crap out of you.
Legends abound here at Hardrock. I just saw 22-time finisher Blake Wood. He is the master technician of the Hardrock Lottery, and has decided after 22 finishes here at Hardrock to just volunteer. He's in his 60s. Great runner. Still runs on the track, actually. Masters track meets and can still bust out sub 6 minute miles on the track. And also will jump into a 100-miler now and again.
AJW, there was a question from Tam in the chat. Shout out to Tam, who works with some charitable organizations in Phoenix. Is there a required gear list for these runners? Do you remember what you were forced to carry when you were out there?
There's recommended gear.
Okay.
There's recommended gear, but no required gear as far as I know.
Looks like Mike was creeping up, and
so here is the lead group.
Ludo
coming to Mineral Creek Crossing. Ludo, Jason Schlarb, Francois Dane.
Right there.
So that's a group of 4.
And that was Diego right there as well,
Okay.
in the bright white. We interviewed Diego. That man is a bundle of joy. I can't wait to see what he does out there. See Courtney there.
You know who that is in front of Courtney?
I believe that is. I'm gonna have to get used to. We need to coordinate with runners to give us intel on their kits before they run these races. That definitely would help us out here. We're gonna probably bow out at least our audio commentary for a few moments as Dale Garland gives instructions to the
let's
crews.
do that.
Hi. Nice job. All right, Claire. Morning. Yep.
Well done, well done.
Good morning.
Around with a walker. That's with the pneumatic wheels. I'll pick up in your ray. That's a game changer. Yeah, Lecky just came out with the pneumatic walker poles. Yeah? Yeah, Black Diamond's a little behind. Just having a
just want a little jet propulsion on a regular pole.
That's what I'm saying. Probably send me because they love to torture me. That's cool. I would die. Yeah. But, you know, that's what we're here for. You'd be in the same boat as the rest of us. Living while dying. That's what we're trying to do.
Hey, wave, guys. You're on the air. Let's get a wave.
Say again? I'm filming for the live stream on YouTube. So when you look back at it, maybe they'll have a little bit of footage of your back.
Yeah, that'd be great. Cool. Thanks.
I probably got your face too, but
Yeah.
if you want to let me pass, I'll get in front of you. Oh, look at that. Here we go. Yeah, thank you, sir. All right, everybody. Woo!
Feeling a bit dirty, so.
You know, that's what they all say after they get on camera with me. All right. A little swampy here usually.
Tell my crew I'm eating.
It's lies. Eat a snack or it's not real. Oh, God.
Hey!
Yeah, we came across this a couple of weeks ago.
It was a
Hip
lot.
deep.
Soak it up, guys. Are you for the live stream?
Yeah.
Are you getting signal down here?
I'm on Stomach.
Oh, sick. Let's see if they got me.
Yeah, they kept switching between you and me.
Oh, cool. So you're watching it.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm going to go back and get
Okay.
some people coming toward me since you got this.
Yeah.
All
There
right.
you go. I'm Mike. by the way.
I'm Dan. All right, looking great.
Hey!
Way to go. How's it feel, everybody?
Hot! It's too hot!
Last time I crossed this, it came up to my chest.
All right, Pam. Nice work.
Not today.
Good morning.
The bib on.
Trying to do this thing.
Love it, man.
Yeah.
All right, look at the camera one last time before you go out there. Yeah, good job, good job. Sick.
Might be at the end. I don't know.
Good to see you.
My wife was like, I can see your ribs. I was like, yeah, I've always had them. She's like, you're losing weight. I was like, nah, man, I'm gaining weight, actually. Oh, I'm just filming traffic. What the fuck? All right. Nobody will ever know.
All right. I think our audio is back. Thanks for bearing with us, folks. Race run director Dale Garland has an annual briefing for crew at 6:15 in the morning, just after the runners take off here in the Silverton High School gymnasium. And so we wanted to bow out because it would have been very tricky for two loud guys like us to be talking over Dale. We could have done it, but it would have been kind of wild and distracting to them. What you've got right now is the Jam Cam. Jamil Curry, Mountain Outpost's very own, giving his own personal view right now. Frankly, I think he should be concentrating on racing and running, but
he can't help himself.
He cannot. We've got back channel communications, of course, through the Mountain Outpost team, and he's texting us.
Yeah.
He's telling us to do things. And I literally responded to him finally and said, go run, dude.
Exactly.
Go
exactly. I want to make a comment, too, about, thank you, by the way, also for your patience as we were allowing the briefing to take place without our talking over it. It's a brilliant idea, actually, for Hard Rock to have the crew briefing right after the start. There's no reason for the crews to be rushing out to the first aid station at Telluride. It's 28 miles away. Crews can't go to KT or maybe they can, if they want to go to Chapman, they can go to Chapman. But even that's 18 miles as the runners go. So having the captive audience of the crews right after the start and also having the most up-to-date information, whether, as they were talking about, a bridge that's out or a road closure, they can give the crews the absolute most up-to-date information in real time. And then what they're going to do back here behind us is basically turn the gym into a live active aid station with a medical. They're going to set up a big screen that'll have the live stream on it. I want to point to this is the first climb. So this is Jamil's camera on the first climb going up through Putnam Basin, ultimately to Putnam Cataract Ridge. Okay, it's not over 13,000 feet. It's about 12,600, but it's the first major climb. They've crossed the creek. These runners here are probably 3.5 4 miles into the race. I would guess this is the middle back of the pack. There we go. That's a great shot. 2.68. Thank you, Jamil.
He's listening too.
We're 2.68 miles into it.
The boss is always paying attention.
Sorry, Jamil. I overestimated the mileage.
That's a mental note to ourselves. I know that we've got Jamil listening in on us. We've got Matt Feldake listening in on us. We
can't hide.
We were joking last night that Bryce was in charge, but apparently we were.
Right.
We were a little bit mistaken.
Yeah, we've got one guy running the race and the other guy's back in Atlanta.
Of course, we got the Jam Cam here. Hey, Bryce, can we do a quick shot of the gym so people can kind of see, what's going on behind us? Of course, things are kind of petering out here while they get things set. Looks like we'll go back to the Jam Cam until we've got that shot of the gym. Yeah, okay, so there we go here. You can see the merch table set up, but they're going to clear that out. Against that back wall, they're going to have the aid station set up for the runners. The right-hand side will become a meds tent, but I just wanted to give people a heads up on that so we can go back out to the Jam Cam while we've got it. Of course, with Hard Rock, the audience, I think those that tuned in with us last year, thanks for coming back. Those who have not been with us before, welcome. Hard Rock coverage is kind of we take what we can get kind of endeavor. And frankly, because we've got Jamil, I know somebody was joking about the Nathan Pack and, getting to know the virtues of it on a very personal level. But, we'll if that runner is going to hang with Jamil Curry for the foreseeable future, as long as we've got a signal, I think we'll kind of roll with that.
Absolutely.
But yeah, definitely, this is the Jam Cam out just almost 3 miles into the race or into the run.
It's kind of no fair that he can hear us and we can't hear him.
He
probably likes it that way, though.
He definitely likes it that way. I'm sure he's having a great conversation. He's probably also recording this to make some content later.
Yeah.
So, for those just tuning in, maybe unfamiliar with Hard Rock, they alternate directions each year. The Hard Rock course this year is being run clockwise. The clockwise records on the men's side: Kilian Jornet in 2022, 21 hours, 36 minutes, 24 seconds. On the women's side, Courtney DeWalter, 2022 as well, 26 hours, 44 minutes, 36 seconds. We do believe As I hope he's okay.
Jamil's put his camera down on the ground and is taking off his shirt.
Probably modeling off some Mountain Outpost swag here. This is okay. So he's. I kind of like this shot and the fact that, like, thank goodness he's not going to the bathroom or something like that. But it's basically, that's what it's like right in the middle of Hard Rock. Shout out to the Drinking Horn Meadery, a Flagstaff establishment that has been supporting the Mountain Outpost efforts. So thank you for tuning in. Once again, thank you to those as well who have been donating to the chat. It looks like we've raised, so far to this point, $99. We're going to talk with Run Director Dale Garland in a little bit here to talk about where those monies go. But, for example, one of the things that you can do is if you go to the Hard Rock website, there is an update on the 2024 Joel Zucker Memorial Scholarship winners. They gave 13 continuing education students each $3,000 for a total distribution of $39,000. We got to see some of those students honored here yesterday in the gym during the pre-race discussions. So, thank you to anybody and everybody who does participate. And we'll be definitely reminding you of that fact as we continue our coverage here of the Hardrock 100.
Joel Zucker, by the way, for those of you whose that name might not sound familiar, Joel Zucker was a 3-time Hard Rock finisher who tragically passed away, not during the race, but after the race back, I believe, in 2002. And there is a Joel Zucker Memorial up on Grant Swamp Pass, a beautiful plaque embedded in the rocks there. And his legacy is remembered every year with the awarding of the Joel Zucker scholarships to San Juan area high school students to help with their college tuition. So it's a wonderful, wonderful program, and it's part of the many ways that the Hardrock 100 gives back.
Folks are asking about certain sponsor discounts. I can't testify to what you were asking about, but we do have some sponsor discount codes in the information box just below the screen for the Feed, Tailwind, and Titus Adventure Company. So if you're looking to support some of our sponsors, that is a way to do it. Of course, our presenting sponsor today is Sunto. Our platinum sponsors, the Feed, Tailwind, and Titus Adventure Company. Gold sponsor, the North Face, and silver sponsors, Goo, Hypoxico, and Catula. Thank you to all of you for helping make this possible. Okay.
We back on the river too. We did see a couple of notables. Chris was able to mention them in the chat, but Chris Twiggs, who's a 16-time finisher from Florida, across the river, along with Pam Reed, the oldest female runner at 63 years old. A 3-time finisher is Pam. And as I noted, she's permitted. Anybody over the age of 60 is permitted to run with a pacer throughout, and she had her pacer Deb with her, getting her through this first stretch to Chapman.
I spoke with Deb yesterday, right before we interviewed Pam, and she was super stoked to be able to start the race with Pam. As you can see right now, that is the iconic rock itself. You can see some people. Bright and early out there in the Silverton morning taking pictures, probably about 45, 50 degrees, give or take, here in town. But back to Deb Hamberlin, a strong runner in her own right, had just finished Tahoe 200. Deb was really excited at the notion that, like, it's one thing to pace Hard Rock, which is an honor in and of itself, but she said, not often do pacers get to start the race? Yeah. The fact that she's going to be able to take on Grant Swamp Pass in this direction, be able to do that Mineral Creek crossing. We actually saw her with Pam. For a 60-plus runner to pace them, you get to experience things that pacers don't normally get to do in this race.
And Pam knows herself well enough also. I think she would be first to admit that she's not 100% always pleasant to be around, that she has picked her spots, that she will have Deb with her, that she'll have her husband with her, but that she'll also be alone.
Yeah.
And so, after Chapman, she'll have a stretch, on her way into Telluride where she'll be on her own. But then, of course, when she gets down to Ouray, she'll pick Deb back up. As I mentioned earlier, she wants company through the night.
Yeah, one of the things about Hard Rock that's kind of interesting, and I think this year is going to be a very unusual year in that regard. I'm scrambling for my notes here off camera, but there one of the features of Hard Rock is the people who keep coming back year after year who have 10, 15, 20 finishes. And on the women's side, I guess it's pretty stark this year because there are two women, one of them being Pam Reed, the other one escapes me at the moment, who are 3-time finishers who are back here in this race, in this run. And, you're used to a Betsy Kallmeyer, a Betsy Nye, or a Diana Finkel who's got, 10, 15, 20-plus finishes. They're not a part of the event this year as competitors, as runners. I did see Betsy Kallmeyer out there. Obviously, she's going to be a part of this run as long as she wants to be. But you don't see those names on the women's side, so there is an influx of new blood. On the men's side, an unusually low number of, this is going to sound weird, low number of 10-time finishers, in that there were 5 of them, most notably Chris Twiggs with 16 finishes. No Blake Wood, no Kirk Apt, no names that have those 20-plus finishes.
Do have Carl Meltzer back. He's an 8-time finisher. He'd been away for about 5-6 years, but he's back running the race this year. Also a 5-time winner of the race, Carl Meltzer is.
Yeah. And we're going to do our best over the course of the next, 48 or so hours to tell the story as best we can about as many runners as possible. One of them I want to actually highlight right now is Mike Hewitt. I don't have his bib number in front of me, but Mike came up to me yesterday to let me know that he, not Pam, was the final entrant into the Hardrock 100.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. So Mike found out late Tuesday that he was going to be involved in this run. He's 54 years old. He says he's 54 years old, but acts 14.
Is he a never or a finisher?
He's a finisher.
He's a finisher.
So, so Michael Hewitt is super excited to be out there. He sent me a picture of himself as well, but I'm kind of skeptical. It looks like John Denver to me, so I'm not going to put that on the screen. So
it is definitely John Denver.
But with this run, with the Hardrock 100, we are going to follow the lead pack, especially through the first 24 hours. It's going to be a dynamic event, hopefully. Ludo and Francois and Schlarb and Speedy Pazos give us something to really get excited about on the men's side. Courtney, Camille Bruya, Katarina. We hope that they give us something on the women's side to really get amped about. But this is a run that also features a lot of people who have simply just been working for a long time to get here. And when you talk to people who have run this race in the past, they almost joke in some cases that this is a victory lap, that this race is so hard to get into. And that also speaks to the success rate of the people in this race. I've said it several times during our previews and interviews. Nobody gets into this race by accident. You have run hard events if you are able to get into Hard Rock. Chances are you've run several of them and had to do it year over year over year. If you're in Hard Rock, even if you're a Dale's pick and you do quote jump to the front of the line as a high level competitor, it's because you are that damn good. So
yeah.
So, like the women's race, one of the things that we're super excited about, the women over the last 5 years have an 81% finisher rate. That's amazing. But last year it was brought up to a new level, 93% finisher rate on the women's side. 27 of 29 competitors finished the Hardrock 100 on the women's side last year. This year there are 31. Can 29 or more of them finish this year? We'll see. But it was pretty fantastic to follow their success last year and to witness it and to hear them talk about it in the women's panel. Another great video that we have available for you on Mountain Outpost, the women's panel, where they talked about the fact that women seem to have figured out through patience and toughness how to beat this race.
Yeah, and it's been nice to see, especially since the double cancellations in 2019, and 2020 that the women's participation in the race has had a steady uptick, a steady ramp rate from 21, 22, 23, and now 24. So I suspect that'll continue. I think the race has made that the run has made that a priority. And given the success of the women in the race, I see there's no reason why that won't just continue.
Absolutely, and that was by design, of course, when they made the conscious decision to line up the number of women eligible or in the race to match the percentage of lottery entrants.
Yeah.
So, I've spoken with women who have run runs that were events that were Hardrock qualifiers, Mogi and Monster, for instance, being down in our neck of the woods, and they said, "Well, I'm not ready to run Hardrock just yet," and I said, "Doesn't matter. Number one, you're probably not going to get it anyways, and all you want to do is build your ticket count." I think that they said an average of 2 to 4 first timers in the lottery get in on their first shot at the Hardrock lottery, and that's out of 2,000 people. Yeah. Like, the odds to get in that first time are astronomical. Number two, every woman who enters the lottery, helps to potentially create another space or more for women to actually enter the Hardrock race itself.
Yeah, and Stephanie Case, who's a Hardrock board member and actually will be on our commentary team a little bit later in the event, has really been wonderfully active and supportive of women, in encouraging women to run qualifiers, perhaps not with the intent of getting into Hardrock that year, but to run qualifiers in effect to help to increase the numbers of women participants in the race. It's fantastic, and we've seen it evolve, and I suspect, obviously we're still a ways away from 50-50. But 31 is a lot. But I remember just about 6-7 years ago, they took a photo of the women's runners, and it was, I think, 12 or 13. In the event. So
it's more than doubled in the last few years.
More than doubled in the last few years.
I think we're going to take a quick sponsor break. Thanks for tuning in with us. We'll be back here momentarily at the Hardrock 100, presented by Mountain Outpost and Suunto.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. You got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with Feed.
Shop today to get your free tour bottle. Visit thefeed.com.
My name is Jeff Bierling, co-founder of Tailwind Nutrition. We make drink mixes for athletes to help you fuel, hydrate, and recover for all sorts of outdoor activities. Running, cycling, hiking, climbing, any sport where you're working up a sweat. We manufacture our own products in Durango, Colorado, and we test and use them on the trails of the beautiful San Juan Mountains. Our mission and our passion is to help athletes achieve their goals and to feel great while doing it. We couple proven nutrition that's simple to use, easy on your gut, and tastes great with encouragement and education. You can think of us as your support crew. We're right there with you doing whatever it takes to help you get across the finish line with a smile on your face.
And we're back here at the Hardrock 100. as we scramble to put our earpieces in. Chris Warden, Andy Jones-Wilkins, thanks for joining us here on this Friday morning. Hope we are doing everything we can to make your end of the work week as unproductive as possible.
That's our goal. That's our goal.
This is Mountain Outpost and the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run presented by Sunto. Special thanks to our other sponsors, The Feed, Tailwind, Titus Adventure Company, The North Face, Goo, Hypoxico, and Catula.
Right on.
Yeah, so we're here in the studio. We're in the Silverton Gymnasium. Of course, things are pretty quiet right now. That was not the case just a little bit ago when this race started about an hour ago.
That's right. And we will have Dale Garland, a run director, up here in a few moments to get a little bit of his insight as the race has started. This is always a time of relief for him as the runners are on their way. But before we do that, just a summary. We did see a pack of 4 across the creek together. Francois, Jason Schlarb,
Diego
Pazos, and Ludo.
Yes.
As well as 2 women just shortly after, Katarina Harmuth and Courtney DeWalter. The 6 of them, along with another 142 runners, are right now en route into Putnam Basin and up to Putnam Cataract Ridge, as I mentioned earlier. It's kind of a cross country through sort of a grassy area with then a descent down to the KT aid station. That's the next time we will have boots on the ground. We have we have Shad and Mael that are going to be out there at KT. And we'll hear from them. But before we do, we're going to hear from Run Director Dale Garland. Dale, come on in. How are you?
How's it going? Hi, guys.
Let's make sure the mic is working here, and we'll get the camera shot. There you are.
See you guys.
Good to
So
see you
good to
again,
see
Dale.
you. Yeah.
Glad to be in the San Juans and experiencing all of this fun again.
It's Christmas in July.
That's
Absolutely.
right.
Christmas in July. That was Billy Simpson, and he said it 10 years ago or 15 years ago, and it really resonated with how the excitement and the energy and everything is just it's a special week.
And there's something about the electricity. I mean, it's calm back here.
Right.
It's so nice. You must feel a little bit of a relief, right?
Yeah.
Right now, it's just let's
see.
let's see.
Yeah.
But how did everything go? I mean, you've done this so many times, but it
Yeah.
gets bigger, more crowded.
Right.
Or how did it go this morning?
Well, it went. I thought it went really well. Anytime you try to do new things, there's some things that you'd say, okay, well, we could do that better and that kind of thing. But what I'm really excited about is just how many people have embraced not only supporting their runners, but embracing the community, embracing the whole event and that kind of thing. So to see all those people turn out this morning and have both sides of the street lined and people with their phones, taking pictures and stuff like that, it was really cool. But you're right. I mean, it's like everybody started running. It's like, oh, because it's a lot of work. We have a great run committee, and it's a lot of work to get to this point. So then now we sit back and make sure that all this planning kind of falls into place.
I'm always impressed by how run directors seem. I'm thinking that this is the day that things are haywire and frazzled, but you and Craig Thornley and other greats of the game seem to just have it dialed into the point where it's almost like you said, like a release, like like the breath is exhale,
Right.
and
Right.
it speaks to the fact that you've done the work leading up to the race.
Right.
That this is like, okay, this execution has now become part of the not routine, but part of the mechanism.
Right. I agree 100% with that. And it's about we have such an experienced crew of people, and it's about our run committee has put on 310 hard rocks collectively.
That's amazing. Yeah.
as a committee. So I feel pretty comfortable that the communication is going to work and the aid stations are going to work. But it's also a tribute to the dedication and the enthusiasm of our volunteers and our committee. That you just empower them and you say you do you and use your leadership and use the skills and the techniques and the stuff we've learned over all those years.
Well, that's something that struck me too about the briefing you just held. And by the way, as I mentioned, what a fantastic idea to have the briefing right after the start. You've
Right.
got the captive audience of the
Right.
crew. You don't
Right.
need them to go scattering off
Right.
right away to get over to
Right.
Chapman. Their runners
Right.
are going to take several hours.
Right.
And also you can give them that right up to the last minute information about any road closures or anything like that. But you said something that was really interesting. It's related to this empowerment. Your aid station captains have the final say.
Right.
I mean, at this point, what
Right.
happens at KT, what
Right.
happens at Putnam, what happens or Chapman is theirs.
Right.
And that takes a great deal of confidence on your part, and also, experience,
Right.
knowing that like boots on the ground are going to be the best option.
Yeah, and they know their aid station. They know the physical layout. They know what the resources they have that they have to work with. And so for me to as the director to say, well, every aid station has to be this way or it has to be set up this way, I think would be just totally wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And so having people, I mean, our aid station captains, I give a lot of credit to and a lot of autonomy to, because I trust them, and I think part of that goes to kind of having a shared set of values and a shared set of purpose and our why. And so we talk about the early, all of this pre-planning and things like that. A big part is that are we on the same page in terms of what we believe as an event?
Mm-hmm.
Because then once you have that, then making decisions, it makes it a little bit easier. They know that this is how it fits into our bigger thing. Our mantra this year is for a meaningful and memorable experience for our entire community.
Yeah.
And so that's our mantra. And so all of our decisions are kind of based and measured against that.
Yeah.
Dale, to pivot completely very sharply here, one of the things I want to do is I want you to talk about the charitable efforts of the Hardrock 100. Of course, now for viewers who are appreciating this and wish to donate, they can do so, and all of the proceeds go to the Hardrock 100. We talked briefly about the Zucker Scholarship, but if you can expand upon what Hardrock does, in addition to putting on this fantastic run.
Yeah. I mean, once we got to a point where our finances were stable enough that we knew we had enough money, we began to ask the question about what can we do with our name? What can we do to help our communities and things like that? Because that was always one of our values. And so we kind of set on three key things: education, equity and diversity, and then trail use and etiquette and education. And so the money that we collect and the money that we donate, both as an organization or we solicit it from our viewers and things like that, will go to one of those three things. We're probably best known because we've just started the equity and diversity and the trail etiquette and education. This will be our third year of those. We're really known for our education thing, and that's really because of our connection with Joel Zucker, who was a hard rock runner, who passed away, and now we created a scholarship in his name that's administered by Charlie Thorne and Andy Crone. We've been able to give over $300,000 to students, not only four-year college students, but technical students. If they need money for auto mechanic school and they need to buy tools or whatever, we've been able to help them kind of further their education and that kind of thing, because Joel Zucker was a librarian from New York and he really believed in education. So we see this as a fitting legacy for him.
I appreciate you mentioning the fact that you're not only, as somebody who went to college myself, I know the expenses, but the fact that you're also enabling people to go to trade schools and everything like that, because college for your education is not for everybody.
Correct.
Not to get into a huge
Right.
soapbox, but it's important. You're both educators, lifelong educators. So you understand the importance of not everybody has to go to a four-year university to find their path.
Right. Yeah. And it's something that again, in AJW and I we share that educational brotherhood. Kind of.
And now that we're moved on from
the retired educational
brotherhood. But yeah, I mean, you realize, if you're in the business and if you really believe in education and what's good for a person, that there are many paths to that.
Absolutely.
And so helping them, helping students, and the only requirement that Andy and Charlie, who kind of administer the Joel Zucker Scholarship, have is that you're making progress towards an outcome, and then also that you have graduated from Telluride, Ouray, Lake City, or Silverton school. But this year, they didn't have any applicants of seniors. I mean, Silverton's a very small school, but we were able to give over $39,000 to people to continue their education.
Oh, that's fantastic.
And so.
Hey, we were talking about the increase in this is related to inclusion.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about the steady increase in the number of women participants in the race. 31 starters this year. Last year, 29, 27 of them finished. In a very deliberate effort, the Hardrock.
Very deliberate thing.
How proud of you are you of that? Or you and the team are?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of goes back to our values and what we think is important in terms of not only what we think is important for our personal our own run, but then sport, and how do we bring more women into the sport of ultra running and things like that. And so to kind of talk the talk and not do something didn't make sense to us. So our board and we made some key kind of policy related decisions about how to be more inclusive with women and stuff like that. And then with the help of North Face, putting on a women's running weekend, because we realize it's not only just getting women to start Hardrock, but how do you get more women involved in ultra running, and how do you get them more comfortable in these high altitude environments and having them feel safe? And so again, with the help of North Face, we're able to do a women's running weekend every year now, and we'll be in our second year with that.
Well, and that's also how, I mean, I know when you and I talked on my podcast a few months ago about your relationship with some of the other key race directors in North America and around the world, that project is, it's obviously it's an important project for Hardrock, but also sport-wide. And the eyes are on races like Hardrock and Western States.
Oh, yeah.
And you all are working together in that.
Exactly. And having conversations with these other race directors, because as we noticed, and you two certainly know this to be true, that the face and the people in ultra running are now becoming, it's a more diverse group. And so how do we kind of keep in contact with that and step with that kind of thing? Yeah. And it's got to be deliberate. It just doesn't happen.
For those that are unfamiliar, Dale, let's pivot completely all over again, because that's what I do. I have to correct myself and be very careful of my words when talking about Hardrock, because we talk about it, the Hardrock race, the Hardrock race. Hardrock is not a race. It is a run. Can you talk about that differentiation there for those who wonder why?
A race is in the mind of the beholder.
But it is the Hardrock Endurance Run, and while obviously people are racing the event, you try and stay very particular to that mindset. Can you explain why?
Yeah. Well, a couple of things, and part of it is, it's a semantic kind of thing. Western States Endurance Run, I mean, that's right. But we also know that anytime you put two people together and with a clock, it's going to be a race. It's going to be a race. And so we're cognizant of that fact. But I think the other thing is what's the overall mentality? What's the overall mission? What's the overall why of the event? And for us, it's not about necessarily the competitive aspect among individuals. It's really about ordinary people doing an extraordinary thing, and it's them against Mother Nature, and it's that kind of thing. And so it's even though it's a race, and people will do that, and I'm even guilty of it. I'll slip, and call it a race. It's not what our founders, when we set this thing up to be the main goal. It's not how we choose to celebrate the accomplishments by age divisions and things like that. It's more about the collective whole and celebrating everybody's accomplishment of running against a pretty spectacular piece of real estate.
Absolutely.
It's amazing out there. It really is.
Yeah.
Well, and there's lots of events, companies, schools, whatever, that talk about family. You at Hardrock, you and the team, and everybody who's been a part of the race since 1992, you walk the walk and talk the talk about the family. You really feel it. I mean, we're seeing a little bit of the changing of the guard in the runners of the race. Neither of the Betsies are running this year.
Kirk's not.
Kirk,
Blake's
App,
not.
Blake.
Yeah.
And yet they're here.
Right.
Billy's here. Howie's here.
Right.
What are some of what's the secret sauce of keeping that as it gets big and you have sponsors and you're on a live stream and so forth, keep that family feel?
Well, it's very deliberate. AJ, it's that's a key value to us. And so it goes from everything of how we select our runners, in terms of bringing new people into the sport versus our veterans, having, making sure there's spots for those, to our Camp Hard Rock activities, to share values and to share, Chris Twiggs did 2 weeks of orientation hikes so he could talk to them and he could say, this is not only this is the course, but this is what it means to be at Hard Rock and that kind of thing, and having veterans there to share that. But I think it's also just trying to treat everybody, whether it's a runner or a media or a crew or volunteer, to say you're welcome. This is a big tent. Brian Como, I think, said it best. He's our finish line coordinator. He said last year, you don't have to wear a number to be part of this family.
Yeah.
And so that's something that, and when he said that last year, it's like, that's right. And so trying to make that happen, but being very intentional about how you interact with people and how you those kind of things. Yeah, it's all part of it. But giving one more thing.
Oh, sure, yeah.
But then also giving them opportunities to get to know people, enjoy each other's company, things like that, through things like we do with Camp Hard Rock, where we have social activities and we have off-race kinds of things, because everybody's going to, when you come here to start, you're focused on starting, and that kind of stuff. So you're not really paying attention to, how do I know you, or what are those kind of things. So giving people a chance to interact and get to know each other in a variety of ways. Yeah. We did trivia, we do hikes, we do educational seminars, the kid block. Yeah, that's all part of a larger thing of how do we build our community.
Yeah. Well, and Dale, for those that aren't aware, you're the only run director this event has ever known.
Correct.
Which is pretty staggering. I mean, you're talking about, you've been doing this for over 3 decades. Where does the race go from? Where does the run go from?
There you go. Everything you got. That's a really good question. Because the sport is changing. We're changing. The pressures and the opportunities are changing, with more opportunities for money and opportunities. I think where it goes from here is a moving target at this point, but it's something that we are cognizant that things we have to change, and we have to continue to. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
We continue to kind of evaluate our role within the sport and how we can use this thing that we've been blessed with in terms of our profile and that kind of stuff to further some things that we think are important. But that's a discussion. Our board of directors will meet in October, and we'll reevaluate this year, and we'll say what are our goals and priorities next year, and that kind of thing. So it's an ongoing discussion.
All right, hearing your phone go off, I want to let you go, but I want to finish with one more question, if that's okay.
Sure.
Chris. So we know, you greet every single finisher. So starting around 22 hours or so, you'll need to be back here, and you greet every single finisher. I was blessed to have been greeted by you twice.
Yeah.
Between now and then, what are you up to? What do you got? What's Dale Garland's day look like?
Well,
before you start greeting finishers?
Yeah, and that came because. Can I tell the story?
Please do. Please
do. Time? 2 stories that I think kind of come to symbolize kind of my philosophy of this. One is, the greeting of every runner really came because our very first year we were in this little camper tent with no real, an old Army surplus tent in Memorial Park, and that was our finish line and that kind of stuff. And it was raining, the bad weather, and I was camped in this little tent with Molly Hardman, who was Gordon Hardman, our founder, and his kids, and just in this little camper tent. And there was a knock on the door. It was raining and stuff like that. And this guy, and I don't remember his name, he came. He goes, "Well, I just finished. Is there anybody I should tell?" And it was like a gut punch. It was a gut. It's like, here's somebody who did this, and there was nobody there to greet him. And I made a commitment then, as long as I was going to be involved with this, that there'd be at least one person there to greet every runner.
Part 2, The Rock.
The Rock. That's the other. You knew I was getting to that, right? The Rock was purely in its origin because of a lack of planning on my part. We were standing at the finish line, and we just was like, we didn't. I forgot to put any kind of finish line together, and so out of the crowd said, "Well, how do we know when we finish?" I said, and I looked around, I go, "Crap." or just touch that rock. You know, that would be it. And then over time, you know, it got from touching the rock to kissing this little rock, and it wasn't just a little rock; it had to be a bigger rock, and then couldn't be just the rock. You know, it had to have a rock with the logo on it, and just this evolution of this thing that is so iconic of our event. And to me is one of the most memorable things. I mean, I've seen wedding proposals there, and you've been experiencing it, Andy. You know, just the flood of emotion and some of the things that you see of people who are there. It's just it's the best part of my job is to share in some form or fashion those experiences, because that's so meaningful to so many people. Yeah.
Well, it's unbelievable. Just talking about the rock itself. I mean, I could go for hours simply on how excited I am when I see it for the first time each year coming into Silverton.
Right.
And I have friends who come up from the Phoenix area, which is where I live, and they get just as excited to see it. They're like, "Where's it at?" I'm like, "Oh, it's in this small park right next to the barbecue joint."
Right.
And like it's kind of unassuming for all but like a week of the year, and then for a week of the year, it becomes the focal point of the sport of trail and ultra running.
Right.
And
But you know what? It's funny because people will travel. I've talked to several people who they've traveled, Silverton in non-Hard Rock week just to go find that rock.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just to see it. Just to see it.
One of my highlights of this trip, and I've been coming up here. This is my 8th year here in Silverton for various reasons in July, was the fact that Jay was touching up the rock. That made my week, and I posted it to social media, and people were like, "That is one of the coolest things."
Yeah.
And he's literally just touching up a little bit of brown here and a little bit of green here, but people, there's a mystique and such a fabulous, idea and behind the ethos of this race and the rock itself, that something as simple as watching the artist just touch it up on an annual basis got people really excited.
Yeah.
It speaks to how much this race affects people, whether they're runners or involved with the race, or somebody who just started out coming up here and tailgating with a cooler at Ray Park.
Right. Yeah. Jay Burnite takes a lot of pride in his, and every year it's like Jay needs, and he'll come up and he will literally spend whatever time it takes, to make sure that the rock is worthy of people's effort.
All right, circling back one more
Yeah.
time. Do you visit an aid station or two?
I do. Oh, yeah.
Do you,
During
the day,
day with
to
Dale.
check in on things, or if there's,
Yeah, 2 parts. One, we call it Day with Dale. And so some of my family's here, or other members of the race crew or stuff like that. And we'll go around to different checkpoints and not to point to manage them, because again, I believe that our Chapman aid station captain knows his business better than I do, but just to check in and just see how things are going. So we call it Day with Dale.
Nice.
And we'll go to those aids, and then I come back here, and if things are going well, there's no call outs, there's no searches, there's no medical emergencies, things like that, I'll sleep here, but then I'll sleep here. And then just with my ear to the radio just to make sure. And then, when runners coming in, then it's on.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great, because it amounts to basically 26. I mean, let's just assume the first finisher's around 22, 23, and it goes to 4. That's 26 hours of greeting runners.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
It's good to get a little snooze before that.
Yeah. I always joke, if the runner's doing their job the first night, I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
Well, Dale, thank you very much for joining us.
It's a pleasure. You guys,
always.
and thank you, Mountain Outpost. Thank you guys for being here. We love having you here. It's a real pleasure to have a chance to talk and share stories and things like that.
You're going to do another wraparound tour of the Southwest. We loved having you down in Phoenix.
Yeah, that's fun.
To discuss the event.
That was fun. Hard Rock on the road.
Yeah, Hard Rock happy hour.
Hard Rock happy hour.
Yeah, folks, if you ever get the opportunity to go to a Hard Rock happy hour, which is a series of events that Dale puts on around the American Southwest, I highly recommend you make it. It's a lot of fun. You have unfettered access to Dale, and if you want to ask him any questions, which I certainly did,
and you did a great job in Phoenix, by the way.
And nothing's off limits. Questions about the lottery, questions about the course, questions.
That was huge, honestly. Like, didn't mean to interrupt you there, but like the fact that you are completely transparent in the fact that it is hard to get into this race, and this is what my thought process with the quote Dale's picks, which have such a mystique about them to a lot of people. So I appreciated you sharing all of those stories with not only myself but friends and interested parties down in the valley.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Yeah, I think you have to be transparent. Because in the absence of that, you don't know what's going to happen.
Right.
And so being able to explain to people, because I think they want to know and they deserve to know, and they need that's incumbent on us to make sure that people have the best information. And besides, why wouldn't you want to be in Phoenix in March?
Yeah.
That's the time to do it. We're like, rather than July.
Yeah.
So we come up here.
Yeah, there you go.
For the summer. Dale, thank you so much.
Hey,
Thanks
guys.
so
It's been a
much, Dale.
pleasure.
Appreciate
It's been a
it.
pleasure. Thanks, everybody.
Have a
And,
great day with Dale.
Day with Dale. Starts now.
Right on.
Hardrock 100 Run Director Dale Garland, folks, thanks for tuning in. This is the Hardrock Endurance Run on Mountain Outpost, presented by Sunto. Thank you. They are our presenting sponsor. Our other sponsors, The Feed, Tailwind, Titus Adventure Company, The North Face, Goo, Hypoxico, and Catula. And HEW, we're kind of in one of those spots where thank you for everybody for tuning in, and I know you're wanting to see these dynamic shots of the San Juans. I want to see them too, but we are kind of in between a bit of a dead zone. Once the runners cross Mineral Creek, we're kind of out there. Of course, we learned that Jamil is going to be filming a lot of his race this weekend because he obviously just can't stop being a part of the live stream. But take care, Dale. But until the runners get to KT, at which point Shad and Mael are going to give us the intel, we're kind of in a quiet spot here. We can show you what kind of camera shots we have in just a moment here once our producers.
But it's important to note that it's 9 miles from the South Mineral Creek crossing to KT aid stations, 9 miles up and over a big old pass, up and over Putnam Cataract Ridge. So even the front runners are going to take close to 2 hours to do that. And you short of maybe Jamil's camera, if he can get some coverage or so forth, we are in a little bit of a dead zone. The dead zones will start to deteriorate as we have a group in KT. We'll have some cameras in Chapman. Of course, we're going to have our team of Sally and Maggie in Telluride, and we'll have a little bit more going on. But this is part and parcel of a long race like this with some limited access, that we're going to have these periods of time with not a whole lot of cameras out there getting action.
Absolutely. In this direction, the runner separation really is key for our coverage, because what we will do is we will have, certain teams covering, the lead packs, but we'll also have static cams and aid station cams as well. Hopefully, I don't know exactly where everybody is positioned, but as we go through the day, AGW and I are here for the next few hours, of course. Our other coverage teams will be coming in as well, Corinne Shalvoy and Jeff Browning. But trust me, we love to talk to you. We love to have you hear our voices. We prefer that than you seeing our faces. So.
Absolutely.
But, Bryce, can we actually show them where the runners are headed when all is said and done? No, the outside shot.
And while we're doing that, just to give you an idea of the last time we ran in the clockwise direction, Killian, Francois, Dakota, and Daniel arrived together at KT at 2 hours and 16 minutes elapsed. We're at 1 hour and 30 minutes. So it's likely that the lead pack is descending off Cataract Ridge into the KT aid station, mile 11 and a half. But still probably 45 minutes away from there. I suspect Shad and Mael might go up the trail a little bit, but it's a pretty steep grind if they're going in that direction out of there into the KT.
Emily was asking about wanting to hear more about how the Feed is supporting the race this year. They are one of our platinum sponsors. Also, Corinne Shalvoy, when she's in here later, is closely associated with the Feed, and will definitely be able to expand upon that. I don't want to misspeak or say anything out of turn, but as you can see, we tilted the camera up ever so slightly. You can see the streets of Silverton at the Rock. Of course, you can see right there, that is the Silverton Gymnasium, where runners will be heading in for a bite to eat after all is said and done. Mm-hmm. They'll set up a medical station on the right-hand side of your view there. The left-hand side will become a store that opens up in a couple hours here. And this is a long race for a 100-miler. I mean, 48 hours is the cutoff here. Mm-hmm. It is one of the longer cutoffs in American 100-milers. And
about 30% of the finishers in the last since COVID, in the last 3 years, about 40% of the finishers have finished in the last 3 hours of the race. That's a very interesting stat. So from 45 hours to 48. About 40% of the finishers combined over the past 3 runnings have finished in that final 3 hours. Folks are interested perhaps in knowing how Cam Traverse, KT, got its name.
I was actually, yes.
Uli Cam is a 10-time Hard Rock finisher. He was known for walking the course. He's an ultra walker. And he finished the race 10 times. And in late 90s, there was a reroute necessary around Telluride up and over Oscars. And so they needed to take some miles off the course on this end. And Uli Cam came out in the spring and over a couple of months found a reroute that basically traversed the area between the base of Grant Swamp Pass and the current site of the aid station, which is right at the edge of a creek crossing, and it became known as Cam Traverse. It was added to the course the next year, and it's part of Uli Cam's legacy here at Hard Rock.
We do have a pin to the runner tracking at the top of the page. Just kind of looking at it on my own in the way too early stages of trying to figure things out. It looks like Francois is out in front, followed by Ludo Pomerat and Speedy Passos, Diego Passos. On the women's side, Courtney DeWalter, Katarina Harmuth, and I believe our third place woman is Camille Bruya.
There she is. Yep.
So that's what we're looking at right now. But I do want to stress that, number one, as I've mentioned in the chat, the trackers are set very specifically to ping every 4 minutes. I think it's probably a battery-saving feature because these runners are going to be out there for multiple days, first of all. Second of all, while the runners are set to ping every 4 minutes, it doesn't necessarily mean that ping is going to be picked up by, the satellites that are overhead. Dale did his best during the pre-race meeting to stress the fact that the shoulder, like the utmost, point on your body, outside of your head, is where you want to have your tracker just to have the most accurate tracking. But this is what we're at right now. And also, as the field starts to spread out a little bit, it'll be much easier to read, because if you go to the runner tracking that is pinned, it is a jumble of names and different colored tags for these runners for right now.
Folks interested in the in Courtney's split last time in 2022, last time clockwise direction when she set the clockwise women's course record at 26:44. She arrived at KT, and there's our first camera shot from KT. Cam Traverse, as I was just letting you know about.
Beautiful.
She arrived there at 2:29 elapsed, so she was 20 minutes behind that lead pack of Killian, Francois, Dakota, and Daniel back then. So just to give you a ballpark idea, we're at 1:35 into the race. This camera shot is good. The runners will come up that double track road and hit the aid station and then go off to the right. And beginning the at first gradual and then steep climb up and over Grant Swamp Pass. Looks like a bright sunny day out there. The aid station crew getting set up.
That's Mael in front, isn't it? I think it's a bit of a bright shot, but yeah, that is. This is my first viewing of KT because when we were covering the race last year during my shifts on, we were at night, and I've never been out there myself personally. Oh, there's Mael right there.
There's Mael.
And this is a quite remote area, and also surrounded on all sides by pretty steep physical features.
Looks like Brian Powell.
Yeah.
He's going to be covering the race. Megan is not letting him go too far from home this year, which is probably smart. And I think Dan Ryan is out there too. We saw a little shot of him, but Brian Powell, I Run Far, he's covering the race for I Run Far. So
Brian definitely not taking much time off, because I did see him out at Michigan Bluff last weekend at a couple weeks ago at another event.
That's
so,
right.
Cool. Thank you, folks, for those that are donating to the Hardrock 100. As we mentioned, these donations will partially go to the infrastructure of the Hard Rock, as well as allow them to provide scholarships for local students here in Silverton. Currently, we're at $199. So thank you very much to those who have donated so far. And if you're thinking about it, we would genuinely appreciate it. So. We are still in the very formative, way too early stages of the Hardrock 100. And yeah, it looks like I'm trying to get clarification on whether our tracking system is keeping up with these runners as they make their way to KT Aid. You can just sit and look at Brian here this morning.
Indeed. Runners come out of those trees. This is a good shot.
And yeah, we're hoping to catch some of them here sooner rather than later.
Come down that little creek bed there, up across the meadow and into the aid station.
Yeah, Kingsley, Courtney did not do Western States this year. So this is, I believe, her second 100-miler of the year, having done Ultra Trail Mount Fuji early on, winning the women's race and finishing third overall. In a photo finish, basically, between the second and third place overall runners. And that's one of those things we're going to be following here. Whether or not, as our godsend Summer is bringing us coffee into the studio, whether or not Courtney is going to, finish on the overall podium or potentially win the race outright. There are people, I spoke with Pam Reed, her husband was saying that he truly believes that Courtney is due for an outright Hard Rock win, which would be an amazing thing to witness. Even still, if Courtney finishes in the top 3 overall, that's still astounding. She was the top American finisher overall last year. Behind a stout European contingent that had a great year led by Aurelia and Danan Payaz. So. We don't know what we're going to see here, but the conditions, in my mind, and you correct me if I'm wrong, seem pretty favorable to this point.
Yeah, I think there's a couple variables at play with the conditions. Again, super early, but as we were talking about with Jeff Browning yesterday, in the clockwise direction, the first 3 climbs, so the one they're on that they've just completed right now, Putnam Cataract Ridge, Grant Swamp Pass, and Oscars Pass, and even Virginius, the 4th one that takes you up to Kroger's Canteen, are all south facing. South facing exposures on the climb, and therefore get pretty intense sun relatively early in the day. So this could be a hot year in that first half, from the start to Ouray. It could be a hot year. The second variable, and I mentioned this when we were starting, is the potential for thunderstorms. 40 to 50% chance is what I saw in the first forecast this morning. So thunderstorms, you never know. They could be extreme enough that you have to hunker down and so forth. But those are really the only 2 variables. Snow is very minimal this year. Water on the course, there's always water on the course, but no reroutes of note, no real unusual circumstances that would potentially cause a slower time than we might normally expect.
You could see Mael Backhausen on the left-hand side of your screen. Now we just see his shoulder, but Mael is going to be our correspondent at KT Aid here as soon as we're ready to rock with the audio, and as soon as he's got something he wants to share with us. Of course, and folks, we'll do our best to kind of circle back around repeatedly to give people a heads up on certain storylines and certain things that have happened this week. We had 2 notable runners withdraw from the race this week. On the men's side, Zach Miller, and on the women's side, Maggie Guterl. Unfortunately, Maggie had been dealing with a nagging injury for some time and elected to withdraw from the race earlier this week. I am gutted for her, but she definitely still is here in town and going to be part of our coverage. We expect Maggie and Sally McRae. Yeah, I said it. Sally McRae joining us in Telluride. Looks like we've got Mael. We'll have Bryce bring him up, and we'll have a discussion with him here in just a moment.
Yo.
Mael.
Shaking the mic.
Hey.
Wiggling it.
Can you hear me?
Australia's finest.
Can you hear me?
We have stunning visuals.
Yeah,
we just want to hear his amazing voice.
Bryce is going to get it organized here. Thank you for your patience. Just keep hitting it. Reminds me of that great Meineke muffler commercial.
Hey, we can hear you, Mael.
Yes.
Oh, you can hear me? You can hear me from KT. No, you're good.
While they get
Yeah,
the
you're
audio
right.
situated, I want to also pivot to the other significant race withdrawal this week, and that was, of course, Zach Miller. Zach Miller was unfortunately hospitalized with an appendectomy last week, and it just simply didn't have the recovery time that he would have needed to make the race feel comfortable for him to participate. So unfortunately, Zach is not participating. I know that Zach is here in town. I don't know if he's going to stick around for the race. But I know that there's a lot of people who were gutted for him. And
Sorry,
as you
seems like
mentioned
I can
yesterday,
hear you
and
totally
as
fine, but
Corinne
for some
Chalvoy
reason the
mentioned
commentators
yesterday, he
cannot,
was your
so I'm
pre-race pick.
troubleshooting on
I
my
would have had a
end.
hard time trying to determine whether or not he'd be mine, but he was definitely going to be in my top two.
Oh, yeah.
No matter how I shook it out. Zach, of course, had a legendary run at UTMB last year, finishing second to Jim Walmsley, but pushing Jim in every possible fashion, making him work extremely hard, even 80 miles into the race. But Zach was not able to toe the line this morning. But I can't wait to see whether it be next year or in the years to come when Zach Miller is 100% and able to take his frenetic racing style into the San Juans. We see two of the greats of the game there, Mile Backhausen and Brian Powell. Can we get audio?
Can we get audio? That is the question.
I don't have anything on their end.
Stand by. It is not on your end. It is totally on our end here.
Ronan, we'll get to the audio when we've got it. Thank you. That is KT, as you can see, mile 11.29. They are looking off into the woods like they're expecting somebody to come in here really quick.
It would be way early.
Okay, so we can't hear Mael, so let's just cut to Mael and let them have their discussion, and they can kind of flag us, and then we'll just kind of pivot back to the studio. So, Mael, why don't you take it from here, and we'll work those audios out on our end.
Get back to your sheet.
Okay, as far as I've heard, it sounds like I'm going to take it over from here for a little bit. I can hear you, so you just butt in anytime because I love the sound of your voices. Thanks, AJW. Thanks, Chris. So, yes, as you see, Brian's just a bit camera shy right now, so he's stepped out of the frame. But myself and a whole bunch of amazing crew are standing here right now at KT Aid Station on the Hardrock 100 course for 2024 in the clockwise direction. It's there's a sign over here that says a mile 11.5, and I think AJW said it was like 11.2 something. So I think we're right. It's 11.5 here. You don't go against the aid station crew. So we're standing here in the morning sun, and it's warm. Like the sun is warm right now. It's just gone 7:45 local time here, and it's hot. Yes, I'm standing in a jacket and pants, but I'm hot already under this sun, and I think everyone agrees with me that it's shaping up to be a really warm day. So you can probably see in the distance out there, there's a bunch of trees, that band of trees. Runners will be coming down from there, and then they come down, they cross over the creek, and they come up here to the KT aid station. So yeah, being mile 11.5, they'll probably grab something. It's the first one on the course here this year, and we've got a whole bunch of crew just over there. We're just going to swing the camera around. So there's a whole bunch of volunteers there. Brendan's coming over to us. Hey, look, this is our aid station captain here, Brendan. Hey, Brendan, come over here. Hey, dude.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm good. How's it going?
It's good. We're just getting everything ready, expecting folks to come in the next 20 minutes or so.
Sweet as, man. Hey, so aid station captain, co-captain though, but we're going to call you that captain. Okay, just don't tell the other co-captain. We're on the live stream and we're calling you the captain. But dude, so hey, everyone's got a shirt But I'm most excited about the hats. Why has everyone got a special hat from the aid station?
Yeah, so we were able to use our aid station stipend to buy these gifts for our volunteers. They're made by Evan Harris, who's got a great shop in town. She does these fabric mountain art things, and we got a little custom branding on them too for KT specifically.
Sweet as, man. So how many crew you got here today?
We've got about 18 people here today, setting everything up, helping with timing, working with the media folks.
So yeah, we've noticed that there's 18 people, but 0 coffees coming out of the aid station each set.
We didn't get the espresso machine this year. We asked, but they wouldn't give it to us.
Right. Okay. Cool. No AeroPress.
No AeroPress. No, we are bougie here, so espresso machine only. Maybe in 2025.
Okay. Cool. So we shouldn't expect any coffee before the runners come.
No, sorry guys.
Excellent. Cool. All right. Well, I'm sure there's Coca-Cola or something else to keep us going. But Brendan, how long have you been doing this, man?
This is my first year captaining. I've been volunteering for a couple of years. I've been crewing and pacing since about 2012.
And what's the plan here for the runners today?
Keep moving.
Yeah, it's early days, right? So get them in, get them out.
Get them in, get them out. The front runners always just fill up their bottles and go. Some of them don't even stop. Later, folks will sit down for a while. We've got pancakes for folks that are looking for a little special treat. But yeah, we've got so many volunteers to give that concierge service and just make sure every runner is getting what they need.
Excellent. So no coffee, but pancakes.
No coffee, but pancakes is right.
Okay, that's great to know. That's good to know. We might be here a little bit longer than we planned, so that's good. Hey, dude. So tell us like what's it about Hardrock that gets you to come back?
I think it's the community. I've been coming down for a long time, and one, seeing a lot of the same people over and over again is great. Two, it's a rugged run, and so seeing people out here doing something that's pretty darn challenging is inspiring. So,
yeah, it's pretty gnarly. Have you ever had anyone having to pull out here?
Yeah, a couple of years ago in 2022, we had a few. I think we had one person who had to drop due to a back injury, but typically at this point in this direction, not too many. So we're hoping for none, but hoping for no pullouts at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And what do you think? So, and this is a vastly different aid station when it runs in counterclockwise direction. Like I've heard the setup is much larger. Obviously, you guys are out here for a much longer time. So yeah, really different scene, hey?
Yeah, really different scene. And our team actually swaps every year. So in this direction, we do KT, and then in the counterclockwise direction, they're up at Maggie. And so the Maggie team will come over here in the other direction. And so yeah, it's almost at the end instead of being at the beginning. So we're quick in and out. Runners aren't staying here too long. We're only here half a day instead of 24 hours. Yeah.
Sweet as, man. Well, thanks so much for having us here. Hey, if we're in the way, just yell at us. And yeah, we're just stoked to be here. And thanks heaps for the party.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for being out here.
Cheers, man. Cheers. So, folks, that's Brendan, co-captain here at KT, and the estimated time for the front runners coming through is in another 20 minutes. So it's like 8:10 in the morning local time, which is mountain time here, I believe. And so they'll be probably coming through in the next 20 odd minutes or so. We've got the I Run Far crew here as well. We've probably got more Starlinks than people set up at the moment here as well. So that's great to know, making sure everyone gets their tweets out. But Brian, do you want to come over here? Come over and have a chat. Why not? He's going to put his camera down too. That's big news. He's getting ready for a real injury. So Brian, how you doing? Brian from I Run Far. Brian Powell from I Run Far here.
So, all right, how you doing?
I'm good, man. Hey, is this from New Zealand? This little
Punamu from New Zealand. Yes.
That's cool. Yeah, that's cool. So Brian, how you doing?
Great morning out here in the San Juan Mountains.
This has got to be one of your most favorite days of the year. Probably better than Christmas for you.
It's a pretty spectacular day, or set of days, really. The whole week, before, during, and after the race is special. Like it's really a family coming together, and I've seen that all through the last couple of days. And we'll see in the aid station here. There'll be people who just met or who are already friends, and people who've been friends for 20 years running together out there.
So, mate, I remember last year you ran Hardrock. You took your fishing rod out, and you were planning on catching 5 different species of trout in your race. Is that correct?
Not during the race. I do that on my own fun adventures. I did want to catch a fish during the race, though.
Oh, so just one fish. But did you catch a fish last year?
I couldn't help myself.
You've got to be the first person that ran Hardrock with a fishing rod and caught 3 fish whilst you were out there.
Yeah, most likely. But I now know this year that somebody has a fishing rod station at Sherman, just in case their race goes a little sideways and they've got some time.
And so, how long did it take for you to run the race and catch fish?
Like 7 hours. I don't know the exact time, but we're in that range.
Wow. Yeah, I've got a lot of questions about that. Um, anyway, so let's get a little bit more to the race today. We were chatting before. It's pretty warm, right?
It is warm. I've been looking at the forecast for a couple days now, and it's going to be puke-tastic in Ouray, or coming out of Ouray particularly, the front runners. Hottest part of the day, and even if it's only 85 or 84 degrees on the thermometer, at that elevation with the sun here, it's absolutely brutal.
You've done this race how many times now?
4 times.
And you've done it both directions, obviously. Which one would you prefer to do?
Whichever one wasn't most recent. Whatever's most recent feels like the hardest, honestly. They both have their own challenges. Like this direction, you have the disadvantage of there's a pretty flat stretch in Pole Creek that when it's the other direction, you can run it early on. Late, it's really hard to run. Whereas if you're coming last year's direction, you finish with 3 just tremendously huge climbs. So they both have their challenges, but they're beautiful in their own right. So
Yeah.
both are awesome.
Yeah, sweet. And so with the race today, people can follow along with you guys as they have been able to do for many years now, and that's on the iRunFar Twitter.
Correct. Yep.
And you are following. You generally do the top 10 men, top 10 female at every aid station.
Usually, yeah. At Hard Rock, we might cut that down to 5 for a couple aid stations just for logistics reasons. But yes.
Yeah. And then what are you most excited about for this race? What's your thoughts on the predictions and all of that?
I mean, this year, I mean, it'll be fun to see Courtney run this fresh with a lot of experience on this course now. Like, it's possible that she sets her 3rd straight course record on this course. So, and then to see the men's race is really wide open with Zach not able to run. Francois looks dominant because he has 2 of the 3 fastest times ever here, but he comes in injured and not in his peak fitness. So, can somebody like Ludovic Pomeray show his mastery and defiance of age and take the win?
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty exciting. And is there anything that you're like looking forward to this year that you haven't seen out here in the San Juans? Like, is there someone that's come out here that you're really interested in following along for the race, or is there anything that plays out that you haven't seen before?
I mean, it's kind of fun. There's a bunch of with the Dale's picks. There's a couple top runners who are making their first time, and some might have not have been putting in for years. But Diego Pazos has been putting in for years and years, and he's a top runner, and he finally gets to show up here, like as people throughout the pack do. Like it's really special to see those folks who've tried for years and finally get in and hopefully not just have good races, like to get the most out of themselves, but to really find joy and like soak up all this course has to offer and all this race experience has to offer.
So, dude, you're a Silverton local,
Yes.
right? What do you do the day after you finish a hard rock in Silverton?
As a runner?
Just as a human, just as a human.
I finally go spend some time in my backyard, which just go relax, which is kind of nice. It's a busy, whether you're running the race or covering it, it's a busy couple weeks leading up to it. And it's nice just to, this is a paradise. And sometimes we can take it for granted, just running around doing stuff and sitting back on Sunday afternoon, having a beer in the backyard is a highlight.
Sweet as, man. Well, I hope to see you at the after party, at the specific VIP after party here. But Brian, thanks so much, man. Good luck this week. Yeah, we really appreciate your time and everything you do for the sport, man. So yeah, if you can get in front of the camera at any other point today, we'd love to see you.
All right, I'll be out there.
Cheers, man.
Take care.
So yeah, Brian Powell, Iron Far. It's getting hot. Like I'm about to take off this jacket because the sun is beaten down. We've got probably about 15 odd minutes before the leaders come through here at KT. It's a bright day. I think there's going to be a lot of people wearing a lot of sunglasses and probably getting a lot of sunscreen out today because it's really heating up. But share, folks, beautiful part of the world. Beautiful part of the world. Can you hear us now in the studio? We sorted out that audio. Still not. Excellent. That's great. I can just talk all day, really. That's fine. So yeah, I I think out here it's pretty sweet to see a whole bunch of crew that's come out here early. As Brendan was saying before, it's a super minimal setup here for the race this year. There's only a couple of tents. If Shad wants to throw the camera over to the crew over there, you can see it's a pretty minimal setup this year because as we've said before, it's early stages in the race, 11.5 miles. So generally runners will come in. Brendan also mentioned that some of the front runners may not even grab anything here. They'll just blast on through. So it'll be cool to see how that unfolds today. See what happens when the front runners come through and then everyone else. But typically, after the front runners come through, most people will do and grab a few things because they started at 6 a.m. local time today. So it's just coming up to 2 hours elapsed in the race. So it's going to be interesting to see how everyone's faring so far. From what I've been told, the course and the descent from the top up there, if you guys can see it in the background, the descent from there can get pretty technical, pretty steep early on, and then it peters out as it comes down into the forest. So it's a pretty gnarly little descent off the top there. But yeah, beautiful day here. There's a couple of clouds in the sky, but in all, it's a pretty bluebird day, and there's going to be a lot of exposure out here today for all of these runners. And yeah, it's going to be one hell of a show that we're all looking forward to seeing. But we've got the timing crew set up. They're going to be checking everyone as they come through. We've got Iron Fire, as we mentioned before. They're here. They're going to be grabbing as many people as they can coming through. And yeah, we're all kind of just poised and ready to see the action as it unfolds when the front runners come through this forest down below us. So yeah, we hope everything's good in the studio. We hope the start was good and everyone enjoyed that. It's going to be a long weekend, really. We're going to be hanging out with everyone until Sunday, till that infamous golden hour at Hard Rock in the streets of Silverton. So yeah, settle in. And yeah, if anyone has that espresso machine, we are looking to place our orders at any one time. So just let us know on the chat. Let us know in the comments if any could get delivered out to KT. Although we don't want too many people coming out here. Small road, small part of the world. We don't have too much space, but we just need good vibes out here and an espresso machine.
All right, thanks, Mael. Mael and Shad out in the field. I do love these visuals. One thing that he said, AJW, caught my ear, and it's the fact that the runners actually have to go out there. What you're seeing right now?
No, they're coming in from there.
Oh, they're coming in from there. I'm like, oh wow.
You can see the trail a little bit on that shot, but they're coming out of that forest. They're coming down from that the part on the left you see in the background.
Okay.
Coming down off Cataract, Porcupine Cataract. So folks asking about potential times here. We've hit the 2-hour mark. Back the last time in 2022 when the runners went this direction last time, a group with Killian, Francois, Dakota, and Daniel Jung hit KT in 2:16, so about 16 minutes from now. Jeff Browning was about 15 minutes later, and Courtney DeWalter was first woman that year in 2:36. So given that, and given the conditions are relatively benign, I would expect something somewhat similar. So certainly within the next 30 to 35 minutes, we'll probably see, the first 5 to 7 runners come in. They pop out of that forest. There's a little creek they have to cross down there at the bottom, and then kind of a steep sort of hike run up the embankment to where the aid station is on that small little 1-lane road. From here, once they leave KT, it's a little bit of a flat on the on that little double track, and then they begin the climb proper up to Grant Swamp Pass by Island Lake, the iconic Island Lake. People are asking too a little bit if folks are in the area and interested in getting out to, for example, Telluride, which is mile 28. Back in 2022, that same crew of Killian, Francois, Dakota hit Telluride at about 5.5 hours. So that would be, what would that be, 11:30 in Telluride?
Sounds about right, yeah.
And so if you're interested in going to check that out, we have a team out there. We have a team in Chapman also, don't we?
Yeah, we'll
Chapman
have
slash
team at
Ophir.
Chapman. We will have a team at Telluride. Yeah. So I was speaking a little bit earlier, and I'm going to circle back around here while we anxiously await runners coming to KT, which is still probably going to be, sounds like 10, 15 minutes potentially. But if you want to spectate this race, there are a couple of key places that you can do it without being in the way, and one of them is Telluride. Telluride, of course, famous ski town, gorgeous place. The Bridal Veil Falls backing up against the San Juan, just absolutely stunning. I highly recommend going there. Just make sure you bring your bank card and your wallet. But Mountain Village as well, great area. There's plenty of area to park there. There's plenty of area to grab a bite to eat, and the aid station is set up so that you actually do have some room that you can kind of observe. But in my personal opinion, the best place to spectate the race anywhere on the course, if you've got no skin in the game, is Ouray.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Ouray is set up perfectly. The aid station is in a park right just on the edge of the quote central downtown area, as it were. And there's a water park, a hot spring-fed water park right across the way. So if you've got kids, you can kind of just send them off over there to do their thing, and which is, speaking for personal experience, and then you can head over to the Ouray Aid, and they've got, obviously the crews and the runners take precedent, but there's a couple of dozen areas to sit over their picnic tables. You can bring your own chairs and kind of take in the action. Of course, Ouray, the Switzerland of America, by some. It's a great place to really catch the atmosphere of hard rock. The runners at that point are typically about halfway through. I think this year they're going to be 43 miles in when they hit Ouray. But that's the best place to spectate in my mind, because then when you're done seeing your runners of interest, then you can head right up the street to Maggie's and have yourself a great burger, some onion rings. Gotta try the onion rings, and then and then you can go to other spots on the course, but it's not really recommended, because once you get to the off-roading section, especially the Animas Forks, Cunningham Gulch. I guess Cunningham Gulch wouldn't be too bad. You just respect the race and park as far out as you can and hike it in. But the two places of note that I think that are fairly easy to spectate would be Telluride and Ouray. And on a personal level, I don't go to Telluride because it is 2 hours here.
It's a big drive.
Yeah,
it's a big drive.
But
whereas Ouray is a relatively 45 minutes or so. When
exactly.
Yeah. Another thing about Ouray, just again, that front pack back the last time we went clockwise in 22, got there around 2:30 in the afternoon. So it's actually a wonderful place to while away the afternoon. Courtney got there at about 3:45, and you see runners going all through the night. I think the aid station stays open all the way until 8 o'clock the next morning, is Saturday morning, mile 43 in Ouray.
Yeah, I'll be keeping eyes out for the runners to get into the KT.
Hey, Jacob here. Is
Hi.
Chapman running?
Hey.
The Curry brothers are running?
Yeah, the Curry brothers are running.
Yeah.
Awesome show.
Thank you. One of our viewers wanted to come and say
Just
hi.
come right in the studio, say hi.
We're open access pretty much here. I mean, all you got to do is walk up the stairs and just go walk past the bathroom here, and we're glad to say hi to anybody that wants to hear what we're doing. So.
Again, this shot is at the KT aid station. If you're just jumping in 11.5 miles, you can see the trail in the foreground there. It comes in from the forest on the left, a relatively precipitous descent, actually, off of Porcupine Cataract Pass. They only get into the trees with about a mile to go. The rest of it is above tree line. KT is still higher than Silverton. KT sits at about 10.6, so they're not dropping as nearly as far as they came up from Silverton, and then they'll in relatively short order begin the climb up to Grant Swamp, which is the first time they exceed 13,000 feet in Hardrock.
Yeah, they really don't actually return below 10,000 feet in the first half of the race, with two glaring exceptions, those being Telluride and Ouray itself. So those are the only spots. And think about that. If you're not acclimated, if you're training, whether you're like a Chris Twigg coming from Florida or a Tara Dower who came out here 5 weeks in advance to prep her body for this high elevation, you're at 10,000 feet. And I think that, having come up here every so often, for the last few years, take it for granted, because when, I was out hiking some of the course, doing some recon out in the Ouray area yesterday, so I could get a feel for the Bear Creek region of the race. My son and I were hiking, and he was asking, I wonder how high we are. And I said, actually, we're, quote, only at 9,000 feet because Ouray starts out so much lower. And then it just kind of hit me. I said, only 9,000 feet. That's still unbelievably high compared to, much of the United States and much of our audience.
One of the amazing things, too, Telluride is at 8,750, and you have about a 4,500-foot descent into Telluride off of Oscar's Pass. So we're getting ahead of ourselves. We're not nearly there yet, but Telluride's at mile 28. But it's a quad-busting descent, and you're still at 8,750 when you get there. Incredible.
Yeah. Yeah, the two main aid stations, or the two major accessible aid stations in the first half being Telluride and Ouray, they both come off of very steep descents. Of course, Ouray coming off Campbell Road, and I remember 2 years ago watching as Killian, Dakota, and Francois came in together, like in tandem, and it was a pretty amazing thing to witness. And to be honest, Dakota looked like $1 million, Killian looked like $1 million, and Francois looked like he was not having a lot of fun. But he also felt like, from what I visualized, he looked like he felt like he just needed to hang on to them until he was ready to potentially make his move. Of course, later in that 2022 race, the last time it was in this direction, Dakota Jones actually made a significant move after Ouray, putting some comfort, some distance between himself and Killian and Francois, and of course giving it back later in the race. But as Jeff Browning, after that race, he was so excited to talk about it, and he mentioned that in some events you only have one match to burn, and you have to pick when to do it. And Dakota picked it a little bit early. We don't know if we'll see that kind of situation this year with our front running men being Diego, Ludo, Francois again, Schlarb. Is one of those guys? First of all, are they going to come in together into Ouray, into Telluride, and at what point does one of them decide to take that risk and try and separate?
Well, and we've seen that strategy in this direction before. Ouray is the lowest point on the course, and leaving Ouray, you've got a 5,000-foot climb up to Engineer Pass on the Bear Creek Trail for a little while, and then crossing Uncle Creek, and then straight up to the Engineer Aid Station. And even when you get to the Engineer Aid Station, you still have 1,000 feet to the actual Engineer Pass. And that 5,000-foot climb is a place where, over the years, again, in the clockwise direction, you've seen people kind of make that move, attempt to make that move, see where the competition is. I remember the year Hal Kerner won it in this direction. He did a screaming descent down Camp Bird Road, which is 7 miles from the Governor Aid Station to Ouray, opened about a 2-minute lead, and then just continued to open it on the climb up from Ouray to Engineer. So it could be that happens this year. It could be that they hang together. That move by Dakota was a really strong one. I think it was probably, like you said, maybe a little bit too early, and he got reeled back in up and over Handies.
You mentioned Hal Kerner in his 2020 or 2012 win. Of course, Hal Kerner, the last person to win without the use of trekking poles.
That's right.
Yeah, it's like ancient history at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting to be here in like 07, 08, 09, and trekking poles were very much in the minority. I remember running it in 2009, and of the group that was in the sort of first 10 in the race, the only one who had trekking poles was Jared Campbell, and he knew how to use them then, and he certainly still knows how to use them now. Jared is a 10-time finisher here, of course, a 4-time Barkley finisher, perhaps one of the most talented and has had some of the most incredible longevity of just about any North American trail and ultra runner.
Yeah, Heath Bell, if you know, you know, asking, because I mentioned that Aid Station Fireball is chilling out in Ouray this morning, and asked if he was taking in those springs. And I do believe that he was at some of the springs a little bit earlier this week, but we'll just leave the rest to the imagination.
You can see Mael getting ready again.
I saw, and now while we've got a bit of a break in our coverage, actually, no, if we're going to go to Mael, why don't we do that? And
it looks like Mael might be ready to chat with Dan Ryan.
Yeah,
why would
sounds
you want to
right.
do that?
Yeah.
Dan Ryan, the social media director
Oh,
for
we've got a runner.
Hardrock, as
Got a
well
runner.
as the host of the
That's
Hardrock
Ludwig.
podcast. Of course, just kidding. We adore Dan Ryan.
There we go.
Oh,
Yeah,
we got runners.
We've got a runner coming through, folks.
That's Ludo.
We've got Ludwig Pomeray
Ludo
and Francois.
Pomeray, the first runner on this descent through the thicket. Francois, just a couple meters behind him. Again, they traverse a little creek here and go up the creek bank to the aid station.
How are they looking versus previous? It looks like Killian, when setting the course record, was in at 2:16. We're currently at about
they're a couple minutes ahead of that. I think that's Speedy.
Diego Pazos. Yes.
Yeah, that's
Diego.
That's Speedy there in the white with the lime green or neon green base layer. Speedy from France. Truly, Diego Pazos, a very vibrant personality. So,
and he's from France, you said?
Spain.
Oh, Spain.
He's Spain by way of Switzerland, I believe.
Okay, so we've got 2 French runners and a Spanish runner as the first 3 into KT currently. They're on their way up that creek bed, I would guess, right now.
Are we going to go to Mael's audio here?
Yeah.
Or?
We can go to my audio.
Let's bow out and let Mael and Shad and Dan tell the story here from KT.
Yeah, morning, folks. Thanks a lot for that. Throwing us over here to KT, mile 11.5. Thanks a lot, AJ and Chris. You are right. Ludwig Pomeray, Francois Dehaene, and Diego Pazos are coming up to the aid station right now. They've just crossed the creek. They've got a little climb up to the aid station, so we've got a great view of them as they hike up this section here. France, and Switzerland. I believe Diego is running on Switzerland as opposed to Spain, but let's check that on the old tracker. So yeah, these guys are hiking up this small little climb here. I think that's pretty clear that they're taking it as it comes, hiking everything. Francois has got his poles out, but the other 2 do not. There's a bit of chat, a few smiles. Everyone's cruising here. Looks like Ludo's got his bottles out, and he's probably going to get a bit of a refill as they head over to the aid station where the fuel is. They just do a little dog leg out to the actual aid station, and then they head back down along the road to the course. So they just do a little out and back here. Ludo just fills up, and he's out now. He's got a bit of powder in his bottles. Let's go, Ludo. Allez, allez, allez. So Ludo is in and out, just fills up one bottle. Francois is filling up a bottle as well. So is Diego. I think Francois has actually filled up 2 bottles, and then he's bumping on through. And Diego is just in there grabbing a bottle too. So it just looks like they're filling up here, and then they're on the way. Hey, man. Come on. So Francois is out as well. Only 20 seconds behind Ludo, and then Speedy's going through too. Let's go, man. Ale. Have fun, brother. So Speedy's going through as well. And yeah, these guys are basically together. There's about 20 seconds separating Ludo and Francois, and then there's only 5 seconds between Francois and Speedy as they head through mile 11.5. So the international representation coming through KT at a mile 11.5 in the 2024 Hardrock 100. Those gentlemen look like they're pretty composed. There's smiles going around too. They all look happy. I think after speaking with a few of those guys earlier this week, they're all pretty excited to be back to this part of the world and to be in this race again. So I wouldn't say they're necessarily working together. They all came into the aid station like separately. They weren't coming down that last descent together. They were definitely separate. And they were, and it looks like they're working independently as they leave the aid station, but all very close. Obviously, everyone's in sight. We look like Jason Slab is coming down into the creek crossing right now, and then he'll be making his way up the short climb right into the aid station. So this would be the first American runner of the race. Jason Slab, previous winner. I believe he won hand in hand, right, with Killian that year. So I know that you guys in the studio will be able to confirm that, but he's coming on through. Oh, yep. We've got a vehicle coming through the aid station now too. So I'm just going to safety get everyone out of the way. But we'll be able to see Jason Saab come through this aid station in the next couple of minutes, which will be cool to see. And so just an update, I guess, what we saw the top 3 guys come through, they all filled up an extra bottle. Some of them had powder in the bottle already, and then they topped it up with water. And then the others just had water straight into the bottle. So all filled up a fresh 500 ml and then headed out. But that was all that they really did in the aid stations. So yeah, we've got Jason coming up this climb just now. I'm not sure exactly what. Oh yeah. So he might be out of vision right now, but he'll pop up onto the road in just a moment. We haven't seen anyone else pop out of the trees yet. So the front 3 gentlemen are quite clear of Jason right now. They're a few minutes up. I'm sure the crew in the studio will be able to give exact timing on that. But Jason is popping up here. First American runner.
Basin, welcome.
Previous winner, as you guys just mentioned before. Lots of smiles and some high fives going around. Number 207 today. So yeah, Jason is grabbing a flask of tailwind as he heads into the aid station. I'm sure you guys have a visual of that. So just grab some.
Wow, I didn't realize they were getting so big.
And he's grabbing another flask too of tailwind. So it's a double bottle there. I believe you folks said that last time in this direction they came through, the leaders came through in 2 hours 16, and Jason's just popped in 2 hours 20. So he's moving well, looking good. Filled up 2 flasks, and I think Jason's gonna get on his way. Let's go, man. Have a good day out there, hey? It's looking good. It's definitely warm out there, folks. Jason is looking. I don't know how else you describe it. He's looking very sweaty. Yeah, he's definitely covered in water. And we've got Jason leaving the aid station as Courtney has popped out of the trees on the far side of the creek. She is now coming down the descent down into the creek crossing. So our first female, fifth place overall. And she's just shooting down here, looking good, moving well. So coming into this creek crossing, which then pops her straight up onto the small climb to the KT aid station. So this is Courtney DeWalter leading the women's race and coming down to the creek crossing. So we'll get a timing check on how she goes getting into this aid station. But I would say that she's definitely quite a few minutes clear of her course record time coming into this aid station the last time they ran in this direction. As she crossed the creek there, I'm not sure if you had any visual of that, folks, but she definitely was grabbing some water from the creek and splashing it on herself. So using that water to cool herself down because it is quite warm. As I said just then, Jason Slav definitely looked pretty sweaty coming out of KT. So yeah, lead woman, Courtney DeWalter coming through mile 11.5 here at KT aid station and hiking up this small climb to the aid station just now. Looking very bright in the bright yellow t-shirt. So I'm sure a lot of people are going to be looking out for that bright yellow t-shirt all day today. Yeah, head down, marching up the climb. I think you folks may have lost just a little bit of a visual of that just now, but she'll be popping up, and yeah, there's a lot of cheers for Courtney as she comes into this aid station. Big shout out to all the volunteers out here this year at the Hardrock 100. Huge amount of people putting in a lot of time. Chris and I had a chat with one of the aid station captains, Julie, the other day, and Chris calculated on the fly that there was a total of 2,100 volunteer hours at that aid station over the weekend. So yeah, thousands and thousands of volunteer hours going above and beyond here. So big shout out to all the volunteers as Courtney pops into the aid station here at KT, mile 11.5, and I'm sure you guys will be able to get a visual in just a moment of that. And yeah, looking good. I'm sure she's going to be full of smiles as she always is. But fifth overall, leading the women's race. Courtney's coming into the aid station just now. So Courtney is just grabbing some water at the aid station. She's got 2 empty flasks right there. One is just empty, no powder in it. The other one has got some powder ready to go. So yeah, Courtney's just grabbing 2 flasks up now, and then she's gonna be heading out of that aid station, I would say, in the next 10 seconds, really. Yeah, she's looking good. Lots of support for her. So grabbing 2 flasks, and then she's on her way. Let's go, Court. Have a great day. Let's go. And that's it. 5th place. Female leader, Courtney DeWalter, pops in and out of the KT aid station, grabs 2 soft flasks of liquid, one with water and the other one with water, but it had some powder in the bottom of it. So that's proven to be a bit of a trend here. Everyone's grabbing a refill, and some of them have just the powder in the bottle. So they've obviously got whatever it is, electrolyte and some calories in there. So that's it. Top 5 are through. I believe I heard folks say in the studio just before that she came through this aid station last time in this direction at about 2 hours 32 minutes elapsed. Correct me if I'm wrong. So she has come in and out in about 2 hours and 24 minutes elapsed this year. So so I would say that she's definitely moving well and in a position that she's intentionally put herself into. So 5th place overall and looking pretty solid. We've got another runner coming down the creek now, down the far side of the creek, down the descent, and he's going to pop over the river right now. I dare say that might even be 2nd place female. Yeah, this might be 2nd place female.
Looks like we lost the feed from Shad's cam. We'll see if we can get that back here real quick. Um, we thank you to Mael for being out there to catch the lead of the men's and women's races. We're going to get back there as soon as we can because it sounds like we've got some more runners coming in. But the news of the day so far: Ludo, Francois, Diego, Schlarb, your 1, 2, 3, 4, all in short order. Ludo, Francois, and Diego coming in together at about 2:16, right on Killian's course pace. Course record pace. Jason Schlarb, 2016 co-champion, coming in a few minutes later at 2:19. I had to say, Schlarb is looking lean and mean this year.
He is.
He looks
He's
like
looking real lean.
Great shape. Of course, he was a part of our Run Rabbit Run broadcast, but
and Courtney threw a good 12 minutes ahead of her course record pace of clockwise from 2022. She ran 2:36 to KT that year. And got there this year at 2:24.
The amazing thing about Courtney, oh, there we go. Awesome. Okay. If we can get, that is Katerina right there, I believe, coming in second.
Oh, we got 4 runners.
Yeah, that's pretty sure that's Katerina. I believe I saw out of the corner of my eye that might have been. I'm not sure who that
Camille?
I thought it was, yeah, that might be Camille right there. Camille Bruya.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, folks, if you could hear me, yes, that is confirmed. That is Camille Bria coming through as well. So second and third place. Hey, folks, I'm not sure what audio we're going with right now. But yeah, cool. All right. Well, yes, thanks, folks. Yeah, second and third female coming in right now. Katerina and also Camille coming through. So, sorry, Katerina is from Switzerland. She's popping in, getting filled up with some jugs. And Camille is also coming in right now too. Camille Bria from France. So, Katerina is just popping out. Had 2 flasks filled up and grabs the poles and go away. Great work. Awesome stuff. And she is in and out of the aid station in second place, Katrina. And also, Camille is just grabbing a refill of a couple of bottles there. And then we'll be shooting out of this aid station, no doubt. They came through with 2 other gentlemen in the race. So they are currently in 6th place overall and 7th place overall. And then they'll be rolling through. Great work, Camille. Good stuff. Good job. So that's it, folks. The top 3 females have come in and out of the KTA station at mile 11.5. So Courtney's a Walter, Katerina, and then Camille. 1, 2, 3. There's definitely Courtney's obviously got a decent gap. I think it's probably about 6 minutes on that. And then we roll through with Katerina and Camille heading out of the aid station about 30 seconds apart. And it looks like we've got 2 other gentlemen right now in the aid station, and they're definitely taking a little bit more time getting what they need, getting filled up, having a couple of little cups of water there as well as filling up. But yeah, interestingly, everyone in that top group really just came in, filled 1 bottle or 2, and then they headed out of the aid station. Didn't really grab anything from the aid station proper, like no food or anything like that. Just got a refill and then shot out. So I've had the top. So these 2 gentlemen right now are heading out and looking good. Nice work, folks. Great stuff. Keep it up, man. looking mean, looking stoked. Everyone's coming through, looking pretty hot, that's for sure. So it's just gone 8:30 in the morning here, and let's go, man. Great stuff. So it's just gone 8:30 in the morning here, but it is warm, and every runner that's coming through here is looking like they are definitely. I would say that definitely looks like they're cooking for this time of the morning. Um, but all pretty cool, calm and collected. No one is spending a lot of time here. That's no surprise, I don't think, but everyone is popping in and out pretty quickly into this aid station. I think everyone's probably taking as long as it takes to fill up a bottle or two. Give it 60 seconds, maybe not even, and then they shooting out of here. But yeah, looks like. I mean, it's early days. The runners have been going now for just over 2.5 hours, so nothing surprising coming through this part of the race. And it looks like there's still a lot of smiles out there, which is good to see. No one's got a frown on just yet. And we have another couple of runners shooting down the backside of the far side of that creek just now, which is a small descent, an exposed descent as they come out of the forest, which is part of a much larger descent that they've been a part of as they come down into this creek crossing, and then they pop into the KT aid station after a small climb out. And we'll get some visual of who they are, more of a close up in a few minutes. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see what folks out there in the wider world are thinking of the race as it unfolds. I can't imagine there's too many surprises as we stand here at mile 11.5 into the race. I think it's all as to be expected with the front runners that have come through. I think it's going to be interesting to see how that race unfolds. I believe the top three women are definitely in the top 10 overall. I would even say that they are placed in 5, 6, and 7. I don't believe there's any men in between the top three women to separate them outside of that, out in the difference in that top 10. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that unfolds. I know that Chris and I were chatting to a lot of people this week leading into the race, and it was really interesting to get some stats on how well how high and how consistent the finishing rate is for the females in this race. So they definitely have a strength in being able to pace themselves well and manage themselves over this 100-mile distance. And so it's going to be really interesting to see if the top three women, particularly, how they have been able to manage themselves in this early part to then see what happens later on in the piece. Because as we know, some people don't pace and manage themselves all that well sometimes in 100-mile races. That's just the nature of the beast. So we'll see how it all unfolds, but it's very exciting. And here we go. Yes, we've got a couple more runners coming up to the KT aid station right now. Paul Terranova is coming up the climb, and he's about to shoot into that aid station. We're number 2. Yeah, Paul Terranova. We're number 2 today out here in the Hardrock 100. He's looking pretty good. Getting a bit of assistance there. Aid station volunteer holding the poles, and then he's just going to go get himself sorted out. So Paul is as well. Filling up one flask just with water and another flask that has some powder in it that's also getting a refill of water. Looks like a pretty similar strategy for most people in the early part of this race with regards to what they're grabbing at this aid station, and then they'll be kicking on their way. Pretty, as Brendan mentioned before, there's a really solid crew of people here helping out, and really good ratio of runners to the crew. Hey, nice work, man. Keep it up. Good stuff, Paul. Apologies, folks. I don't have everyone's name as they pop through this aid station. I have not got Nice work, man. Great stuff. This is Andy shooting on through. I don't have the live timing available right now. It's not really working for me, but sure everyone can shoot it onto the website, Hardrock 100 website, and get a link to the right timings on everything there. Yeah, so that was just Paul Terranova coming through, and also Andy Vermillier from Castleton in Vermont. Those two gentlemen just shot through in 11th and 12th overall, 8th and 9th place in the male category of the race today. So yeah, just to confirm that, we had first place Ludovic Pomeray come through in first, then followed by Francois Dehaene, then Diego Pazos coming through in third. Those gentlemen are basically together, but there is a little bit of a gap separating them all. So they're not necessarily running exactly together. Then Jason Slab came through in fourth place overall, and followed by Courtney DeWalter, who was coming in fifth place overall. Then Katerina Hartmuth, that she was sixth overall. Then Camille Bruaz, she was coming through in seventh overall. Then after that, Jeff Rome popped through, Luke J, Lauren Davies, and Paul Terranova, Andy Vermillier. So that is the top 12 people that have popped through this aid station, KT, at mile 11.5. We don't have a reading exactly who's popping through right now, but it does look like it is our fourth place female of the race at the moment. So, and we'll be able to confirm that. But I think that might be Tara Dower coming through in fourth overall into 11.5 at the KTA station here. Sun's out. Vibes are high. Everyone's doing pretty good. So, yeah, this should be Tara Dower. We did a pre-race interview with her yesterday. You can go onto the Mountain Outpost YouTube and check that out. But, yeah, Tara's just pretty stoked to be out here. And yeah, she was in really good form, really good spirits yesterday. So fourth place female Tara is coming into the aid station just now. And like most people, yep, hands over 2 empty flasks and we'll get those filled up. She is heading into the aid station, which not a lot of people have, but yeah, this is awesome. Tara's heading into the aid station, making the most of the buffet that is in there. She's grabbing a few solid things to eat, which is something that a lot of other people have not done, but it's not a bad plan, not a bad idea. So she's in there, grab a couple of things to eat. While she's done that, the amazing volunteers here have filled up a couple of bottles, and she's about to make her way back out of this aid station in fourth overall. No, sorry, not fourth overall, fourth place female, and she'll be 13th overall. So that's a nice work, Tara. Good stuff. Straight ahead. Right on it. Early days here, folks. Yeah, I think Chris just mentioned that she was. I think it was just mentioned that she was not far off. She was only a couple minutes back off Courtney's time from the last time they ran this direction. So 2 years ago, she was just high, or the conditions are slightly different to 2 years ago that would allow them to move that little bit faster, or if the pace is just up because they're intentionally trying to get after it and get after that just that faster pace and want to get this loop. So I think that was 4 minutes off that Tara came through this aid station back off Courtney's record time from this direction last 2 years ago. Just a little shout out, folks, to Sunto, who have been the presenting partner of this live stream this year. So thank you, Sunto, for making that happen today. Very much appreciated. So anyone wants to give him a bit of love on the chat, make sure you do. And yeah, it'd be cool to get a read on who else is out there watching the live stream, where you're dialing in from, what's happening out there. It'd be cool to get a bit of a feel for who's watching on the live stream. So heading through the first aid station here, it's a pretty even split with regards to an international contingent and a local American, I'll say local American contingent. We've been able to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've had 5 of the top 13 runners international. 3 of those from France and 2 of those from Switzerland, actually. So, yeah, France, Switzerland, and the USA making up the top 13 runners. They popped through mile 11.5 at KT this morning. The tunes are now playing. Brendan still hasn't sourced us that espresso machine, but he's keeping an eye out for one out here in the wilderness. I've got a couple more runners popping up this small climb right now. Don't know about you folks, but very excited to see Jamil Khoury, one of the spearhead instigators of this live stream. He's out there running today. He said he was sitting on the fence all the way until Wednesday, but I doubt he was actually being honest about that, because he's going for, I believe he might even be his 7th or his 8th finish here at the Hardrock 100. So someone who deeply loves this race as well as understands it and yeah, wants to be a part of it. I think it would be pretty hard to turn down that ticket. Got a couple of gentlemen rolling into the aid station right now. They are dropping the poles off with our awesome volunteer here, and then they can roll on. So Jamil's going for 7 finishes at the Hardrock, which is pretty incredible. It's definitely no easy feat to get around this course 7 times, and doing it off the amount of sleep that I know Jamil's had over the last month. It's going to be, yeah, it's going to just be that extra layer of challenge for him, but I'm sure he'll do it. We've got 2 gentlemen popping in here at the aid station, and we'll hopefully be able to get a reading on their names pretty soon, but they're looking good. This is Robert Panas and Benjamin Buckland. Robert's from Boulder, Colorado, and Benjamin is from Spokane, WA. I guess that's Washington. I'm assuming that's Washington. Yep, I'm getting some nods here. So Robert Panas and Benjamin Buckland are in the aid station here at a mile 11.5 KT. Grabbing some snacks. Benjamin's hooking into the buffet there. Looks like he's got a piece of bacon. You got some bacon there, Benjamin? Yeah, good man. Keep rocking. Good stuff. Just heading out. Nice work, guys. Great stuff. Hey, do it. Rock up to KT aid station at mile 11.5. Grab yourself some freshly cooked bacon, and then get back to it. That's how they roll at Hardrock 100. They call it wild, tough, and well fed. Wild, tough, well fed, and very accommodating. So yeah, it's hot. It's hot out here, folks. It's getting warm. I think everyone's donned on the sunglasses and hopefully the sunscreen. But it's definitely heating up out here. We've got no runners in sight coming through, so they're now starting to space out a fair bit from what we saw early on. There was a bit of action up there in that top 10, that top 13. They were coming through in a lot closer concession, but now it's spacing out a little bit. not a bad sign. It's going to make for interesting racing as the day kicks on. So, yeah, it's looking good out here. Everyone's happy. Volunteers are doing a great job. Timing's working. Timing crew actually probably some of the best crew out here today. Got their 6 satellites set up. What do they call it? Starlink. 6 or 7. We've got a couple of other runners just dropping out of the trees here, dropping out of the forest as they make this little descent in the exposed sunlight. Yep, we've got 3 of them, 3 additional runners now heading into that sunlight out of the forest. They're just shooting down the descent on the far side of the creek. Then they'll cross the creek and then make a small little climb up here to the KT aid station, where the fresh bacon and the goods are awaiting them. And so, folks, a little insight here. So, the next aid station is 6.6 miles away. That's at Chapman's Gulch. What lies between the folks between here at KT and Chapman's Gulch is Grand Swamp Pass, and they bomb past Island Lake as well. So Grand Swamp Pass is definitely a very tough section of the course, very steep on the backside. So it's going to be really interesting. And I believe we are working on getting some live feed action from Grant Swamp Pass, which would be amazing. And I highly recommend everyone stay tuned in to see if we can get that rolling up there, because it's probably one of the most spectacular points of the course. Beautiful views up there. Incredible scenery. Very, very tough. But yeah, we're just waiting to see if we pick up a bit of feed from there. And once we do, I'm sure you'll all understand what I mean when I say it's spectacular up there. But we're sitting here at mile 11.5, and it's 6.6 miles to the next aid station. So a touch over 10 kilometers, really, about closer to 11. So about 6.6 miles and 10 and a bit, 10.8 kilometers to the next aid station. Got a tight crew here, 3 runners coming up together, and then another one behind. So got 4 new folks about to cross over the line here at KT aid station, and then we'll get a reading on who they are as they pop past. We've had 15 people in total coming through the aid station here, with 2 hours and 50 minutes elapsed in the race. So that's how it's playing out here. And yeah, all good times. Oh, 5-time Hardrock winner Carl Meltzer is about to shoot into the KT aid station here. He's not far off.
Miles, thanks. You and Shan are doing a great job of keeping us in the loop out here. KT during the daytime is something that a lot of people have not had the opportunity to witness. So we appreciate what you're doing out there.
So, folks, I'm just going to get a bit of an update on the timing here. When I can, I will let you know who the next 3 runners
we kind of
are.
slid into the mid pack, I think you could say, on the men's side at least. Probably about 20 to 25 deep. Perhaps.
Yeah, I think probably.
Alrighty, so we've had the top 18 people come through the aid station here at KT.
Lead group is probably getting close to the summit
Joel
of Grand Swamp Pass.
Yeah, I would say fairly close. Based on what I'm seeing, maybe about a mile and change out. Now, granted, that mile is going.
It's a long mile.
It's a long mile.
So they are currently positions 16, 17, and 18.
And we will see if we have we can get some footage from Ellie up there.
In 19th place. John Anderson human and a great person for the sport. Helps out a lot in the medical
KT aid
field.
station, the first aid station
no
of Hard
time to
Rock,
catch up.
going in the clockwise direction, mile 11.5.
He's ready to go. Getting his legs warmed up for the Tour de Glaciers later on in the year. Nice going, man. Great stuff. So that's it, folks. We're making our way to the top 20. We passed through 28 stations. Had 19 so far. 19 smiles on the face. John Anderson's popped in and out. He's looking very good, carrying number 101. Let's go, man. Good work, dude. Have a great day. Nice going, folks. So, yes, that's it. And we've got 20th overall runner coming into the aid station just now. Get a reading on his or their name. Let's go, man. Great work. And on the far side of the creek right now, folks, there's a huge crew of people making their way down that far descent as they come into the creek crossing and then over to the aid station. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 runners that are making their way down that backside descent. So that would be runners in position 21 to 28 in the race, popping over the creek just now, and then they'll be able to shoot up to this amazing KT aid station, grab themselves a bit of a refill, which looks like the order of the day for most people. They're shooting in and grabbing a refill of the bottles. A number of runners now are shooting up to the aid station to grab some real food as well. Not too many, but yeah, the order of the day is definitely get a refill of the bottles. Brian Peterson from Wamigo, he is shooting in the aid station, 20th overall. Brian Peterson is in there right now, getting some snacks and getting his bottles filled up. So big shout out to Brian as he comes through, 20th overall in Hardrock 100 for 2024. And there is a big crew of people following him. As I mentioned before, I believe it's 7 in total. Yep, 7 additional runners popping up this small climb into the KT aid station at mile 11.5. And there's definitely a mix of, there's a crew there. I'm pretty sure I see Claire Banthwaite heading up this climb. So she would be 5th female overall. And yeah, I believe 6th female may also be in the fold there of this crew of 7 coming up that small climb. So everyone is looking good, making the most of these small climbs to get a hike in. Everyone's been bombing down that descent, running, looking good, and then they just jump over the creek and they hike up this small section to the aid station. But yeah, Brian Peterson's still in there, getting most of his aid station there, chewing away. Must be some good snacks in there. Might have to make my way over there pretty soon as well. I'm not sure a lot of people can see. It's probably a bit far away, but there is a whiteboard set up over at the aid station, and at the very top of it, it says menus. So there's a menu for every runner that comes in, and they can have a morning breakfast buffet as time ticks closer and closer to 9 a.m. local time here. So let's go. Brian Peterson's heading out. Let's go, man. Great work.
Maya, are you lowering your standards? There's no espresso machine there.
There is no espresso machine here still. So yeah, we're working on it. I actually haven't seen the
There's Claire.
AeroPress. So
Claire.
Yeah. So this is
Van
Claire
Worth.
Van coming through Banwith. So she's just shooting into the aid station as well. Big crew here. Love it. Everyone's looking good. Everyone's looking stoked.
I would assume this is a very desirable place to volunteer as well because
Nice going,
when you're
man.
done, you can go and spectate a whole lot. And we're also going to keep eyes out for our camera at Grand Swamp Pass as well. Ellie is expected up there.
Yep.
So we've had our fifth female overall, Claire Bamwith. She's come in, and also just behind her, Emily Helen, and she's come through in sixth female, representing Eugene, Oregon, and Claire is representing the country of France. So just a little bit of an update there of the 7 people that came through, making up positions 21 to 27 overall. Chris Tyson came through, Dan Barger, Clan Banworth, Jean Yes Malo came through, Sergio from Japan, Corey Linfield, Emily Hellman. Nice work, man. So they are the crew that have come through. We've had our first runner from Japan come through, which is awesome. Shingeru Furuta from Japan, 54 years of age. So Shingeru Furuta has come through. Said he's very happy, stoked. And Claire is just shooting out of the aid station right now in fifth female. Looking very cool, calm, and collected. Shigeru, nice work. Good stuff, man. Nice going. Good work, folks. There we go. Now, Emily just ran out in sixth female, and she had a full pancake in her hand. So that is awesome. That is right. Brendan did say that they were whipping up some pancakes for the crew here, the runners. So it's yeah, cool to see everyone making the most of it. Now we've got another big crew of folks coming down the descent and then back up here.
Seventh place female right there.
Awesome. Yeah, you're doing great. Welcome. Good morning. Thank you.
Bib number 196, Babak Raskofard.
It's a tough one.
We're trying.
Again, we've hit the 3-hour elapsed mark. Just a reminder, split time to Chapman, the last time we went this direction for the leaders, was 3:41. So about 40 minutes from now. They were right on the split times from 2022 when they came through here about 45 minutes ago. And Courtney DeWalter, first place woman, was a full 12 minutes ahead of her split time from 2022. She came in through in 224, and her previous was 236. She hit Chapman back in 2022 in 4 hours and 16 minutes. So about 10:15 local time.
Yeah, we are setting up for a potential run at Courtney's clockwise record. However, it's going to get warm out there.
Yeah, you can tell already it's warm.
Mael had to shed a layer.
Yeah.
So, folks, we've had our 7th female come through. Yitka Win from Rento in Washington. She's just coming in to the aid station here. Mile 11.5 at KT. Getting some fluids in, getting a refill. And we also got our eighth place female coming through as well. 8th place. So it would be Becky Bates coming through in 8th. Carl Meltzer is shooting into the aid station here as well.
There's the speed goat.
100. Claire Heslop is coming through as well. She would be 8th.
Carl
then
did
Amber
mention leading in that he was going
coming
to
in as
have
well.
fun
in
out
ninth
there.
Place.
Yep.
No. So big crew of people. Carl's in and out. Technical. That's how you do it.
That's textbook.
Here we
Yeah,
go.
master of the aid
Yeah.
stations, Carl Meltzer.
Yeah. We were 253.
Right.
What am I in 50th place? I'm 301.
No, you're not in 50th.
There's Carl.
You're in like 20. You're in like 30th place, man.
Only 8 minutes though.
30th place.
What time did we go through?
They went
2:30-ish?
through. Not even. They went through into 215, 214. Yeah.
Enjoy Grand Swamp.
There he goes. Carl Meltzer's in and out. Had to stop for a chat. Hey, Carl, that's inefficient to chat. That's inefficient. No more chatting.
Carl's so efficient in the aid station so he can chat with the live stream coverage.
I love it.
That is something he wouldn't have done 10 years ago.
I don't think it's something you would have done 10 months ago.
He wouldn't have had time for that. Old Carl Meltzer talking about his efficiency and his pre-race interviews, and then he's stopping for a yarn. You know, he wasn't doing anything efficient just then, just having a chat.
Beautiful.
Talking about the good old days. But yeah, that was interesting. Carl just mentioned that he came through here in 2001 in the lead and of that race, and then he said, now I'm 50th place, but he's not. He's coming through in 31st, so he's not doing too bad at all. None of these runners are. Everyone's doing a great job. Being out here is a great job. So yeah, just a little bit of an update there on the hey, nice going, man. Just a little bit of an update there for the females race, because we had Emily Hallinan come through in 6th place female. Then we had Yitka Wynn come through in 7th place female. Becky Bates, Claire Haslop, and Amber Wilbur came through in 8th, 9th, and 10th. So the top 10 women have come into the KT aid station. Not all of them have left just yet. They're filling up their water and getting their stuff sorted. So they're so Amber Weibel is going out of the aid station right now, so should be in 9th place female, just after Becky Bates. So they are shooting in and out. So in just a moment, folks, we're going to have our 10th female, Claire Haslop, going through and heading out of the aid station. Nice going, Claire. Good work. Of course. Dog pats are more than welcome. Yeah. Yeah, good. How are you doing?
His first one was 2001.
Oh, nice.
Wrong direction, though.
Oh.
Oh,
Maybe. All right, keep going. Well, that's it there, folks. 10th place female, Claire Haslop going through. And she just let us know that this is her pre-UTMB training run. So so that's something to watch out for. So she's 10th female right now, and she's just getting 11.5 miles into her pre-UTMB training run. So so that's good to know. It'll be interesting to see how she goes today, and how that kind of mentality allows her pacing to adapt. But yeah. So the top 10 females have come through. Yes. Billy. Oh, yeah. What's Billy's last name again? Yes. Billy Grimes is in the house.
Billy Grimes.
Had a chat with Billy
Right
and
on.
Amanda yesterday.
My pick to follow.
Yeah. So Billy's in. And yeah, you gotta check out the work that Billy and Amanda do here down in their Silverton locals. Billy does a lot of work here at the aid stations and search and rescue here in town. So Billy is in the house and he's looking good. Plenty of smiles, plenty of high fives. Definitely doing well, rocking the hood and the long sleeves. He knows what he's doing. It's not his first rodeo here. Well, it is his first rodeo here, actually.
Mael,
not out in the San Juan.
What was Speed Goat's time through? It was about 3 hours even, correct?
Yeah, he wouldn't have been far off 3, if not basically right on it. Yeah.
Okay. So we did the digging, and Carl, I think you mentioned it, but to reiterate how much faster this race has gotten, when Carl won this race in 2001, his split to KT was 2 hours, 51 minutes. He's only 9 or so minutes behind what he did then, but 25, 30 runners back.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Carl said to me when he said he came through here in 2001 in the lead, he just asked me the question. He said, well, what time did the leaders come through? They come through in about 2:30. And I was like, oh no, they were like through in like 2:15 time.
What was the look on his face there?
He shook his head and was just like, like yuck. That sounds, yeah, it was like, it's kind of like a mix of disbelief, a mix of disgust, and a mix of just, that sounds like hard work.
It's amazing.
But yeah, I mean, that's yeah, it's cool to see. It's the progression of the sport and the way these limits are getting pushed out here. So, I mean, who knows what, if we're lucky enough to be hanging around another 10 years time, who knows what those times are going to look like then. So, yeah, we'll see.
Looks
But,
like
yeah, I mean, it's amazing to be able to have someone like Carl run this race again. I believe, what is it? He's 17th. Is he going for his 17th or 14th time here? So, yeah, nice going. So yeah, really, yeah. I mean, history, right? That's how it goes.
Looks like our most recent runner to check in is from Spain. That was Jose Samaniego. Another international.
Nice going,
runner.
Billy. Nice going, man.
Yeah, man.
Have a great day. Good stuff.
Of course, the refrain from the aid station volunteers reminding these runners, we'll see you in Silverton, about 89 miles ahead.
Not far away, yeah.
A steady stream of runners coming up from the creek right now.
Great stuff. There's another huge crowd of people, huge group of people, of runners coming down and up this descent and incline as they head into the KT aid station. So we're getting some big groups popping in and out. And our volunteers here at KT are definitely working overtime. Those water jugs are getting filled and emptied at a rapid rate. Awesome crew of people coming through. Looks like everyone's pretty stoked to be out here. We've got one of the volunteers here who's grabbing the poles of the runners as they come in to hold them as they head into the aid station. I think this little gentleman's going to have his work cut out pretty soon. He's going to be holding about 25 pairs of poles, and he's going to have about 25 runners all go back to it. So I think I've got faith in the young lad. But I dare say that some people might be leaving here with a new set of poles.
It's the first time I've ever seen this sort of pole concierge service.
It is. It's valet pole service. That's for sure.
They were actually emphasizing that during the volunteer meeting yesterday here in the gym, where these runners are given concierge service. That's literally what they called it.
Yeah.
Jose from Spain is heading out of the aid station here at KT.
What's Powell doing?
11.5. What's who doing, sorry?
Look at Brian Powell dancing. Someone get that off the screen.
Yeah, he's clearly got too much time.
It's a family show.
Yeah.
Scandalous. Yeah, there are a couple of runners whose trackers, for one reason or another, are not tracking correctly. One of them notably being Jason Schlarb. Jason Schlarb started this race.
Yeah.
In fact, he came through here in fourth.
Nice going.
Good job, Michael. Why are there so many Mikes?
Nice one, Eric. Nice one. We did see Tony Hill out there filming as well. Tony doing Hard Rock Chronicles. I saw that the most recent one has been completed, and we'll probably share that during a little bit of downtime later on during the race.
There he is.
I will say, like the last
Tony of the Hills.
My name was the last finisher in 2022, so hopefully I can do better.
It's a sweet hat right there.
Nice work. John's popping into the aid station here.
Gary, good job.
Gary's popping in on 210. And Barrett's popped in number 169 into the aid station. Everyone's looking pretty good. Definitely some sweaty runners out here today. It's heating up. Just going almost 9:15 local time in the morning. Is it hot out there, Tony? Okay. It's hot and the edit's on. Make sure you check out the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. They're going to be doing a bunch of what they call chronicles.
All right. Mael, sorry to interrupt you, but we've got footage of the descent off Grant Swamp.
This is Ludo right here.
So this is about as sketchy as Hard Rock gets.
As Howie Stern called it, the spirit of this race.
You hit the summit, and you're descending down to that space in between the snow.
Francois, no poles.
No poles.
Shout out to Ellie for getting out there and giving us this footage. This is amazing.
So these are the first two runners coming off Grant Swamp.
Saw Francois almost take a tumble there. For those who wonder what Hard Rock is all about, this is the shot that you need. You see two of the best in the world heading down this slope, barely able to stay on their feet.
And just imagine doing this in the other direction. It's like 2 steps forward, 1 step back.
Yeah.
But their target is that little brown spot between the snow, the little snow patches, and then they'll go up and over that ridge and down, full-on descent into the Chapman aid station.
Yeah, that was
7 miles from KT.
So Ludo hit it at about 3:13, and Francois maybe a second or two behind him. But shout out to Ellie for giving us this visual here as they've kind of descended into dots down the center of the screen. Yeah, can you imagine this in snow or ice? Did you have to?
Yeah, 2009, this was snowy. But I came up it. The down year, it was all like this.
Okay. Well, actually, with snow, you could kind of glissade down.
You could. Apparently, the Kyle Skaggs year, 2008, there was a fair bit of snow on this, and he glissaded a lot of it. Legend has it. Of course, there were no cameras out there back then, no GPSs. So you have to take their word for it. There's Oscar's Pass, which is the next objective.
Pure San Juan's right there. Yeah, this is the first time we've gotten this live. There have been film crews that have taken the opportunity to get out there and produce things, but this is the first time you've gotten Grand Swamp Pass in live action. First time I've seen it in live action.
And this is the first time runners go up and over 13,000 feet. And that you're looking at is Oscar's. That's the second time they go up and over 13,000 feet.
We'll have Ellie keep an eye out for runners that are going to be heading up the other side as well. I would assume we'd be expecting Diego, Courtney, Schlarb, some sort of combination of them.
There's a good view of the spectators up on Grant Swamp.
There is a handful of people who choose to make their way up there, start that hike early in the morning. Ellie, if you can hear us and can get a shot down below of Island Lake, one of the more iconic spots as well.
There it is.
This is something you pass on the way up. Just pure beauty.
There's a good shot of the trail.
And they can see people coming
And
up.
here's
Oh, there's
third place,
Diego.
Diego.
Speedy Pasos.
See if he
Swiss
keeps
runner.
the poles out.
Here we go.
He's shortening them. That's cool. Good technique. Oh, now getting rid of them. Diego's going with the sidewinder technique. First 500 feet of this descent, you really want to stay. You don't want to get over your skis, so to speak. Be a nice long tumble. It's such a relief when you get down into that shelf there.
Yeah, these are world-class athletes that you see basically minimizing their steps to the point where they're basically shuffling down.
So they are definitely still on that course record pace. It's where 3:18, 3:41 was the time that first group hit Chapman in 2022. Ellie, great shot. Ellie got up early this morning and carted a camera and a bunch of gear up there.
I lent her my poles. I'd like
very
to
good.
point that out. But she did all the work. That Colorado Trail that she did actually ending last week, helped get her ready for this.
Oh, poor Dab.
Dab.
Oh, Dab.
And Deb is a fairly strong runner. She's finished on the podium at the Haviland 100K. Definitely
Just finished Tahoe 200.
Yeah. So Pam must be having a great day out there.
Here's a good shot of the climb.
Island Lake. Iconic hiking spot for those who travel to the San Juans for the first time.
Yeah, for a while during COVID, they had to shut down and do permits. Oh, here we go.
Oh, I think that's just another hiker.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, this is one of those spots. When I was talking about observing this race, I've never been up there to do this. But if you can make it up there, I think you've earned your spot.
Yeah.
Because you have to come at this from at least the most sensible logistics is from Ice Lake. So you've already hiked 3 miles and gained about 2,500 feet of climb there. Then to get to Island, you've got another half to 3/4 of a mile and maybe another 500 feet. And then from there up to where Ellie is filming from right now. It's a bit of work.
This is the objective, and this looks like Schlarby.
Yep.
Yep, Jason Schlarb, 4th place.
2016 co-victor. God, he looks in such good shape.
He does. Let's see him take this first couple hundred feet.
Wow. Schlarb among the most experienced people of this section of the course. Definitely the most experienced of anybody we've seen so far.
I'm sure, yeah. I mean, I know Ludo did do 2 soft rocks, so he has been over this a couple of times, but Schlarb's been through this, I'm sure. Oh.
Would that be M5 coming back down behind Jason?
It's a good question. Or could it just be a hiker?
It's hard to tell, because that is also a rite of passage hike as well.
Yeah, just from Chapman up and back.
Yep. Somebody was asking if Debo was going to be at Chapman to pay his debt, and we do believe we'll probably see him in the background somewhere at Chapman. Maybe he'll definitely talk to us.
Yeah, he will. I'm sure Leah will find him.
Yeah, Jason Schlarb, I think, so far has looked the most comfortable of everybody on that section. Ludo and Francois still looked fine, but I think that Schlarb, having lived close to this area for a long time and been doing this race for 10 plus years, definitely looked the most comfortable.
And Diego looked a little bit uncomfortable. I'll say that. Back down to Island Lake, we would expect the next person up to be Courtney DeWalter. Again, first time over 13,000 feet of the day.
Yeah, Little Runner with a comment in the chat mentioning that they won't be attempting hard rock simply from this part. There are other parts that aren't quite as scary that still deterred me from wanting to do it. But I felt like in the interest of being educated and aware, there are things that I've done that I've been a little bit concerned about in the process. Cunningham to the finish is no joke. Handy's is rough. Basically, there's a dozen of those spots on this course, each direction.
Question in the chat, and I think it was funny, but it's worth talking about if you're allowed to bring a pan and slide down the hill. It's a good question. I don't think there's any rule against it, but I was reminded of one of my mentors for hard rock is 10-time finisher Rock Horton, and I remember the first time I ran the race, it was in the opposite direction of this, but he suggested I throw into my pack a tent stake. And I was like, why do you need a tent stake? And I used it several times where I would just jam it into the ground behind me to keep from sliding too far, whether it was through a snow field or on a descent like this, just jam the tent stake into the ground. And it sort of serves as kind of like a miniature ice axe.
Yeah. Justin Luddick actually passed that bit of information on to Patty Curry. Actually, he said if you don't have poles or anything to stick into the ground, grab 2 of the sharpest rocks you can find
and jam the rocks into the ground.
Yeah, just to slow your descent.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're a world-class athlete like these, yeah, you can try and run down, but for those of us that are a little bit more human, it's terrifying to head down some of these slopes. I love the fact that there are about 24 people from the looks of things up there just hanging out.
Yeah.
It's the hard rock equivalent of the escarpment.
Yeah, it just comes a little bit later, but yeah. And a little bit harder to get to.
Yeah, and you have to start hiking this at 3:30 in the morning if you're an average person in order to get up there in time
from where the regular parking lot is, which is over there to the left.
Yeah.
Of course.
Can we flip to the visual at KT real quick?
Classic Curry.
There's
out
Nick
to
Curry.
Sponsor
Nick
the
did
race,
not
Ultra.
have the best Western States a couple weeks ago, but he's out here towing the line along with his brother Jamil and their close friend Anthony Culpepper is out here as well. We'll keep tabs on what's going on at Grand Swamp Pass. We will not miss Courtney being over there. Yeah, conversational pace. We talked about this in the staff house last night, having to haul a Starlink up there as well as the battery. I can't even imagine. We did have a Jamil sighting earlier. Not only that, but we had Jamil carrying a camera because he didn't tell us, but he's going to be filming on occasion as he's making his way around the San Juans. Okay, so somebody was asking what Nick's disappointing Western States was. It was like 25 hours.
Yeah.
And he has not picked up any grocery bags yet.
No.
Like, I've only seen this ridge from a distance. So to actually be on top of it, quote unquote, for the first time, this is amazing.
Yep, Grand Swamp Pass. Again, this is about mile 15 and a half. They've got about 2 miles further to Chapman. Almost all entirely downhill. Here's Courtney. Yellow shirt.
I want to watch her go down this.
5th place overall. Poles are away. Just a few cameras. There is Michael McMonigal. I said it correctly. I didn't use his handle. He probably hiked up from the Chapman side.
You're not wrong, John Armstrong. Here we go. Courtney heading down the descent with poles out.
5th place overall, 1st place woman.
Has dropped to, looks like she slipped a little bit. A couple times.
Again, this first couple hundred feet is the worst, what we're seeing. It's the slickest. Lots of tiny little ball bearing rocks.
So she dropped a pole?
Dropped a pole.
That's three times she hit the ground there. This tells you how amazingly tough this is. I think that if you have any question how rough that descent is, the best women's mountain runner in the world, arguably, is still having her difficulties and hurdles with it.
Yeah, you kind of wish it was more fun than it is. It's really not that fun. I mean, you get a little ways past where she is, and it gets a little bit better, but man, you just want to get it over with. Again, the runners will go over those humps, a series of humps, and then down into that shadow, and then ultimately those trees you see just under the Sunto logo is the area of the Chapman aid station.
Where is Dylan Harris? Shouldn't he be filming this? Shouldn't he be sliding down the hill right behind her?
He might have even swung around to maybe go up a little bit into Chapman. Really good stuff for Courtney there. Again, she hit Chapman in that year we've been talking about, 2022, in what was it? It was by 4:15 elapsed. She's going to be way ahead of that. I suspect she'll get there about 25 minutes. So under 4 hours to Chapman.
After the descent here from Grand Swamp Pass, is it a fairly runnable section once you get to the bottom?
Yeah.
Okay.
It gets into sort of normal trail. It's still all downhill, but it's nothing crazy like this. And then you hit Chapman and you go straight up Oscar's Pass, which you can see right there. And Oscars once again gets over 13. I think it's 13-1 or 13-2. With a very rocky summit. There's a runner way down there.
What do you think the time elapsed it is to get from Island Lake or the trail that goes by Island Lake up to the top? Like 20 minutes?
Yeah, probably. You're a good. I mean, when you see the trail, you're not on the banks of Island Lake. You're about a quarter mile up from the lake.
Yeah, you can see at the bottom, just above the grass line, Ellie had a shot of a runner moving left to right on your screen. We might not know who that is for a good 15 minutes.
It's true. Yeah, you can see the runner right there.
Yeah. Yeah, if you were wondering about the Courtney DeWalter approach to Grand Swamp Bass and slide down the other side, it was just a few minutes ago. If you want to rewind and check that out, I totally wouldn't blame you. CB trying to confirm the climb at Oscars, about 2,400 feet of gain in just over 2 miles. Probably about the same as going up Cunningham for the finish. Yeah, Vicky, Nick Curry and Jamil Curry are running this year, so I know that Nick is a little bit rough from Western States just 2 weeks ago, and Jamil had been pretty open to us about not having the best training cycle, but those two know how to get it done, so I would expect we're going to see them finish. And again, when it comes to Hard Rock, typically you don't finish this race only if something goes wrong, because you have to work so hard to get into the race.
Yeah.
Of course, AJW and I are going to be here with you probably till the top of the hour, at which point the next commentary
I think
team.
we have Corinne and Jeff Browning coming in.
Yeah,
right.
Corinne Shalvoy, Jeff Browning, two people I can't wait to hear them call this race. Corinne Shalvoy has grown up in these hills. Her uncle and father.
Hang on just a moment.
Yep.
We have second place woman. There's Dylan Harris.
Is that
Katarina?
Katarina? No, that's
or is that
Camille Bruyas.
Bruyas. Okay, Camille Bruyas. Here's her. So second place woman and sixth place overall, Camille Bruyas, off the first couple 100 feet of that descent down Grand Swamp. And I would say I didn't catch a split, but just maybe 3-4 minutes behind Courtney.
Maybe a little bit more,
A little bit more than that?
Not too many. Oh, got a couple more runners.
When you get groups on there, it gets even a little bit more sketchy because the rocks come down from the people above you. And
yeah, this is the first time we've had multiple runners on at the same time this close.
People might pick a different line or...
Yeah. Ludo and Francois were probably about 40, 50 meters apart, whereas these guys are 5 feet away.
There's a little rock down there that's a good place to sit and get all the stuff out of your shoe. All right, Bryce?
Are we going to...
My name is Jeff Bierling, co-founder of Telly Nutrition. We make drink mixes for athletes to help you fuel, hydrate, and recover for all sorts of outdoor activities. Running, cycling, hiking, climbing, any sport where you're working up a sweat. We manufacture our own products in Durango, Colorado, and we test and use them on the trails of the beautiful San Juan Mountains. Our mission and our passion is to help athletes achieve their goals and to feel great while doing it. We couple proven nutrition that's simple to use, easy on your gut, and tastes great with encouragement and education. You can think of us as your support crew. We're right there with you doing whatever it takes to help you get across the finish line with a smile on your face.
How many miles is that? 5. 5. Take it easy. You ready to pick up some food? Please.
Hey, good morning. Let's go.
And we're back. It looks like we're at Chapman. Looks
At
like
Chapman with Leah Yingling.
we can
Just getting up and running there at Chapman.
Okay. I was going to say we can catch this shot. Is that poor Dylan Harris? Friend of ours, Dylan Harris, filmmaker, documentarian, following runners down Grand Swamp Pass. Doing
Again, we are
work.
Sorry to interrupt. We're right on. Leah's letting us know the leaders are right about there.
Okay.
We're almost right on the split from 2022.
What's going on?
Of 341. We're at 340 right now.
There we go. We got you,
We
Leah.
got you, Leah.
Not yet, no.
Yeah.
Sure. Double X.
All right. You guys got me at Chapman?
We do.
Yay. Cool. Hi, guys. Morning. We are at Chapman Aid Station here. This is about mile 18, and I believe they should have climbed about 6,300 feet by this point in the race. We should be expecting the leaders here any minute. I think on CR splits, it's 9:41, and I hear some bells right now. So they are right on course record splits as we speak. So that is 9:41 into this aid station. We should be seeing the leaders here coming right off the hill into the aid.
Of course, the course record
See
pace
who we've got here. Looks like we got Ludovic Pomeray in first place here, bib 194, and he's about 1 minute up on Killian's time into here, which was 9:41. So we got cameras on Ludo as he goes in with his crew there. Looks like a pretty quick crew stop. It is feeling pretty warm out here this morning, so I think I just saw his crew have a ice towel. So I'd imagine we're going to see runners start cooling down at this aid station here today, and it's not even 10 a.m. yet, so might be a warm one for these guys.
As we mentioned, as Leah mentioned, Ludo about a minute ahead of the course record pace.
Oh, and he's out, guys. That was fast.
Out at 3:41, so about a minute ahead still of Killian Francois and Dakota from 2022.
Yeah, it does look like the heat's coming up early this year.
Yeah, definitely feeling warm out here. I know I'm wearing a sweatshirt, but I'll probably be losing that here pretty soon. It's toasty. And it's funny, like 70 degrees out here, I think when you're out in the exposure, it can actually feel pretty warm.
Absolutely. At 10,000 feet, it hits different.
So we should be keeping our eyes out for our next runners here. I think at the last aid station, we had Francois and then Diego together as well. So I'd imagine we will see those guys coming through here pretty soon. And then, yeah, like we mentioned, Francois ran through here at 9:41 a few years back. So it looks like he's just a couple minutes behind on those splits this year. So this aid station today, we've got Bill is our aid station captain out here. Excited to get him on the mic later to give us some history of the Chapman aid.
Oh, that'd be great. He's been out there for years.
Okay, looks like we got Francois coming in, and that's at 9:43. So about 2 minutes back from his 2022 splits.
And again, so these guys did about 22 minutes from the top of Grant Swap down here to Chapman.
And that's pretty fast. I don't know if you guys were catching the feed for Grand Swamp Pass, but pretty technical, pretty tricky, and looks like these guys made quick work of it.
Oh yeah, it was super cool footage to get those folks coming off the slick scree field.
Nice. Anthony Culpepper going for that fifth finish. Francois taking it.
Looks like Francois is out of the aid. So that's a 9:44. That was about a minute stop for him there.
Yeah, about 2 minutes back of where he was 2 years ago. So
looks like we've got our next runner coming into Chapman.
we would expect that to be Speedy Pazos, Diego Pazos out of Switzerland.
And looks like he's coming down the hill, crossing the creek here. And this looks like Diego. So that's at 9:45. So we got Ludo at 9:40, Francois 9:43, and Diego here at 9:45.
How's his bow tie looking?
Diego's a Swiss runner, I believe, was ran in the 23-hour time frame at UTMB last year. I think was about top 25. So excited to see how he does out here today.
Very engaging person. We had the opportunity to interview him this week. If you have a chance, check that out. Diego Pazos. If you're looking for somebody to root for that you're not familiar with, I could definitely approve that.
In the chat, quick question about how high Chapman is. It's about 10,200 feet. So it's they've come down off of Grant Swamp, which is 13, and then they're going to turn right around and go up over about 13.2 up Oscars. So it's about a 3,200 foot climb from Chapman to the top of Oscars.
Yeah, and so far into the race, I've got the GPX route uploaded to my watch, and they've covered 6,300 feet, and they have 32,000 feet left to climb. So they've got a day ahead of them.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody's asking for a Debo check-in. I might need to get Debo on the mic here to give us his feedback so far from what he's seen. Any feedback?
The Europeans out to an early
there he
lead
is.
here. Ludo looked great. Ludo always looks strong. Go, Speedy! Yeah, I mean, subjectively, it seemed like Ludo was in and out a little bit quicker. He maybe had 2 or 3 minutes on Francois. Francois sat, took a lot of water with him. Same with Diego. Diego took his shoes off, dumped out the rocks. It's very early. It's warm, though. It's warm, though. Back to you, Leah.
Thanks, Dylan. Always nice to have Dylan Bowman on the mic out here as he's volunteering at Chapman Aid Station. They've got a whole free trail contingent out here. Saw some Ryan Thrower sightings, Harmony Bowman, the whole crew. So, and Travis Longcar on manual timing. So we've got everybody. Tyler Green.
It's the beauty of Hard Rock. You have so many people that just want to be here and be a part of it, even if they're not racing.
Yeah, and what a beautiful place too. I drove over overpass this morning, and such sights to be seen out here. I think we crested just over 11,000 feet up there, and these runners are definitely going to be well over that at multiple times today. So definitely going to see who fares well with the altitude. I know there's been several who have been out here altitude training for the last few weeks. So we'll see how that shakes out.
And this climb up Oscars that the first three runners are on, it's a full-blown southern exposure. There's only tree cover for the first 500 to 700 feet, and then they get out of the trees, and it's a big, long, exposed climb on kind of a jeep road, really rocky jeep road, and that just keeps going and going and going. And it should be noted too, going down the other side of Oscars, the first 500-700 feet, it's a little tricky negotiating and finding the markers. I think these guys probably all know that. But it's probably one of the trickiest places to stay on course here at Hard Rock.
Yeah, and this was a nice feedback in the chat. I'm excited to see what Ludo does today. So somebody mentioned that when he ran UTMB in 2023, he went from 57th to 5th. And we see Ludo out front today. Granted, obviously not as many competitive runners in the field as we saw at UTMB, but historically he's done a little bit more with that conservative approach. So curious to see how this pace, about 1 minute under course record pace here at Chapman, fares for him today. He looks great. Definitely took a little bit of time here to cool down and be prepared for the next section and the heat. And I do believe our next runner we should be seeing in here is Jason Schlarb. It appears that he was 4 minutes back at KT. Not too sure what that time difference was up at Grand Swamp Pass, but I'd imagine we should be seeing him anytime here in the next 5 minutes or so.
Of course, it's so early, but I'm really excited what Jason Schlarb is showing us so far.
Yeah.
It's been a while since he's been at the forefront of mountain running, so we didn't know what to expect.
Off to a good start for sure.
Absolutely. Looks great. Looks like he's trimmed, ready to run. So wishing him the best here.
And he did a great job descending off that top 1,000 feet of Grand Swamp.
I think of the people we saw, he was the one that was most comfortable heading down Grand Swamp Pass. Of course, as the day goes on, there are going to be so many stories that we tell and share. And, of course, you see Dylan Bowman front and center. Had a very complicated Hard Rock last year. Can't wait for a slow moment, to have him share why Chapman meant so much to him, to the point where he came back to volunteer there this year.
Question, how far from the pass from Grand Swamp down to Chapman? It's about 2 miles.
Do we have KT still? Sounds like we might have a sighting of Jamil Curry.
The People's Champion.
This is KT about mile 11. We've got 3 cameras positioned at 3 points in the race right now, so we're really excited about that. This is KT. Do we have a shot of Grand Swamp Pass as well we can share? We'll kind of just do a quick little wrap around of what we've got. We do not? Okay, so Ellie might be recharging her batteries, like, from a physical standpoint. But right now, we've got the first and second aid stations covered. We've got the first 3 men through Chapman. Okay, so here is Grand Swamp Pass. Ellie is out there filming. She's right on the ridge. The runners, if you are tuning in now, head down that ridge right there. And if you haven't seen somebody head down, it's kind of insane.
Yep, it's a bit of a scree slide for the first, I would say, 700-800 feet, and then it levels out a little bit.
We got somebody else coming into Chapman, perhaps?
We've got we just had a big round of applause here at the Chapman aid station for David Horton and Bill, our aid station captain here. So David Horton is the first ever Hard Rock finisher and had 4 finishes to follow. So anybody that's from the East Coast is very well versed with David Horton's history, race director, many time Appalachian Trail.
Talking about people doing things for the sport, we've got the Grand Jamil Curry coming up to the KTA station here. He's it looks like he's probably got his phone in one hand, checking on the live stream, and poles in the other. But
and he's listening.
Yeah.
He's always listening.
He's always listening.
We do have a confirmed sighting in Jamil. Yeah, here he is. I think, yeah, he's definitely got a camera in one hand. But, yeah, shooting into the aid station here, which is great to see. As you were talking about people doing things for the sport, I mean, Jamil puts an incredible amount of time, energy, and effort and resource into the world.
Yeah, if we can head over to Chapman real quick. Can we slide over to Chapman? Thank you.
Yeah,
Perfect.
we got Jason Schlarb and Chapman right now.
Leah Yingling bring us Jason Schlarb, 2016 champion, co-champion at about 3:54.
And this is about 12 minutes behind his 2016 split here into Chapman. So in 2016, he was here at 9:42. This year, about 12 minutes back from that. And just as a reminder, we've got so far into this aid station, Ludovic Pomeray at 9:40. Francois was 3 minutes back. Diego Pazos, 9:45, 2 minutes back from Francois, 5 minutes off the lead. And now we got Jason Schlarb, 9 minutes back from third place Diego, and 14 minutes off the lead.
Schlarb with a shoe change, or just emptying him out?
I think emptying the shoes. They just crossed, I'd imagine actually after descending Grand Swamp Pass, they probably got a lot of little rocks and scree
True.
in their shoes here. And then they just crossed a creek to get into this aid. So I bet you they're a little wet, a little rocky. Need some cleaning.
Of course, as we mentioned, Schlarb took that descent off Grand Swamp Pass looking excellent.
I see someone in the chat saying that Jason looks like he's wearing a weighted vest. I think this is one of those new UD hydration packs that kind of comes across the front. Definitely an interesting look, and I'd be curious to try it out.
Yeah, I noticed that as well. It did look like a weighted vest because of how present it is on the front.
Yeah, it looks like you can stash a lot of things up front. Looks like he's doing ice sleeves here too. So getting those sleeves wet and cold, and probably sticking some ice in there if they have it.
That would mean the next runner we expect to see here.
Schlarb is out.
Nobody taking more than 2 or 3 minutes here at Chapman.
No, it seems to be nice, efficient crew stops here, and I do believe their crews had to walk about a mile in, so everybody had to do a little bit of work to get here today.
Yeah, Alex asking, we are expecting to stream the whole race. We might have a few quiet hours where we have some static cam action, but we are here for the duration of the Hard Rock 2024.
Next runner we expect to see to Chapman would be Courtney DeWalter, based on their the times they went over Grant Swamp, followed by Katarina Harmouth.
Yep, and when Courtney ran her course record time in this direction, she was 10:16 a.m. into this aid station, which is about 20 minutes from right now. And I do believe she's about 10 minutes or more up on those splits. So I'd imagine we'll see her here in the next 5 minutes or so.
Well, with that in mind, are you guys ready to rock? Sure. You want to slide over to the couch, and then I'll kind of slide over, and we'll let them slide in. We'll kind of do
Let's do that. Yeah.
A transition.
We're going to transition to our next commentator team.
We'll let you guys have a seat. Do we have a shot of Grant Swamp Pass as well? Or just kind of keep an eye on everything. Again, this is about 13 and a half, 14 miles into the race. The runners head down that slope. It's absolutely wild to see. One of our next hosts is going to be able to tell you all about that one. So they can come on up here, and AJW and I will slide over and make way for Corinne Chavoy and Jeff Browning. Folks, it's been real. We'll see you here later this afternoon.
All right, guys, our next runner we should be expecting here in Chapman is Courtney DeWalter. I believe she's about 10 minutes back on her course record splits in this direction, and she should be sitting at about 5th overall. So far, we've had Ludovic Pomeray come through, Francois Dane, Diego Pazos, Jason Slarb, and then we should have Courtney rounding out the top 5. So I think her split in her course record year was about 10:16 into this aid station, and we're sitting at about 10:04 right now, so 12 minutes ahead of that. I do think she split 12 minutes ahead of her split at KT earlier too. So we'll see her any minute here. I saw a big old DeWalter crew here. Her mom's out here. Her husband Kevin's on the crew. So we'll try to get a debrief after she rolls through the aid station here. And I hear applause, which I think means that she is coming.
Leah, can you hear us in studio?
Here she comes. So we've got Courtney coming through Chapman. This is mile 18 with about 6,000 feet of climbing on her legs so far. Coming through here at 10:05. This is about 11 minutes up on her prior time through here in 2022. So we'll try to get you guys some coverage of her aid station exchange here.
Leah, can you hear us in the studio?
Yeah, I got you guys.
All right, we've got Courtney DeWalter in Chapman Aid. Hi, Jeff. How you doing?
Good. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
We're jumping right into action. I'm good. I'm Corinne Chalvoy, and this is Jeff Browning, and we are taking over for AJW and Chris Warden here at the 2024 Hardrock 100 as we watch Courtney DeWalter doing some very efficient chugging of water.
She always does a very similar protocol every time she goes into an aid station.
Yeah. Lots of watermelons in the chat.
Yeah.
Do watermelon love for Courtney right now. She's got, cooling off. Looks like she's having fun. Smiles.
She was all smiles. I went up to Ice Lake, towards Ice Lake this morning where the trail connects. I didn't go all the way to the top. I didn't have time because I had to be back here. But I saw top 4 guys come through, and she was she was all smiles, gave me a hug.
Yeah.
Was super chatty, and then took off.
Awesome.
So she's jamming.
Courtney
She looks
out
like
of
she's just super
Chapman.
calm right now.
That's amazing. She
Under
looked
control.
great. That was like, I don't know, 45-second stop, something like that. It was pretty fast.
We have always had an ongoing joke for years since our first Hard Rock that she asked me my advice from a veteran, and we talked about spreading the peanut butter as far as effort and make it really smooth and making sure that you cover your whole piece of toast.
I think I heard that in a lot more detail, like there was sourdough involved.
Yes,
and
it's a
was
longer
it
story.
almond butter, but the long and short is just spread it
But now we
evenly.
just say peanut butter.
Peanut butter. Spread it evenly.
Yeah, she just as she hiked away after we chatted a second, she said peanut butter.
Nice. Peanut butter.
And I just said spread it.
Yeah. That's amazing.
We
it was
an
fun.
audio test for you. Can you hear us? And then
We got reports from the Chapman aid station captain here that.
Pretty gnarly down.
Oh, now we can hear.
There we go.
The field.
Oh. You guys got me?
I think we can hear if that's Leah talking.
Yeah, we got reports from the aid station captain here that Courtney came through here 5 minutes faster than any woman ever has.
We had her for a
and 10
second
minutes
there.
faster than she did in 2022.
There we go. There we go. Okay, we got you now, Leah.
Oh, yay. Hi, guys. I was just reporting from the field. At our Chapman aid station, Captain Bill said that Courtney just came through 5 minutes ahead of any other woman through this aid station ever. So 5 minutes faster than that, and then 10 minutes up on her own split from 2022. So she's the fastest female to ever come through Chapman at this point in the race, which is pretty awesome and as expected, I'd say.
Yeah. It's just getting old hearing Courtney doing record-breaking things. No, it's not at all. Is it warm, Leah?
Yeah, and it is warm. Yeah, it's probably at least 70 degrees, but in the sun it feels pretty warm. Looks like all the runners are taking time to cool down. Looks like Courtney had a Ziploc baggie with a buff with ice water in it. Put that on herself. Looks like she was cooling her palms, which is a good cooling technique as well, with some ice cubes and water. So I think doing all the little things. She's running the heat a lot, and I think she knows how to manage it.
Yeah. She was trying to get some intel yesterday about Bear Creek, if there was any water up there, just to know if she could cool off. And I pinged Eric Sorensen, who I think ran up there just a couple days ago. He said there is water. So
Yeah, there's quite a bit of water on the course. They had quite a bit of rain for about 10 or 14 days about a week ago. So
yep.
It is pretty dry on the course. I did some marking Monday and Tuesday, but a lot less snow than normal, but plenty of water still running.
So at this point, we're at Chapman, and we've seen 4 men and 1 woman.
Yeah, I think that's where we
Yeah,
are.
so far in Chapman, we've got 5 runners altogether: Ludo, Francois, Diego, Jason Schlarb, Courtney, and then I'd expect our next 2 ladies might be coming in, hopefully in 6th and 7th. And I think last time we saw them, it was Camille was behind Courtney, and then I think we saw Katerina was next behind her. So we'll see what we get here at Chapman, which is mile 18, about 6,000 feet into the race so far, and we've had 5 runners through.
Nice. And I believe we
And it looks like we got Camille coming through here, and it's at 10:10. She looks awesome. Looks like she's being crewed and paced today by Marianne Hogan and a few others. I think Marianne's going to do the last 50 miles with her.
I think I saw that, and then Martina Valmasoy possibly picking her up at the very end. That's a good crew. We're hearing Maggie Gutierrez in the background there. All right, so we are looking at Cami Bria, Camille, Cami. I go with Cami Bria because I think I've heard her say that. From France, Solomon runner, currently running in 2nd.
Camera right now on Camille Bruyas. She's done so much in this sport. She's been on the podium at Grand Raid. She's been on the podium at UTMB, top 10 at Western States. She's done a bunch. French runner, runs for Solomon. Just incredible, especially when it comes to mountainous races like these. So I have no doubt that she'll be holding strong today. Came through here at 10:10, about 6 minutes behind Courtney. And I think that's one of the faster times through here ever. And looks like faster, about 6 minutes faster than when Courtney came through here in her course record year in this direction.
So they're both rolling.
So it looks like Cammy's leaving the aid station here.
Out, yeah.
Bib 114.
I don't know if Maggie can hear us, but if she could
6
mute,
minutes behind Courtney.
we're getting her audio as well. So. Okay. All right, cool. So we've got Leah Yingling out in the field following our leading
It looks like we've got our
here.
3rd place female. Guys, this is a close race. We got Katerina Hartmouth coming through here at 10:12. So she's about entering this aid station about 2 minutes behind Cammy there.
Man, here for the women's race.
She has no crew here, so she's just going to go through the aid station and take care of herself.
Okay.
So Katerina, also astounding runner from Germany. She got 2nd place at the World Mountain Running Championships in the 80K last year. second place at UTMB behind Courtney by about 45 minutes. Just absolutely incredible, and it seems like she's getting stronger and stronger. Suffered a few injuries this past year that were some minor setbacks for her, but I think she's coming out here in full force after a little back injury a few weeks ago, and she looks great so far. Hoping that her back injury doesn't play into any other ailments today.
Yeah. Yeah, running a 24-hour UTMB 2023. Solid.
And I think the one thing to call out here that's coming up is the Climb Up Oscars. And at the front of the pack, it's really hot because it's south facing. There's not really any water, so no streams. You're you get up above tree line really quickly. And
Looks
it's really
like we've
steep.
got Luke J into the aid station at 10:13 here. He's our 5th place guy. And we've got 3 ladies in so far as well.
Nice. Yeah, let's go, Luke J. I had him in 4th on my fantasy, even with Zach in there. So, yeah.
Yeah.
You're talking about the Climb Up Oscars.
Yeah, so the
being
Climb
super
Up
hot.
Oscar, it's always hot. And I always feel like that's when the heat really hits. And it's always hot going into Telluride as well. So, because you are dropping down quite a bit in elevation. And you're getting down, below 9,000 feet in Telluride. So.
We've got both Luke J and Jeff Rome in the aid station right now. Came through here at 10:13, both taking their time with the aid station volunteers to get things packed up, get a snack. And looks like we've got Luke J out of the aid station here. And he's 5th place male. And we've got 6th place male Jeff Rome here in the aid station as well.
All right. Was that like a skeleton laying on a cot that I just saw in the aid station? I don't know. I was like, I hope that's not a runner. Look, yeah, I just missed it again.
Yeah, I could.
Looks like very efficient aid stations as we are continuing to see in all of these 100-milers. Someone else coming in.
Looks like we got Lauren Davis in here. Lauren's from Bozeman, Montana, just behind Jeff Rome and Luke J into this aid station about a minute ago.
I used to train with Lauren when I lived in Bozeman. He's a solid runner.
Nice. How's training for Bozeman for Hardrock?
Bozeman has plenty of big stuff.
Yeah.
The Bridgers, and you have some, altitude up to about 10,000, 11,000. But it's definitely a short season. Let's just put it. That's why I didn't stay.
Yeah. Too much snow.
There was way too much snow. You want to be a skier if you live there.
Yeah.
As your primary.
Yep.
I think it's like.
Again, we're at the Chapman aid station. Mile 18.4 here.
No, as in the runners run over there.
I also don't miss the Grizzlies.
Oh, yeah. No, that's scary. Don't mess around with Grizzlies.
Yeah, and they always are. I don't know. You're always having to run with bear spray and like full. You just have to be constantly on alert. You can't really go check it.
And guys, we've got our cameras on Lauren Davis from Bozeman, Montana here. And I believe he's the 7th place male right now.
Perfect. Thanks, Leah.
Okay. Yeah.
Listen. Here. It's like he did Scout Mountain 50K. Weren't you guys out there, Leah? It's a tune-up on June 8th. He also ran a 50K on March Antelope Island, doing some 50Ks. Good training runs. He's done Hard Rock before in 2022, so this same direction. Looks like that year he ran a 33:46.
Yeah, and he tends to go up pretty fast
Hmm.
and fade sometimes.
Okay, let's see about it.
Hopefully he can hold it together today.
He can spread the peanut butter.
Yeah, he needs to spread the peanut butter really smoothly. Creamy peanut butter.
You're inspiring people less.
Okay, we're gonna pop over to KT for a minute. Mm-hmm. So right now you're looking at KT aid station mile 11.5.
Yes, that's you come across the creek and then climb right up into the aid station, and then you start on Cam Traverse or KT Traverse.
All right, and we're back to Leah Yingling in the field at Chapman.
Hi guys, I'm at Chapman here. This is mile 18, about a little over 6,000 feet of climbing so far into the race. We've had probably about the top 10 overall roll through so far, with that top 10 including 3 women. Courtney Dauwalter followed closely behind. 6 minutes behind her was Camille Bruyas of France, and then behind her by 2 minutes was Katharina Hartmuth of Germany. So we've got a pretty tight race on the women's side. And then on the men's side, we had Ludo Pomeray leading the race, Francois Dane about 3 minutes behind him. A few more minutes behind him was Diego Pazos, and then Jason Schlarb was about 10 minutes behind Diego. So we recently had Luke J, Lauren Davis, and Jeff Roan come through here as 5, 6, and 7 males. So pretty good race so far. The women were all under Courtney Dauwalter's course record split. 22 in this direction. I think they're moving at a pretty quick pace so far, and it's heating up out here. We see a lot of the runners taking time to cool themselves down. A couple runners so far who don't even have crews here. To get to this aid station, the crews do have quite a bit of driving and then a 1 mile walk in. So not for the faint of heart, but we've got a good crew out here at Chapman. We've got a lot of volunteers from Free Trail. Dylan Bowman's out here, Ryan Thrower, Harmony Bowman, and then our aid station captain here is Bill, who I told him we'd get him on the live stream eventually. We'll see if we can snag him at some point. But great place to be. We even got David Horton, the first ever Hard Rock finisher, here as well. So lots of good people out here today. Beautiful day, and excited to see who we see cross the creek next.
Awesome. Thanks, Leah. Yeah, Katharina Hartmuth, I believe she is German, but lives in Switzerland right now. So I think she's, I don't know, someone in the chat saying representing, Switzerland, somewhere out there in Europe, out in those Alps.
Yeah, and both her and Camille Bruyas are just stellar mountain runners with results. Cami most recently with a second place finish behind Katie Scheid at Diagonal des Fous. So lots of really strong women in the field today. And I think especially women that excel in this type of terrain, which is exciting to see.
Very exciting. Yeah, and both of those ladies have, I believe, run with Courtney in races. I'm thinking about UTMB and them both running together so they're not unfamiliar with how she races either.
Definitely going fast though.
Yeah, so again, Courtney Dauwalter, Cami Bruyas, and Katharina Hartmuth in the front for the women, Ludovic Pomeray, Francois Dane, and Diego Pazos Who is
Oh,
cosplay?
and we've got some feedback from our
his nickname? I
French
think it's his
resident Katie Scheid that
Yeah,
Cammie's
Cammy.
name is pronounced Cammie. So
Yeah, I think I
thanks, Katie.
swore I heard her on a podcast saying Cammy when she introduced herself. So, Cammy Bruyas.
Thanks, Katie.
Maybe Bruyas without the S. Thank you, Katie. French pronunciation. Cammy.
Way to get rid of the feedback of our own voices in this.
Leah, how many people do you think are out there?
Probably got at least 50 people out here.
Nice.
Which, yeah, I drove over Ophir Pass with my buddy Mike on the video cam today, and he's a stellar driver over mountain passes. So
Your
highly
buddy
recommend
Mike?
him to anybody trying. Well, my husband Mike's out there photographing on the course today, so this is my buddy Mike, Mike
Okay,
McTeer.
okay, I was just confirming. It's like, which Mike are we talking about here?
Yeah, I don't think my husband Mike would have went over the pass as nicely as my videographer here. So
Nice,
props to Mike
nice.
McTeer on
How was it?
navigating the tough roads.
How was Overpass? Was it okay? We heard it
Yeah,
was
and I
pretty
mean,
good condition.
it was pretty good. Yeah, we had like one little sketchy spot, but
Okay.
I'm here.
Comes a runner.
Looks. It looks like this is Andy Vermilia from Castleton, Vermont, I believe.
I've got a cocaine bear set. We are due for Zion out in regular Zion.
Yeah, this is Andy Vermilia from Castleton, Vermont, and I believe 1, 2, 3. He
Okay.
might be about our 10th runner through here.
Nice. I do not know Andy. I try to do some quick research here.
The great thing about the station is being wild.
Andy
Actually, I misspoke. I think
Vermilia.
he's our 11th runner.
Okay. 42 years old. A lot of New York, East Coast racing. Won a race called the Infinitus Pentamarathon. It's got to be like 100 because it's a 24-hour finish.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, 24 too.
yeah. More runners coming.
Looks like we got Paul Terranova coming in.
Oh,
bib number
come on,
2.
Paul.
All right, Paul.
You know Paul pretty well?
Yeah, we've raced against each other forever.
Yeah.
And we ran together last year quite a bit.
Okay.
At Hardrock. It was his first. Jesse Haynes and I and Paul ran, man, a ton in the probably first 50 miles. And then Paul pulled ahead, and then I caught him going up Putnam at the end.
Nice.
But solid runner.
111 results on Ultra sign
Yeah,
up. He's
exactly.
raced just a little bit.
Yeah. Paul's been around, I think, almost as long as I can. He came from triathlon background
Okay.
in his younger years.
One of the very early crossover athletes from
Yep.
another sport.
He made the jump pretty early,
Yeah.
though. Let's see how far back his results go here.
And from Twin Lakes, so definitely acclimatized.
Yeah, 2006 on Ultra sign up is when he started. 2007 looks like he did Bandera 50K. Was his first Ultra on Ultra sign up.
Okay.
So 5 years after I started. So we're almost the same. And we're near the same age, too.
Yeah, he's 50, according to Ultra.
Yeah, he's 50.
Yeah.
Okay, I got him by almost 3.
All right. But how many results do you have on Ultra?
I have no idea. Here, let's look.
We can find out real quick.
We'll find out. I don't even know.
But you know how many hundreds you run, right?
I've run 53.
53 100-milers.
147 results on ultra sign up.
Okay, you're
And
beating it.
that does not count all the ultras I've done.
Correct, because they're not all. on
They're not
ultra
all
sign up.
there. Yeah, there's a lot of like races that aren't even around anymore. I ran back in the 2000s.
Oh, and then now we're looking at this is the.
Oh yes, this is the infamous Grant Swamp Pass north side. So you come up on the Island Lake side, which is super beautiful and scenic, and then you drop off this scree field, and it's very it's very intimidating if you've never done it before, because when you first come to the spot to drop off, you literally can't see the scree field below it because there's a trough. We're looking at it right there, and this does not do it justice. When you walk up to where that flag is on top, which I put that flag there actually this year.
Thank you very much.
And you drop right down this trough and you can't see over the edge. So you have to commit to going into it. And it's really, this year it's really dry and kind of hard. Normally it's kind of soft.
Is it? Okay, I thought I saw Schlarp doing some glissading down that.
Yeah, well, you can, when it's not bad once you get down about halfway, but it's the first like 60 or 70 yards are really gnarly.
Yeah.
And not very fun if it's dry.
So just to give people tuning in an idea, what do you think the grade is on that descent?
I don't know. It's steep.
30, 35?
Yeah, probably.
% grade.
At least.
So I think this is kind of what we talk about with just like nothing is easy at Hard Rock, that like even descending is just going to take a lot out of your legs because you're basically breaking yourself on all these descents, and you have 13 14 of them that are similar to this.
Yeah, and it actually could be kind of a dangerous spot when you have runners stacked on top of each other, because we were marking that section on Monday, and I went down first, and one of the guys that was marking with us had his dog with him, and his dog was kind of scrambling around, and he knocked a couple of rocks loose, and they went whizzing by me like a baseball size rock.
Hi guys, you guys have me at Chapman still?
Yeah.
What's above you?
You guys still got me at Chapman?
Oh, hi Leah. Yes, we've got you at
David
Chapman.
Horton.
Are you there with the infamous
first
Bill?
Ever. This is David Horton, the first ever Hard Rock
David
finisher.
Horton.
David.
Hi, David.
What can you tell us about Hard Rock? What kind of memories does this bring back?
Great memories. Great memories. Back when I could run. I can't run now. No, it's really special. It's beautiful. It's spectacular. It's so neat, but
really
you forget
low.
how hard it is. It is
Volume.
extremely hard. Extremely hard.
Do you think you could give this another shot these days? Maybe hike
Nope.
it out, soft rock?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
You could do a good bike ride out here, though.
Yeah, that's right. I wouldn't want to bike this course either. Oh, it'd be so hard. Although I'm a biker, but no, I'm too old and too slow, and I have a knee replacement, so I shouldn't, so I don't.
Are you out here supporting anybody today, or just enjoying
Lots
it?
of people and supporting you,
Oh, thank you.
and also trying to encourage people to come to Hellgate 100K.
Highly recommend Hellgate 100K, guys. It's the end of December every year. Starts at midnight. It's an infamous David Horton race. I've done it one time now, and he's been trying to get me back.
You want it? I set the course record, but her course record's been broken.
Yeah, so come break the course record.
That's right. That's right.
Awesome. Well, yeah, this is David Horton, guys. First Hard Rock finisher ever, and check him out on Ultra Sign Up. Google his name. He's a badass.
Done a few things.
Thanks, David.
Someone put a quote in the chat from David Horton that it never always gets worse. Was that accredited to him? That's great. If so, it's a good quote.
That is one of his quotes.
Okay. I think I've heard Debo say that many a time as well. So another runner coming into Chapman here.
All right, we've got bib 115 here into Chapman. And that is Ben Buckland. He's from Boulder, Colorado. I mean, Spokane,
All right,
Washington. Sorry,
Ben.
guys. And I think you see Ben's name at a lot of these 100-milers out west. I know he's run the Bear a couple times, finds his way in the Mountain West doing all these hard ones. So it's probably not too foreign to him in terms of the terrain and climbs that he'll see out here today.
We have another runner coming in.
Looks like we've got Tara Dower. She's
Okay.
our fourth
Tara.
place female,
Fourth female.
coming in at
JP Giblin there,
10:33.
getting ready to crew her. She's got the whole crew. Yeah, and she's holding steady because she was in fourth, at the KT8 station as well. Looks like getting some ice in the vest maybe, or some food.
Yep, some food. Looks like she's ultra head to toe, getting some sunscreen,
Smiling.
some bug spray. Yeah, and
Coke.
just for reference, so the top 10 women's times ever in history into this aid station, Tara's about right on one of the top 10 times in this direction. I think the fifth fastest time is Darcy PQ and Emma Roca were 4 and 5 coming into this aid station at 10:31. So Tara's just 2 minutes behind that. So she's
looks like
running
she's having a
really stellar
blast.
time. I think that also speaks to how fast the women ahead of her are going right now too. Yeah, she looks good. Icing down, getting ice in the sleeves.
I think that's her good friend Reese, who's crewed her at many races. She was with her at Run Rabbit Run with the bow on the back of her hat there.
Yeah, and I think
they all have bows,
she
but
follows
putting
her,
the stuff
follows
in
her
her
everywhere,
bag
does a
right
great
now.
job. Looks like
And
she's got
I
some
believe
watermelon in hand.
Devin Yanko's going to be pacing her later. I'm not sure who her other pacers are. Oh, there's Kareth Arnold.
JP's pacing.
JP's pacing as well. Okay. And Kareth Arnold, who just came off a really great Western State. So it's just a who's who of ultra running superstars out there.
Yeah. I think JP's taking her to the finish from Maggie.
Okay. Very cool.
I got an opportunity to chat with her about this race.
Mm-hmm.
She asked me some advice, and I gave her the similar advice. You only have one set of matches to burn. Don't
Okay.
burn them until towards the end.
Peanut butter matches.
Yeah.
Gonna keep going through the,
I
the
got the
metaphors and
analogies. They're coming
analogies.
out all over the place.
Yeah.
But this is one of those unique races where in the front, a lot of times, when you're really fit and ready for these races, you can make multiple moves in a 100-miler to, get a gap and then like hold it and then maybe increase your lead or try to reel someone in. But at Hard Rock with the altitude and the amount of climbing, and I think it's more the altitude than anything,
Mm-hmm.
it's really hard to you can't make multiple moves.
Right.
And if you look at like how, say, someone like Killian's run this race and he's really fast, he's always pushed right at the end, inside the last 20 miles. And I if you look at other hundreds like Western States, you're pushing way out, 40 some miles out, 50 miles out. So it's a little
save your
different.
matches
Yes.
till the end because
Yeah.
you're gonna have fewer because some of them
You have one little book of matches.
Yeah,
Little
right?
tiny
Yeah.
book of matches.
Yeah. The altitude has already taken.
Well,
half of
especially
them
in
out of them.
in this direction, it's difficult because of handies coming at about a little over 100K into the race, and when you go over that 14er, you definitely you lose your top end gear after that one.
Yeah.
So it's always hard after handies.
So we're saying at Western you have a giant box of matches, and at Hard Rock you have a little
tiny
the flip from the
flip
bar.
matches from the bar.
Okay.
And someone's already used some of those matches.
Yeah.
So you only have a few left.
Okay. I think it's super smart. I think Tara's sitting in a great spot right now, and that's really like.
I think she's running really smart right now, and
yeah.
I'd like to see her I'm hoping she'll move up. I mean, I'm partial because she's a teammate, but.
All right, we got Tara Dower out of the aid station here, 10:37. And that's about 33 minutes or so behind Courtney, probably about 30 minutes behind Courtney leaving the aid station here. So that's our top 4 females, all within 30 minutes of each other. So again, that was Courtney came through at 10:04. We had Cami came through 6 minutes behind Courtney at 10:10. Katarina at 10:12, and then we just had Tara leaving the aid station here at 10:37. So our top 4 ladies so far.
I like to see this women's race. It's going to be a solid race.
Yeah, I think it's going to be super exciting. And we have this next stretch. Talk a little bit about this next section they're going to do here. Jeff, they're going to go.
Yep, you have a wall of a climb. Actually, when you come over Grant Swamp Pass, you can see Oscars.
Okay.
The scar going up at the switchbacks. You have to go up through the rocks. Super rocky up at the top. You're going to top out at like 13 again. And it's really hot and exposed, southern facing. There's only maybe the bottom 25% of the climb is in the trees, and then you come out of the trees, and it's always hot in that section. It's early enough in the day that we don't have any afternoon thunderstorm clouds coming in at all yet. So, and here you're looking at it from Grant Swamp Pass, and that big wall across the valley, you have to go over that. And you can see the scar, maybe not in this, the quality may not be quite good enough to see it, but it's kind of right side of center. And it goes right up over the top, and that's Oscars Pass. And then it does a little dip, and and then you go back up over there's 2 snowfields in there that are still sitting that they'll have to cross and get up over into Wasatch Basin that drops them down into Telluride.
So right here, we're looking at the backside descent of Grant Swamp Pass.
Yes, this is looking there. You can see someone going down really, really slow in the trough, the poles. That's a pretty good view right there of almost how it appears when you're in person.
Where you can't see it.
Yeah, you can't. There you go. You can't.
Yeah.
It is steep.
You just got to go.
You just got to commit.
Hope you don't fall off the edge of the earth.
Yeah. I put that flag right there on purpose just to reassure people you have to go this way.
That's a good flag. I mean, that you're helping.
There
you're
it
helping
shows
them.
like it's really dry at the beginning in the trough. You can see that line. And then once they get down where that runner is, it gets better. It's looser.
Yeah.
And there's a little more scree. So you're just kind of sliding, and it's good to have gaiters on or some kind of, otherwise you're doing a shoe dump at the bottom of this pitch. And then they head off across that where the snow is. There's like a little land bridge there with the green. They head across that, and then they go off to the left around that rock formation.
Nice filming by whoever's doing that as
Yeah.
you follow Jim's description.
Yeah, good job, whoever that is.
All right, Ellie, thank you.
Thanks,
This is
Ellie.
great. Shout out to Ellie who took a camera all the way up
And
there.
you can really see Oscars across the
And
valley.
a Starlink. Like we have a Starlink at the top of Grant Swamp Pass.
Yeah.
People, like let's get some love in the chat for Ellie with the Starlink at the top of Grant Swamp Pass. It's pretty epic. Never before seen on the live stream of the Hardrock 100. So if you're just joining us, thank you so much for being here. Let us know where you're joining in the chat. My name's Corinne Chalvoy. Here we go. Here's a descender off this.
Committing.
Look at this, using the poles.
Yeah, it is steep and slick, and it's really dry this year. Normally, it's really soft from just recent snow.
Oh, Ellie lost her camera. That's okay. We got it. There we go.
But you can see, like, now he got off into the loose stuff, and it gets better.
You basically have to, like, you're braking. And
Yeah.
I really like to go sideways when I'm on that type of terrain.
In most years, it's
Oh, we got a
here's
scooter.
a new technique.
Gloves and just down on the feet. Not sitting kind of sitting all the way down.
That's Nick Curry.
Is it Nick?
Yep, that's Nick.
Did you tell us the story about him bringing the gloves out? We heard this story. I think he brought these giant leather gloves to one of his hard rocks, and people were like, "What are you doing?" And he sat on them and slid down.
Oh, that's smart.
So,
Yeah, it is so one of the things that I've always found, what's always worked for me, is you commit to the trough and run down it.
Yeah.
And then as soon as you get down to about where those guys are right now, you jump off into the screen
So that you
side.
can stop yourself.
You plant left or right and
Yep.
jump off into the screen. And normally it's pretty soft. But this year it's more like August.
dang, we got a lot of runners on it right now.
And this is where you got to be careful because you can knock rocks onto people.
Yeah.
It's really easy. Just see how it's just rocks start flying down, and then one starts like snowballing and bouncing. So it can get kind of sketchy.
Yeah, gloves, good idea, I think, as Andrea says in the chat. Yeah, I mean, we can see so many different varieties of techniques going down this, but I think that all these people on it right here is really exemplifying how steep it is. I mean, people are like...
Yeah, I mean, look, you're going to have people crawling down it. And it's very intimidating, I have to admit.
And you already have, what, how much climbing on your legs already?
6,000 feet
Yeah.
of climbing.
So there... Got another runner coming into Chapman.
All right, we got Mick Jernick coming into here. Mick is a Salt Lake City local. Raced him a few times at the Bear
There's going to be some
100. He's
descents
been
that are that steep at the end of the race when people have 30,000 feet of climbing on their legs. So just imagine trying to kind of break yourself and brace yourself on that kind of terrain.
Coming down off of Green Mountain down into into Cunningham at the end at mile 90, 91, it's 1,585 feet in 1 mile. And it's a cliff face.
Yeah.
It's literally when you're standing in Cunningham, I've been camping up there, and when you're looking up, you're like, how do they even take a trail through that?
Yeah.
You can't, it doesn't even seem possible.
All right, we've got Mick Jurnick from Mill Creek, Utah in the aid at Chapman.
Yep, and Mick is well known to us Utah folks. He's
All
many
right,
places
so
in the
Jeff,
top
Oh,
as
10
someone
of the
who's
Bear
done this
100 just about
race,
every year.
Mile 20-ish, kind of how are you feeling psychologically? You still feeling pretty good? What's
You
kind of
should
going
be.
through your mind? You should be.
You should be like calm and cool and collected at this point. You need to be under control, taking care of yourself. And we talked about those matches. You haven't burned any matches yet. You're saving them.
No matches.
No matches are burned yet.
We got another hands and feet crab walking kind of sliding technique going on. Jeez. Look at all this. Look at all the rocks going down like the pebbles. Yeah. When there's a lot of people.
I'm glad we got a camera up there because this is fun to
Well,
to
this
see.
is just the tough part of Wild and Tough. I mean, the race is called that for a reason. These are not easy trails.
No, they are not easy trails.
Okay, we're gonna go to Leah at Chapman.
Hi guys, got me here?
Yep, gotcha.
Great. Just here at Chapman. This is mile 18, about 4 hours, 45 minutes or so into the race so far. Currently, we got our cameras on Mick Jurnick from Salt Lake City, Utah. Definitely a experienced mountain runner with finishes for the last 16 years across many of the very popular Utah races like Speed Goat, the Bear, Wasatch. He's definitely a solid contender out here today, and I think he's probably about in the top 15 overall right now. We've had 4 women come through so far, and he's probably around that, probably 10th or 11th male.
Nice. Thank you, Leah Encyclopedia.
I was trying to find Nick some of his ultra sign up stuff, but I haven't been able to find him. But I know I've seen his name for a long time.
Yeah, and I think that's
Yeah,
the cool
he's,
thing is like basically every runner out here has a long history of running super hard qualifiers, and you know they probably have just this whole ultra running journey that we could talk about for hours on the.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Mick had a 9th place finish here at Hardrock in 2018.
Nice.
In about 30 hours, 10 minutes. So I'm sure he's looking to improve that today. Looks like another 2020 run result, about 30 hours, 33 minutes. So probably knows what he's doing out here to get right around that 30-hour finish.
Ran a 50 miler, the Snow Peaks 50 miler in Utah on June 8th. Nice little tune-up. He was 10th at the Bear last year, as you may have said. Yeah. So, look at the landscape.
Yeah.
Woo! Yeah, that's right. Got to cheer that. There's Island Lake.
In my opinion, one of the most scenic spots on the course right there.
Yeah,
Look at
that's an iconic
that
spot. The color blue that
Probably
you get in that lake.
Yeah, the most photographed spot on the Hard Rock course probably. Look at that. Amazing. That is one thing about this course, is stunning.
All right, we got Joel Anderson into Chapman here. He's bib 236 here in the red shirt. Cameras on him. We also had another runner come through at that exact same moment too, so I'll try to ID him as well.
Thanks, Leah.
And Brian Peterson. Brian Peterson, we got our cameras on him here in the blue shirt.
Perfect.
I think Brian Peterson was
Hey, I
also
like
a
that
Bear
big Bronco
100
race vest.
champion back in the 20 teens. So currently lives on the East Coast, I believe, but spent a good amount of time in Utah. So seeing lots of Utah folks out here. We also have Bib 112, Andy Blatecki from Golden, Colorado, just rolled through too. So we have 3 runners in the aid station here at Chapman at the same time.
Awesome. I wonder if any of them will leave together, try to run a bit together out of here.
And looks like from the front of the pack to about, we're in the top 20 here now. We've got everybody really spending time, staying cool, pouring water on themselves, doing what they can to kind of mitigate as much heat as possible, because it does feel pretty warm out here, especially when you're exposed in the sun.
Yeah, and like we've said before, this next climb, you need to be ready for it. It gets hot. I think we have about a 50% chance of afternoon thunderstorms today, so they could get some cloud cover about midday. So that always helps coming out of Telluride for the front of the pack when they're climbing out. Every once in a while, it gets a little sketchy up near Virginia's with lightning, but we'll see what we get.
Looks like we also have
really
Chris
came of it
Tyson
yesterday.
from Fort Collins in Chapman as well.
And we heard from the race organization yesterday during the crew meeting that their goal is concierge service at every one of these aid stations, like a one person dedicated to each runner. And you can kind of see that playing out here. There's multiple people in the aid station, but they each have kind of their own aid, just helping with whatever they need.
Yeah, the aid stations here are great.
Yeah, and looks like so far we've had about 20 runners come through Chapman here, and this is, again, mile 18, about 6,000 feet of climbing so far, and I think they've got probably roughly 30,000 feet of climbing to go. So very early on in the day, we've had our top 4 ladies come through, Courtney DeWalter, Cami Bruya, Katerina Hartmouth, and then Tara Dower, about 30 minutes. Spread the 4 of those women, and then, yeah, we've had 16 men come through so far.
Leah, what are you seeing most people partaking in? It looks like fruit and anything else here?
Yeah,
ice.
Lots of watermelon, lots of ice. I've seen several cans of Pringles and a couple bottles of Coke so far.
Yep.
A lot of people in the front of the pack, so like Ludo Pomeray, Francois, Diego, Jason, all have pretty dialed crews. It looks like they've got a lot of like specific sports nutrition, things like that. But I'm seeing a few more people actually use the aid station now. So I think we're getting to the portion of the pack who relies a little bit less on their crews at spots like this, where this requires at least a 1 mile run hike in for crews. So a little tough to get to, and the drive isn't easy either.
Gotcha.
Oh, there we are, Grand Swamp Pass.
Back here at Grant Swamp Pass in the main screen and Chapman in the lower screen.
We've got John Anderson of Truckee, California, Bib 101, into the aid station here.
Okay.
So that makes about probably four guys in the aid station, 4 or 5 guys in the aid station right now. Brian Peterson's still here, and a few others.
Yep.
And here we're looking across from Grand Swamp Pass on the main screen at Oscar's Pass, that next wall they have to go over. And that's about just over 13,000 feet at the top of that pass.
Some views of the aid station offerings in the corner.
Yeah, so we got Kareth Arnold behind there volunteering after her Western States finished a couple weeks ago. And we got Tyler Green on the skillet. What are you cooking up, Tyler? Tyler, what are you cooking? Yeah.
Right now, but it was
Oh, we got pancakes and bacon at Chapman.
This is what
So
I
not
love
only
about
can he get
ultra
top
running.
10 at Western States a million times, he can serve up a mean breakfast.
Hey, I have to make a comment about Tyler. He was at Ice Lake Trailhead this morning, and he hiked all the way up and over Grand Swamp Pass and down to Chapman to help with a backpack.
Volunteer.
Yeah.
Nice.
So we were talking about how long it took him. Ask him how long it took him to get over and down there. What was his split?
That's some dedication. Leah, can you hear us? Yeah, we got another runner coming. Oh, or leaving. All right, cheering people out. It's just the thing to do. Run Western, be top 10, and then come out here and be like Leah commentating or Tyler serving and volunteering. I love it. It's great.
The San Juan's in July. Where else do you want to be?
Exactly. It's the only place you want to be. Definitely don't want to be in Arizona.
Oh, man, no.
Yeah, somebody asking about the downhill on Grand Swamp Pass. We were talking about that a little earlier and thinking it was, a 30% plus grade descent. Very, very steep.
Especially the first 50 yards is the steepest part. It's very intimidating to huck off that thing.
Yeah, what do you think about bike shorts that are like padded? If you're gonna do the butt thing.
Oh, I don't know. I've never done a butt slide, so I just run.
You just stay on your feet.
Keep your feet under you and behind you, and lean forward and go.
Leah, can you still hear us?
I got you guys.
Do you have a preferred method of glissading down super steep things?
I've gone up Grant Swamp Pass twice, and you don't want to see me go up or down that thing because I end up on my face. So there's no preferred method because all my methods are terrible. So I'll learn from the pros. I was watching the live stream of Courtney going down that, so I'll try to do what she does next time.
Yeah, was she on her feet glissading? Kind of hopping?
She's on her feet glissading, but she did take a couple slips and ended up
Okay.
on her butt a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, she looked about as graceful as you can coming down that.
I heard that tonight at like 8 p.m. there's going to be a Jeff Browning session up on Grand Swamp Pass of how to descend it. I'm just kidding.
Heck
but,
no.
But maybe we could get a little tutorial.
You just
I
have to
think that's
lean
what I'm
forward
gonna
and
need.
huck it and go.
Lean forward?
Yes. You have to get your body
Oh
perpendicular
my
to the terrain.
God, no.
Oh, it's harder
Like
this year. It's
skiing.
dry.
You
It's
wanna be
really dry. The conditions are very dry this year. So it does make it more challenging when it's dry.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. This is what we're talking about. The various methods. Lots of people on their backside.
We got someone like down rock climbing on the right.
Oh,
We
they're
got
basically-
someone going on their butt in the middle.
Yeah.
People waiting. Again, we said this earlier, but it's really easy to knock rocks loose, and they go whizzing down that thing like somebody threw a baseball. So it can be kind of sketchy. So you really do have to pay attention when you're going down if there's a group.
Nice work.
Looks like we got another runner down the bottom right hand of the screen. Another runner coming into Chapman. Can't tell who.
Looks like we've got Shigeru Furuta from Japan into the aid station.
All right.
54 years old.
He's
First
come a long
Japanese
way
runner
to
of
do
the
this
day.
race. And we have yet to see our fifth female into Chapman, correct, Leah?
That's correct. So far, we've had 4, and that was Courtney DeWalter, Cami, Katharina, and Tara Dower, and they were from about 10:04 to about 10:34. So it's been about 23 minutes since we saw our last lady roll through here.
Yeah. Kind of as predicted, as anticipated on the women's side, kind of that front pack.
Yeah.
Yep. We've got 3 women in the top 10 right now. Courtney's our highest placed woman in 5th place. And then I believe it was probably 6 and 7 for both Cami and Katharina.
Maybe I think Courtney will move up one slot. Maybe.
Oh, I'm going with 2. I've got her set. I think she's going second overall by the end of the day.
I say 4th.
Okay.
I don't think she'll
So
get.
say,
I don't.
yeah,
I don't
3
think she'll get.
slots.
I don't think she'll get the men's podium. But we'll see.
No.
I wouldn't be sad if she did.
I think lots of people are cheering for her to win the whole race, which would be unreal. Kind of depends on the times the men run.
Well, and it also depends on if the men like run themselves into the ground.
Correct.
Which men tend to do.
Yeah.
Women usually run a little smarter than we do.
Yes, this is true. And I haven't looked if we have any drops yet at this point in the race. Maybe we can try to kind of check in on that. Hopefully not.
So,
Again, if you are just joining us, 2024 Hardrock 100 Endurance Run, we're looking at the descent off Grant Swamp Pass and a whole bunch of runners just making their way down this 30% plus grade. It's very slick.
Especially the first 40 or 50 meters is really dry and slick this year. And then you get into the scree and it's a little better. You sink a few inches, so it's not bad. Just dig your heels.
You actually just want some depth
Yeah, you
instead
just
of
dig
really
your heels
hard.
in and
Yeah.
don't worry about it getting in your shoes. You can do a shoe dump at the bottom.
Yeah.
Looks like we have another runner coming into Chapman in the bottom right corner. That is that Carl?
That kind of looks like him.
That might be Carl Meltzer. I can't.
Shout out to OHG in the for the bucket hat revolution. OHG was orange hat guy from Cocodona. We were calling this one person who we didn't know OHG. No,
that isn't.
That's not Carl. That is big.
This is Adrienne Adler from Seattle, Washington.
Sweet.
Oh, my mistake.
Welcome to Chapman, Adrian. It does kind of look like Carl from afar. 44. So as we mentioned, the youngest runner in the field is currently our 3rd place female, Katarina Hartmuth, at 28 years old. So I would say at 44 is probably like an average age for who's running Hard Rock this year.
Yeah, and looks like Adrian moved up a bunch of spots on that last section.
Nice.
Looks like he was like 36th place, went back at KT, and he's probably about probably around that 25th spot right now. So looks like he made some good work on that last section.
Nice. Looks like lots of baggies of real food.
Yep. And I feel like with a race like Hard Rock, just with how long you're going to be out there, incorporating some amount of real food is definitely important.
Yeah, we saw last year Arlen Glick eating full meals at most of the aid stations at Hard Rock. Sorry, the year before last, I think. So
Yeah, I think it's easier to eat solid foods down low in the valleys. It does get a little tricky up at once you get above 12.5 or 13. Sometimes it's better just to do liquid over the top because your stomach gets a little wonky, but because you just don't have that much blood in your gut.
did you have go-to real foods that you would
I usually stick to like fruit, potatoes. My crew does mashed potatoes.
Yep.
And I do a little bit of like protein recovery drinks.
Yep.
Stuff like that when I see crew. But I mainly go on Tailwind and gels.
Yep.
In between.
Lots
A little bit of salted plantain chips.
Oh, salted plantain chips. Fancy.
Yeah. Good potassium.
Yeah.
Kind of tastes like a salty cracker. Just a little more nutrient dense than a cracker.
For sure. Leah, we're seeing lots of sunscreen reapplying here.
Oh yeah, it's hot. I'm probably getting sunburnt myself.
Go get some sunscreen at the aid station, Leah.
I will.
176.
That's Jean-Yves Melk from France, 56 years old.
Okay.
He's wearing a vest. That's fun. I haven't really seen anybody wearing like a running vest, like not his titration pack, but like a actual vest. Pretty cool.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I could see a vest being useful if it's windy up high, like a little wind layer. Mike says that salt on plantains is the only way to go. He agrees with you.
Yes.
Feet pics being requested. I'm not sure about that. We're not doing feet pics. We got to keep it professional here at the Mountain Outpost. If other people want to share those later, you can find them.
Yeah, I'd say ultra runners have the worst feet of
Oh,
any,
God.
of any sport.
You don't
I
want to see.
think.
There's a reason my toes are painted black because they're
Oh
all,
my goodness.
black underneath anyways.
When I go around with my toes showing, my kids freak out.
Yeah.
Like, gross, Dad.
I believe Tara Dower in the race has had a couple of her toenails permanently removed and wants to get more of them removed.
I've heard of that. I've heard a lot of
Yeah,
people do
I've heard
that.
of triathletes.
I definitely lost both my big toenails after Cocodona.
Yeah. Not surprising. So you see the tracker there at the very top of the vest, and that's one thing I guess you got to think about if you're going to switch vests is moving that tracker over because you got to have that the whole time.
Yeah, I have to say that's probably my least favorite part of the kit you have to wear for hard rock because it tends to make your pack slide to one side.
Oh, really?
Like list, it's just heavy enough.
Okay.
Those things somebody needs to like innovate and make those way lighter. Why
Call
can't-
to action.
Yeah, call to action out there, you tech geeks. Come on, help us out.
While they're at it, they could just put a camera on it, and then we can have a camera on every
Oh,
single
that
runner.
would be a little cam, a little shoulder cam. That would be cool.
This is Dan Barger from Steamboat Springs, 58 years old.
Awesome. Let's go, Dan. This is so cool. We're getting great footage of just, all of the... Oh, there's Devo out there. Yep.
Yeah, Dan's been running for a long time. I raced against him at Cascade Crest in 2010. We spent some early miles together.
This is Matt Van Horn from Salt Lake City, Utah.
Oh, do you know him, Leah?
Yes. Yes, well known across the Wasatch.
All right.
Definitely no stranger to courses like these with that runs at Wasatch, the Bear, everything in between.
Here's a nice little trivia. Dan Barger has 161 races on Ultra Sign Up.
Oh.
I told you he'd been around a while.
Beating ya.
Yeah, he's 58 and a solid runner. He's run some pretty fast times over the years in his early days.
Nice. Just the amount of experience, the collective experience. I feel like there should be some kind of master class recorded amongst all of the people who are running this race.
Looks like we got Corey Linfield, Colorado Springs into 8 as well.
I think that one thing we were...
Okay, Corey Winfield.
And I do believe we should be seeing our 5th female here in a second. And this might be Claire Bonworth.
That looks like Claire. Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Place now, 11:07. So about an hour from the lead with Courtney, and probably about 30 to 40 minutes behind 4th place Tara Dower right now.
That's not that much. That could definitely be made up.
And I would hate to have Claire chasing me down in these races.
Yeah.
Oh, she looks like she's got a tear in the back of her leggings, probably from the Grand Swamp Pass descent, actually. Looks like we've got 6th place female Emily Howman from Eugene, Oregon. I think she's a repeat.
I mean, they could work together and just start trying to eat up some time.
She did Hardrock last year. Yeah, Emily has been 9th place at Hardrock, 7th place at Hardrock, running around like the 36-hour, 38-hour range in her past 2 attempts here. So she is our 6th place female into the aid station right now at Chapman. And this is mile 18, about 6,000 feet or so of climbing so far into the race. And we are currently just over 5 hours into the race for them.
And someone who really focuses just on hard rock, you know, it looks like that's basically the only race she's run in 2022 and 2023. So, you know, maybe it's just making the full effort to prepare to try to lower her time in the clockwise direction on the course this year.
Now, I think now we got Carl into the aid
There's
station.
Speed Goat. Carl going towards, working towards his 100 mile finishes. I think he's at 85 now. This would be 86. And he is
also
he is
have
a
Nathaniel
5-time
Couture.
Hard Rock champion. He dominated this race in the 2000s. He was the man to beat. He's about 4 years older than me, and we talk about aging when we get together. He's a little ahead of me, so I like to learn from the veterans who I've always looked up to, and Carl's definitely one of those.
How many races do you think Carl has that'll sign up?
More than I do. That's for sure.
What's your guess? Don't look. No cheating.
Oh man, 182.
161.
He's like up there with Dan Barker.
Yeah. I was trying to find maybe his fastest time at Hard Rock here, if I can.
Oh, that would be a great little trivia.
I see 28:59. I'm going to keep going back. 27. $26:39 in 2001, counterclockwise. I think that looks like his fastest.
Ooh, I beat him. Mine's 25:42. Is my PR on the course in this direction.
Don't you hold the record for 50 to 59 in both directions? I believe you do.
I think I do.
I think you do.
Yeah, so you 50 to 59-year-olds, go get it.
No, we were talking about this in pre-show. Could that be threatened this year? And both of my co-hosts were like, "No, nobody's beaten. Those are some fast times from Jeff."
I don't even know what they are.
26 and 26. Well, yeah.
I think 27's up, or 26:58 maybe. And then, or 26:59, something like that. And then the other one would be 25. No, I was 40 something when I did that. So I don't know what the other is.
I have them. We'll find them.
This is the direction I prefer. They're both cool, but this one.
Bib 227. We've also got our 7th place female. And that's Becky Bates.
Becky Bates, 7th female.
Oh, 8th female too. Let me see here.
Okay.
That's Yitka Win from Renton, Washington. So she's a multiple-time winner of the Cascade Crest 100. I think most recently winning last year, I believe. I think she's a mom of a little girl.
She's like the Cascade Crest, like veteran. It's like her race.
Yeah, she's been crushing it the last couple years. And yeah, so
That's
right now we've got, what is it, 6th, 7th, and 8th place females in Chapman in mile 18. And that
All right, 6,
includes
7,
Becky
8 all
Bates,
together.
Emily Hounen, and Yitka Wynn. And I do believe Claire Bonworth has left the aid station.
All right.
And Emily, she is the FKT holder on the Oregon section of the PCT. I believe she's an author as well, a really beautiful book that documents her journey on that Oregon section of the PCT after her mom's death. So really, really accomplished runner, but also a really inspiring author as well.
That's awesome.
Oh, and I did have a question in the chat about ice bandana usage. I have actually not seen anybody use an ice bandana yet, which is interesting.
Didn't we see Courtney
I've
with
been
a
seeing a lot of
buff?
towels and buffs. Yeah, but no true ice bandanas so far.
Yeah.
Just mostly buffs. So buffs dipped in water, maybe a bandana dipped in water, but nothing holding ice yet.
Yep. That
Looks
is
like
interesting.
Yitka is leaving the aid station now. She's got a wet bandana on, but no ice in it.
Hmm.
I think we got 9th place female in the aid station. Chapman.
How's she doing?
Do we know who that is?
I was trying to catch a number there. 6 or 6?
Bib 225.
225. This is either, I think this might be Becky Bates, who's in 7th in there. So we've got 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th females all in the aid station.
Together.
Yeah. Very close. Question in the chat on Zach Miller. He did not start this morning, so unfortunately we are not going to see Zach race in Hardrock this
Amber
year.
Weibel from South Lake Tahoe.
Go say it again, Leah.
We had Amber Weibel, 9th place female.
Amber Weibel.
From
Thank you, Leah.
Tahoe.
Another female coming in.
10th place, right?
Mm-hmm.
We got Claire Heslop from Ontario. She is our 10th place female into Chapman. So we've got the top 10 into Chapman, and 5 through 10 are within 5 minutes of each other right now. So we've got cameras here on Claire Heslop.
People getting soaked down. Okay, so top 10 women through Chapman. You said Claire Heslop, Mia?
Yep.
Or Leah?
Yep,
Sorry.
she's wearing like the Solomon kit and a precision hydration hat. And we just had cameras on her a little bit ago, and I think she's heading to aid to get a little bit of stuff here.
Is it possible to get top 10 women on the screen? Yeah, look at that. Ask and you shall receive. There's your top 10 women through the Chapman aid station. Courtney DeWalter currently in a decently commanding lead. That is not right. And wait, Courtney, and then Cami Brias, Katarina Hartmuth, Tara Dower, Claire Banworth, Emily Hellman, Becky Bates, Yitka Wynn, Amber Weibel, and Claire Heslop. There we go. Perfect.
Yeah, and looks like we've got only 8 minutes separating 5 through 10 at Chapman. So Claire came through
We
at
got a
11:07, and
race
then
on
we
the
just
women's
had
side
Their Heslop then 11:15.
Crazy. 8 minutes separating 5th through 10th on the women's side. So we will definitely try to continue following that throughout the day. Could definitely see some placement changes, and that'll be exciting to see how it unfolds. All right, so we are going to quickly, after going through top 10 here at Chapman for the women, run a quick ad, and then we will be back with some additional field commentary at our next spot.
How many miles is that? 5. 5. Take it easy. We're gonna pick up some food. Please.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. You got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with feed.
Shop today to get your free tour bottle. Visit thefeed.com.
Yes, we are at Telluride. Oh, look. Here we
Hey.
Hey, how's it
we're
going?
waiting for sound.
Okay. Oh. Testing 1, 2.
Hold on.
Testing 2, 3.
You can hear us.
I can hear you. They said they're waiting for sound.
Oh, wait, we might have you now.
Can you hear him too? Can you hear us?
Oh, yes, I can, Sally. It's Jeff.
Yes, maybe. Is it good?
Yep, we can hear you now.
All right. Are we live before?
You are live. Except not now. We just lost our feed. We're
I thought you meant you saw me personally. No, I did. Okay. But I don't know if it was like your camera spun on you.
Who is this?
Tara?
Oh.
Someone just sent me a shot that
Okay.
runner.
Daniel. He may not. We've got some video.
Party music.
All right, now we're back to.
What's
we're back.
up? What's up?
They keep freezing.
Okay, can you guys hear us? Oh, we're working on it. We're working on it. Can you guys hear us?
Okay, we can hear you guys.
yeah. Oh, I can't hear them.
Shoot.
They can't
Hold on, we're gonna.
Yes.
Oh, wait,
we can hear
we got you.
We can hear you.
Yeah, can you hear us now?
It's Sally McCray.
What's up?
Maggie
Wait,
Gutierrez.
but are we live? Can you guys see us?
Yes.
Yeah,
we can see
Can you hear the music that's playing?
Sweet. Well, so we're in Telluride. We're waiting for the lead folks to come through. I feel like we have a videographer up the trail, so they'll come down the trail into the town park here. And yeah, I'm thinking 11:30, so within 10 minutes.
It's getting exciting, guys.
This is super cool. I heard. Okay, do you guys have music? Apparently, we can't have music on in the background, so. Producers telling us to cut music, but we can hear you. We can see you. We want the continued dancing. Okay, we're going to work on it on our side. We'll be back to you guys in just 1 second. We're going to go to Telluride real quick, and then we'll pop back to you. And there's like we're just teasing the audience here with the the Maggie and the Sally content.
This is the color of the dirt, Telluride.
The red dirt of Telluride is what we are currently looking at.
There's a race.
This is a very popular hiker trail.
Yep.
So it's a very wide trail that goes up towards Wasatch Basin, and eventually turns into narrow single track as it gets steeper, but it's very wide the bottom couple miles. So this is right before you come down into the Telluride City Park, where the aid station is.
What day is this? Friday, I think.
No, on the day of the race.
What day of the race? Like second day, third day? Oh, no, they started this morning at 6 a.m. Oh, my goodness.
I guess we just have random hikers.
We're interviewing some hikers. Do you know
Nice
that the
tattoos.
Hardrock 100 is happening right now?
What? 100 miles? That's crazy.
Back to Island Lake.
Oh, look at that. Beautiful.
Yeah, we're hearing Sally. We're just working on that audio over there. Again, this is the Grant Swamp Pass descent, and that's a pretty good angle of seeing how
Steep it
that shows. Yeah, it's really hard to show on camera how steep something is, and that's a pretty good angle.
It's really hard to come up in the dark in the other direction to find your route.
Yeah, I bet. It all just looks like yellow.
I always hit it right at dark and first light of the second day when I've run in that direction, and it's always a little sketchy.
Yeah.
So again, we're watching that you're seeing Grant Swamp Pass and Island Lake, and some runners making the little short traverse when they top out that climb over to the steep trough you have to commit to. And we're working on getting a feed with Telluride, with Sally and Maggie. We've been having a few technical difficulties.
Yeah, we're working
So
on it.
be patient with us.
It'll be here soon, and I don't know when we're expecting. Do we have splits previous? Here we go.
Possibly. Here we are looking at Oscars across the valley at Oscars. They go up over that 13,000-foot pass at Oscars Pass. Right up there in all that kind of orangey dirt or rock. It's mainly just rock. Definitely one of the more steep, intimidating climbs that's hot this time of day, too. South facing. And here we are looking again at Grant Swamp Pass. So the north side of Grant Swamp Pass that you have to go down after you top out by Island Lake. Very dry this year, very slippery. Also very easy to knock rocks on the runners below you if you're not careful.
All right. Working on getting the feedback here from Telluride. In the meantime, many runners still out on course here, descending Grant Swamp Pass on a pretty warm day.
Yes, we've had a beautiful last week. I've been here for a week, and it has been gorgeous. Normally I have consistent afternoon thunderstorms, and this year it has been dry. We haven't had one rainy day for well over a week.
Yeah.
And I was here 2 weeks ago helping Kyle Curtin on his Colorado Trail FKT and pacing, and it was pouring rain every day. So they got about a 10 or 12 day wet pattern, and then it dried up for the last week and a week or 10 days, and it's been really dried everything out. And I would say it's similar to more August conditions right now. because of the dry, windy weather we've had the last week, especially coming off of Grant Swamp Pass. And here we are looking at Island Lake again. Probably one of the prettiest views on the course. Besides maybe the only one that might rival it is the top of Handy's, the 14er that you climb over, a 14,000-foot peak, which hits at about mile 63 of this year's course. Leaders should be going through that section or be right before dusk. So they're on their way down to Telluride now, the front of the pack. And last report, I think we had Courtney DeWalter in 5th overall.
Yep, and the lead. So, I believe the course record split of Killian through Telluride was 5:36 elapsed. So right now
we're at 5:28.
We're at 5:28. We're almost 5:29. So if we see any of them coming in the next 5 minutes here, they're going to be
on course record pace.
On course record pace or under. Yeah. So Courtney, again, last that we saw was 5th overall. Ahead of her, we had Ludo Pomeray, Francois Dehane, Diego Pazos, and Jason Schlarb.
Yep.
And then second and third females were Cami Bruya and Katarina Hardmuth, followed by Tara Dower. And then we had an 8-minute only 8 minutes between the 5th and 10th females into Chapman.
Yeah, it's a
aid
tight
station.
little pack there that
Very
we don't know
close.
what's going to happen there.
Yeah,
there could be some shakeup.
This chase pack is.
They're waiting for these women going fast to
Yes.
falter.
Because they are going fast. All 3 of those top 3 were ahead of Courtney DeWalter's course record splits.
Yep.
Including Courtney being 10 to 12 minutes ahead of her split at Chapman, which, yeah, I mean, we were kind of expecting that. We'll see if that continues to grow. Oh, some hugs at the summit before you go try to survive this.
Say good luck. Nice knowing
One
you.
last hug. Oh man, okay, we're gonna pop. Oh, this
There he
is
is.
Ludo. Ludo coming into Telluride. He's rolling.
Yeah, he's rolling. And Ludo is a very good downhill runner. He is, I believe, UTMB champion 2016. He's 49. That's my man right there.
Yeah, he is representing all of us who want
He's
to
my
continue
pick.
progressing into
He's my
our
pick
older
today.
ages.
He's been here 4 weeks. I ran into him on Handy's last weekend, and he was doing a hard workout up Handy's. He went hard as he could up, and then he was flying down.
And we heard that he did 2 soft rocks in preparation for
He
this.
did.
One with a heavy pack.
Yep, he fast packed in 4 days, I think, or 3 or 4 days,
Yep.
and then he ran it in 3 days, supported. So he knows his course really, really well. He's run it twice in the last 4 weeks, the full loop. He is. I know from talking to him last year, he's been wanting to get in this race for a while, and so if he's anything like me, and when you're a veteran, you know you might not get another chance.
So you're gonna go for it.
You got to go for it.
I mean,
So-
we've seen him go for it at every race. He was leading Western States for, the first, 15, 20 miles of the race a couple years ago.
He's looking smooth.
Yeah, he is. He's looking great. We got a follow cam. Thank you, follow cam.
Let's go, Finn.
Thank you, Ludo, for wearing a bright orange hat.
Yep.
Or peach or whatever color
So if
we
you're
want to
just
call it.
joining us, Ludo Pomeray in the lead, coming into Telluride.
Mile 27.8.
Yep. 49 years old.
And he is currently about 4 minutes ahead of Killian's course record splits into Telluride. He's not quite there yet, so when he gets in there, it might be
What
3
we
minutes.
We
but
said 5:36.
5:36.
Killian's course record in this direction is 5:36 split into Telluride,
Yep.
the city park. So. Yeah, Ludo is a very good downhill runner. He was in second earlier. I saw them at Ice Lake going up on their way up to Grant Swamp. He was in second place about a minute behind Francois. Francois was leading, and he must have passed Francois on the downhill, I'm assuming, down to Chapman, because he came into Chapman in the lead.
I mean, he's helping out my fantasy picks right now. I had him second to Zach, but Zach did not start, so I've got him winning. So keep it up, Ludo.
Yeah.
This is very important.
He's my pick too.
All right.
Come on, Ludo.
49 years old. We'll
love to see this.
Yeah, we'll try to get. This is a great. Thank you for our follow cam here. This is great footage. It's got to feel kind of nice to get on some of that little bit flatter.
Yeah, this lower part's nice, runnable downhill. It's nice too because there's a lot of hikers and a lot of like spectators on it too, so it gives you a little bit of juice coming down and seeing people.
Energy.
Yeah, and Telluride's pretty electric. It's a pretty awesome aid station, especially in this direction because it's middle of the day. It is warm usually though, and today it is definitely warm.
Yeah, this is your 2016 UTMB champion. He ran 22 hours in 2016 at UTMB, Ludo. So, and he was also one of Aurelian's main pacers last year when he won the race.
Yeah, I talked to him last year when he was here. Here he is making the hard right turn. He is almost into the aid station in the park.
Okay.
Probably 150 yards. He'll be dropping into the park. You can see the park in the background.
And we'll try to get maybe some connection with Sally and Maggie there when he's in aid, kind of just to see what's going on. Still working on their audio, but thank you to this follow cam. Who is this on follow cam? Matthew? Thank you, Matthew. This is amazing. We are watching your lead male, Ludovic Pomeray, 49 years young, into Telluride, 27.8 miles into the Hardrock 100.
And he is going to be right on course record pace.
Yeah, maybe a minute ahead, huh? 30 seconds ahead, right there.
Yep.
Do you think he knows that? Do you think he's got like the 5:36 written down on it?
I think he's just running his own race.
We're just going. Well, he's running a great race right now.
He's running a great race. Hopefully he can keep that up.
Yeah.
Ludo is a veteran. He's been around a long time, 49 years old.
Ludo is adopting in the chat the OHG moniker from Cocodona, Orange Hat Guy moniker. So if he keeps that hat on,
yeah,
we will affectionately continue to call him Ludo OHG. Ludo HG. Looks like quite a.
So right on 5:36.
Yeah, boom,
station.
Right there.
Yeah, he's right on the course record.
Warm welcome here in Telluride. Don't drop your bottle, Ludo. Finishing off that bottle before he refills. Nice. Yeah, I'm so used to seeing this in the dark on the counterclockwise years.
Yeah.
This is a great part of both Telluride and Ouray. You've got some park benches to go ahead and just lay out your aid station fare on. Got the bench there if you need to sit down. He's not sitting, chugging some water or some liquid of some sort. It looks like just pure water. Yeah, refilling.
Big bottles.
Yeah.
That looks like 750 milliliter bottle. Smart.
Which makes sense, I know.
Yeah, that means he's probably carrying 1.5 liters.
Liter and a half.
Which it is pretty important on this course, I think. It's hard. It's hot.
It's hot, and you've got fairly decently long stretches between aid.
Yeah, you do.
And
look at that. He's out. 5:37. He's I don't know if was that a 5:36 in or out.
Oh, I don't know that. I don't know that, but either way, he's basically...
He's hovering right on course record.
Right on course record, and that was a very quick stop.
I always find this is the trickiest part of getting out of here because there's Telluride's kind of a zoo and there's parking everywhere and it's hard to find all the flags.
Okay.
It's easy to take a wrong turn. You're supposed to go up here and take a right and it's easy to go straight.
Did you mark this section?
I know, nope, the aid station marks it through town.
Okay. So we'll see how good the markings are.
I marked to the park.
Okay.
So obviously I marked it well enough that Ludo didn't get lost.
So you're good.
Yeah.
It's not your fault if he takes a wrong turn now.
Yeah, shout out to Chris and Vic who helped me on that day.
Okay, it was 5:37 out.
So he's on
So
course
he's
record
on
pace.
course record. Thank you, Matt Feldick. Appreciate all of the intel. And yes, we are basically looking at Ludo Pomeray running Killian Jornet course record splits at this point in the race.
So he left it. He came in at 5:36. Was there 1 minute left in 5:37?
Yep. And he was looking good.
Yeah, he looks smooth. Now we'll see how far. At Chapman, Francois was in second, so we'll see where Francois is soon. I don't remember. Do you remember how far back Francois was at Chapman?
They were close. I
like
mean,
a minute?
It was real close. So I feel like there's been, possibly some, like you mentioned, maybe gap created here on the downhill.
This is a shot of Telluride Town Park, where the aid station is. Beautiful park.
Oh, he's in. Francois in
so
there.
He's not very far back.
Took a little seat, wiped off his face.
And he's out.
All
so
right.
2 minutes back, 2.5 minutes back, Francois Dane in second place.
It's your men's 1-2.
If anybody's ever met Francois in person, he is a very tall man.
Yeah, he is tall. He's probably 6'4".
6'4", 6'5".
Yeah,
He is very tall. He's a head taller than most people.
He's not rocking his vineyard wine quiver, his signature. That was so cool. He used to have like a signature.
Yep.
Grapes. But yeah, that is, I think, probably his signature vest, Solomon vest.
And now they go into the steep climb up to Virginia's Pass.
Oh, the infamous Kroger's Canteen.
Kroger's
aid
Canteen.
station.
I worked that aid station in the other direction, the all-night shift in 2017 with Scott Jurek and Diana Finkel and Rock Horton. We had a good time. We were partying up there.
Nice.
It was good. And one of my favorite aid stations, actually. One of the most iconic aid stations on the course. They have to backpack those supplies up across a 3-pitch snowfield.
And it is literally like a notch that's
It's
sitting
the
in at the top.
Highest aid station on the course. Only 7 volunteers work the aid station, including the ham radio guy.
Didn't Killian famously take a shot of tequila up there?
Yep.
Have you ever taken a shot at the top of that?
Absolutely.
Yes? Okay.
Mezcal. We take a
Mezcal.
little, nice shot of mezcal. Wait, so it's like more like a thimble.
Okay, it's a thimble, not a
It's
full more shot.
like in your mouth and on your teeth.
Oh, just like a coating?
Enough to go, oh, yeah, let's do this.
Enough to go, I'm going to go down the other side.
I'm going to huck this snowfield.
Yeah.
It's a head wall. You have to go down. They have a rope line going down it.
Is it easier in snow? Like if it's snow covered?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's really, really, really rocky. It's just a rock
Yeah.
field.
Yeah.
So it's not very fun when it's dry.
I've only done up that side.
I've only done it 1 year where it was dry. Most years it has snow.
Like scree on one side, rock on the other, right?
Yep. And it's really loose coming up on the south side, but it's about 5 miles, but it's the first 4 miles, you climb basically 5,000 feet in 4 miles.
Yeah.
And then you traverse Mendota Ridge and come up into the notch. And the notch is literally 10 feet by 12 feet.
Yeah.
It's enough to maybe sit 2 people and your volunteers, and that's really it. It's a really small
Very
notch
small.
at 13.1.
Yep.
It's our highest aid station on the course.
Here's Francois with the pulls back out, and yeah, I've just always been impressed with how good Francois is at using pulls.
He is a very fast,
so natural.
Yeah, he's a very, very, very fast power hiker.
Yeah.
I was talking to Jim Walmsley. The first year Francois was here, when he broke the course record in the other direction. And he said going up Camp Bird Road, Francois was hiking 12-minute miles.
That is so
5 miles an
impressive.
hour.
To be able to hike 12-minute pace, that's insane. I mean, that's
He is so
amazing.
tall. He's very tall. And he's a long time. If anybody didn't have been followed his career, he's a very good skimo racer. He did break his leg 2 seasons ago, I believe. Correct me in the chat if I'm wrong, if anybody knows for sure, but he had to have pins and surgery, and he had to go through rehab, and I think it's still been bugging him a little bit, what I've heard. So,
yeah, we were wondering kind of which Francois we were going to get here. Is it the full, 100% Francois? Is it kind of just a still recovering? Looks like he's putting it out there right now, currently running in second to Ludovic Pomeroy, just a couple minutes back of him.
I have to say, though, I don't envy Ludo right now because leading this early, it puts a lot of pressure on you.
Yeah.
It's easy to push a little too hard when you're in the lead this early. And like we talked about those matches, you only have a few.
How many we have Maggie?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. You guys hear us? Hello. How's it going over there?
Cannot hear you guys, but we can see you.
Testing 1, 2.
Yes.
Let
Gotcha.
me know. Can you hear Sally? Can you hear Maggie?
Yes.
All right. There's been some excitement, as you saw in the last few minutes. We saw Francois when he came in. He looked a tad warm when he sat down. Looked like he took in some salt tabs, shoved some candy into his back. I saw some Sour Patch Kids there. But he was only sitting down, I'd say, for 60 seconds, left with really good energy, just a couple minutes behind Ludo. So we are super excited about number three who's coming in. Now the tracker's kind of been all over the place.
Who's coming in next?
We're
We'll
thinking
probably have our guy up on Bear Creek. He's gonna have eyes on the next runner.
Yeah.
Who would be third overall, whoever it is, male or female, we don't know.
Yeah. But for
teaser.
For our viewers, I don't know if we can get a pan of this aid station. Let me tell you, this is the aid station to be at. This is
all like Ludo and Francois came in. Everyone's eyes are on them.
Yeah.
They really get a big cheer when they laugh.
I mean, we have a DJ. We have beautiful trees. We got these mountains shooting up all around us. I mean, Telluride is absolutely beautiful, but there's great energy here. We got kids playing everywhere too. But Maggie, tell us a little bit about the climb that the descent that they just did.
Yeah, it's 4,500 feet down, and it's through an amazing Telluride mountains. I mean, there's wildflowers are probably blooming like crazy right now. Yeah, it's 4,500 feet, and then they have another climb when they come out of here and to the famous Kroger's aid station, which is literally an aid station in the side of like the saddle of a mountain. And the weather right now is like super beautiful. I mean, there's like a few clouds. There may be storms later. I don't know, but it really doesn't look like it right now. The weather is literally like perfect.
Yeah.
I mean, it must feel hot in the sun and the climbs and stuff, but
I mean, I'm in a long sleeve. It's amazing.
We're in the shade.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And what's so amazing, Maggie, I don't know if this reminds you of some of the European racing too, where you have just got done doing all these climbs, totally exposed on the mountains, and then you drop into civilization. It reminds me of UTMB. You drop into these villages, you run through the village, and then you go off to another big climb. So tell us a little bit about where we are in Telluride and what they're heading towards.
Yeah.
What trail they're heading toward.
Well, we're in Town Park. There's a lot going on. There's other park goers, but most of the people are here for Hardrock. I've talked to some people that are just in the area and wanted to check it out and have never seen Hardrock.
Oh,
We lost them.
Okay.
Sorry. Here we are.
Lost them. We're coming back. We will get back to Maggie and Sally. This is all part of the plan. We just give you little doses.
We are back right outside of Telluride on the trail that comes down into the city park. I know this course so well. I know exactly where they are.
Yeah, perfect. That's why you're a commentator on this year's Mountain Outpost, Jeff.
Oh. We're just above the aid station here. There's single track that drops right into the back of the park.
Yeah, so this is kind of interesting. Ludo and Francois have created a little bit of space and time here until we see third place.
Yeah, they've definitely gapped the the rest of the field so far from the last checkpoint.
But did they burn any matches doing that?
Yes, that's
the question.
That is the 100-mile question.
Yes, it is. We will not know until 6-8 hours from now. No, just coffee.
Are you going to coffee bear? Yeah. 8-ounce 2-shot breve. Just a double breve, but an 8-ounce Euro style, small. Breve. Sorry, we're getting coffee.
Okay. We are making a quick coffee order because we need to continue to stay caffeinated and hydrated here.
I had to order my 8-ounce double breve. Thank you.
All right.
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you, Maggie. Yeah, we do. Absolutely. Is this Amanda Grimes? Okay, perfect.
Working out. Maybe you can go back a little DJ view.
Oh man, this DJ's getting into it.
Yeah, what's that? Look at that.
Is he wearing it like a
Is that a
Carhartt one-piece
that's a
jumpsuit?
That's a one-piece Dickies.
A Dickies?
Yeah,
Yep,
yeah. He's
jumpsuit.
got.
I need one.
He
of
was
those.
working
That's
at the
sweet.
Jiffy Lube and he came over to DJ for a little bit. So it's
love
really
it.
nice of him.
Oh my God, this is amazing.
Oh yeah.
We need
Do
to
we
interview
know?
this
Do
guy.
we know? Do we have eyes on who's like coming up next?
We don't have eyes on any runners yet. Still waiting.
I think we're still on. I don't know, but we lost them.
Yeah, you're still on. We can hear you.
They may not be able to.
I don't know if you can hear us, but yeah, we can.
I think
You're
we're
still
on.
on. We can hear you.
Yeah, it says, yeah, we're just waiting. The tracking is not doing super well. I don't know if it's because we have so many cell phones in the area.
That and all the trees they're running through.
I've seen multiple kids trip over the Starlink cord, so we'll see. If we get cut off, that is probably why.
Yeah, we have a lot of entertainment. There's lots of dogs around here too. This
Which
is a
is
great place
great.
to take the dogs.
Yes. We have
Good vibes all
Rye,
around.
the film dog,
Mm-hmm.
behind us.
Is it so? You guys are standing
He's
in the
very
shade, but is
chill.
it pretty warm in the
Yeah,
sun?
see, you could see this future rocker back here running.
Now, Maggie, when you ran this, did you run this at night? Or did you
No, I
run
ran this direction.
during-
So this was
okay.
day, and I came in whatever time, I don't know. Me and Darcy left together right after a rainstorm, and they got rained on more and hailed on going
Oh,
up
wow.
to Kroger's, and it was super hot and humid. Yeah, so it's actually not humid today. I think it's great
nice.
temperature. We
It's-
are in the shade.
Yeah, it is temperature. Yeah, we saw Francois when he came in. He was a little hot, but he
Mhm.
cooled down. Got doused with a towel before he left.
We haven't seen
It's
a lot.
definitely warmer in the sun.
Yeah, we
They're
haven't seen ice
letting us know we're
bandanas though.
live just in case.
Oh, we are live?
Yeah,
You are live.
We're just.
That's the whole point
I
of
thought we
it.
were just practicing.
We were just
I thought we were like
talking.
waiting until.
Well, Sally, why don't
Can
you
you guys
explain
hear
to
us?
them how you're out here? You're gonna come pace.
Yeah,
I wanted
I
you.
was the Pace crew, my good friend Maggie, who has been nudging me for a while. She said, "You need to come out and experience Hard Rock." I've never been able to do that before, and so I think it's such a gift to be able to just be on someone's crew. Just being in these mountains on the course is amazing.
Okay, we are awaiting third place runner here. We have already had Ludovic Pomeray. and Francois Dehane come through in right around course record splits, about 2 minutes apart from one another. And we are still anticipating the third runner into Telluride. So that's kind of where we're sitting right now, trying to find that runner as they come down.
And we are about 13 minutes elapsed from leaders coming through. So they've increased their lead from the last checkpoint at Chapman.
Yep. Andrea in the chat asking about first runner into Telluride. That has already passed. So right around 5 hours and 36 minutes. Ludo came in. So we've seen 2 runners already come through Telluride.
Yep. Ludo Pomeray in first, and about 2 minutes back, Francois Dane. And here is a view looking down the climb. You come out of Telluride, you can leave the park, you take a right turn after the footbridge, and you come up this street, and it gets steep.
We saw Francois break out the poles.
Yeah,
up that.
Francois hiked this and broke out his poles. It's a very steep street, and you get to the top of the street, take a right, and you kind of eventually pop onto some single track above town. And then you do the big climb up to Virginia's Pass and the infamous Kroger's Canteen at 13.1, the highest aid station on the course.
Are we going to have any visuals from Kroger's? I think we're trying. Again, that would be unprecedented.
That would be a first.
It would be a first. We already saw a first of Grand Swamp Pass. Thank you again to Ellie, who hiked up there with a Starlink on her back to get that coverage for everyone at home. If you're not aware, Hardrock does not allow drone footage. So we are trying to bring you as much of the course as we can from just follow cams and individuals who are getting out on course with cameras. All right, we are going to continue to just stay here at Telluride, follow our leaders.
And we're expecting third place overall to show up into Telluride soon. Here we go.
There it is, Diego Pazos.
Yep. Speedy.
I don't know. I heard somebody calling him Speedy. I think that's his nickname. We're going to call him Speedy.
It's his
Speedy.
nickname, I think,
right.
with a Z.
Oh, love it.
Speedy.
I just think it's Speedy Gonzalez.
Yeah. So here he comes almost into the aid station in the park in Telluride, in third place overall.
But how far back?
Here we're going to see. We are... Francois left at 5:39. Left the aid station at 5:39. He was 2 minutes back from Ludo. There's a little bit of a jog into the park before you're actually in the aid station. There's a big covered pavilion where they run the aid station out of. You'll see it shortly. You can kind of see it back there in the trees to the right of the skate park.
It is Diego, if you can hear us, Maggie.
Oh, look at that. Got his kids.
Yay.
That's a good dad.
Yes. They're matching with the lime.
Oh, look at the kids running. Go.
The lime accents.
I have to say,
hauling.
one of my highlights when my kids were little, when they'd run through
yeah.
an aid station with you.
Oh, that's the best. Guessing that might be his wife there. Oh.
It's like some orange wedges. Maybe watermelon.
It's a fresh looking kit Diego's got. I'm liking it. It's kind of Western States vibes with the all white. A few neon accents. Is it Comper Sport? I think the pack is. Yeah. Yeah, I think he's Comper Sport. What kind of shoes do we have there? Scott? Is he a Scott athlete?
I have no idea.
I think he is.
So this is your overall third place into Telluride, Diego Pazos. And we're going to get you how far back he is from second. Francois Dane in second, 2 minutes behind Ludo Pomeray in first, right on course on Killian's course record pace.
And if he leaves here at 5:59, he'll be about 10 minutes back of when Francois left.
Yeah, 30.
Sorry, 20 minutes.
20 minutes
20
back.
minutes back.
Yeah,
39 to 59.
So if he gets out of here at 59, it'll be 39 back. I mean, sorry.
20 minutes back of Francois and 22 minutes back of
the lead.
Ludo. Yeah.
Diego getting his stuff done, taking his time here and crewing. I believe those are his two kids that are right next to him and his wife. Oh, he's doctoring something on his hand. Wonder if he had a little spill or something.
Oh, yeah.
Bloody finger. I've had that happen here. Pretty easy to do.
Yeah, you just put your hand down in the rock.
Yeah, exactly.
Or you go around a corner and bang it on a rock. It's very easy to do. We were up on Mount Sneffels about a week ago, and it's like, God, the rocks just don't move. Well, as my uncle says, the mountains don't care. It is called hard rock for a reason.
Eating watermelon. So we're now at 21 minutes elapsed from Francois. So it looks like he's going to be 21 minutes back from second.
Is Diego Swiss? Seeing lots of Swiss flags and.
Yeah, anybody know in the chat?
I think he must be. There was a Swiss flag on the table. Pazos. Yeah, he's Swiss. Okay. He and Francois both rocking like the compression calf sleeves or the tall compression socks. We are still.
Go for it.
Okay. Yeah, we can hear you guys, Sally and Maggie. I can hear them in the background. All right, we've got Diego Pazos exiting Telluride, third place, about 20 minutes, just a little over 20 minutes back of third place. Sorry, of second place, Francois Dehane.
And about 23 minutes back from the lead.
Top three runners already through Telluride here at mile 27.8.
Appreciate it.
And currently in your 2024 Hard Rock, it's an international podium at the moment. Front three, France, and Switzerland.
Come on, Jason Schlarb.
Jason was running in fourth.
Yeah, he's my pick. He's my pick for second.
Oh, wow.
Ludo, then Jason.
Okay.
I think he's going to come from behind later. Run smart early. I think they're going too fast. We'll see.
All right, Jeff Browning does not think the peanut butter is being
spread evenly. I don't.
Oh, that is not Jason Schlarb. That is Diego Pazos on your screen right now.
In third place. He's about 23 minutes off of Ludo in the lead and then 21 minutes back from Francois Dane in second.
And for those of you just joining, the only reason we don't have coverage of the females right now is they are on their way down into Telluride. Last we saw, Courtney Dauwalter was running in 5th overall, so we might anticipate her in the next few minutes into Telluride here. But we did have top 3 women, Courtney Dauwalter.
Here's Jason Schlarb.
Oh, here comes Schlarb. Courtney, Claire, or Cami Bria and Katarina Hartmuth were your top 3 women. We've now got Jason Schlarb coming into Telluride, not really right on the heels of Diego Pazos there.
Yeah.
Yes. Can you hear us? Okay, I can hear you, Maggie. Yes, it is. Okay, so I just want to relay what we heard from Maggie and Sally in the field. Maggie, if you can hear me, I guess they're not hearing it on the live stream for reasons of our audio, but I'll just try to convey what you were saying. Schlarb in here, running great hard rock after coming back from some injury and surgery, doing really well here, taking in some fuel. Looks like he's cooling off. He's doing great. He's right on the heels of Diego Pazos.
And looks like he's about ready to leave here. And he's going to be 28 minutes back off the lead. Sitting in a pretty good position. He's run really fast here at Hard Rock. Finished, shared the lead with Killian one year, and they finished together from Durango. I just ran with him 2 weeks ago when I was coming through Durango. He's fit right now. So, and he's wanting to run well. So,
nice. All right, as we continue to follow, we might put this in the lower corner here. Jason Schlarb. We will stay on the race, but we have kind of some special guests here joining us for a short interview to chat a little bit about the National Forest Foundation. Welcome.
We're so excited.
Welcome to the studio. Yes. Tell me your names and what you guys do for the National Forest Foundation.
So I'm Catherine Cody with the National Forest Foundation. I work with our media and storytelling. Marley?
Yeah, I'm Marley Saunders. I work for the National Forest Foundation. I'm the Southwest Colorado Senior Associate.
Okay.
So I work here on the San Juan National Forest on a lot of projects here.
And it's our first time working with Hardrock 100, so we are so pumped to be here.
Thank you.
We were just talking about this morning, we were listening to the conversation with Dale, and he said something that I've been thinking about all morning, that you don't have to wear a number to be a part of the Hard Rock family. And I think that's really, so much of how we think about the National Forests. Of course, we have, people doing these fabulous athletic sports and these extreme athletes, but really for us, it's really for everyone. So we're so excited to be with you guys.
Thank you for partnering. Tell us a little bit about your involvement with the race this year.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have National Forest Week going on all week all over the country.
Okay.
So as part of that, we are working with local organizations. So we did this fantastic event out on the San Juan National Forest yesterday, which Marley works at. Do you want to talk about the campfire naturalization?
Yeah, totally. So yesterday we partnered with the San Juan Mountains Association and Mountain Studies Institute, obviously amazing local organizations here on the San Juan National Forest and surrounding areas, doing a ton of conservation, outdoor recreation work, working on trails, doing outdoor education, talking about LNT, all that kind of stuff. So we partnered with both of them and we did a fire ring naturalization project. So fire rings are something that we, pay attention to out on the San Juan, especially like in wilderness areas. There's all sorts of regulations about where you can and can't have campfires, and having campfires too close to our water streams in riparian areas really can damage those ecosystems and kill fish, basically, among other impacts. So we naturalized and removed a ton of campfire rings all along South Mineral Road that leads up to the Ice Lake Trailhead, obviously a super popular spot. And especially over the 4th of July weekend, we knew it would be kind of chaotic up there. So we planned this to be during National Forest Week, during the Hardrock events, and also to be right after the 4th so we could have the most impact. And it's just one of many kinds of volunteer conservation projects that happen here all the time.
Already seeing folks out there camping who are going to be coming into Silverton. So it was just so fun too, again, to see that, that full Hard Rock community where obviously the athletes are who we're paying attention to right now, but the whole campfire or the whole Hard Rock camp that you guys do, I think it's so much fun. And so for us, we think about, of course, we always want to recreate responsibly, and have these lands for generations to come. And a big part of that is working with local partners like you all who are out recreating and making sure the trails look as good as possible. Of course, we certainly don't want any impediments for our athletes today. It's
I mean, Western States 100 this year, there was a grass fire that broke out during the race. It was kind of a crazy, thing that was going on. And I don't think the athletes knew much about it, but it was very evident if you were crew. And
that wildfire, especially in Colorado. So since 2020, so the last 4 out of the last 5 most devastating fires to Colorado have been in the last 4 years. And, obviously we can predict on some level where those are going to happen, but then not. So it's, as much as a lot of our work is obviously, the physical trail work and making sure the trails are great, but it's a lot, especially in Colorado right now, a lot of our wildfire prevention, forest thinning, reforestation efforts, but then really the post-fire, how do we do the recovery? How do we make sure trails like this stay open?
That's actually a lot of what we're doing here in Southwest Colorado with NFF right now, a lot of what NFF is doing. We have a couple projects right now that my coworker Nick is facilitating, including like fire mitigation work in the Grassy Mountain area that is hoping to kind of prevent devastating wildfires near the Forest Lakes. Metro District was obviously a huge subdivision. Lots of people live there, among other places, Durango Hills and that sort of stuff. We're kind of bringing organizations and money together to get those fire mitigation projects done and hopefully prevent those really like catastrophic, devastating fires that can hurt people and buildings.
And one of the things when we were thinking about with working with, of course, we were thrilled when we talked to Dale and actually Nick, who Marley was just talking about, was one of Dale's students back in the day. Is how this all sort of came to be. But we were talking about with these races, obviously it brings in, huge impact to the economy. There, global folks are coming in. But how do we make sure really like the local community is supported? And I know the Hard Rock does the awesome scholarship fund and all this great work. And that's something when we really think about, obviously we're a national organization. NFF is a nonprofit partner to the Forest Service. So we're chartered by Congress, but we're sort of government adjacent. But working as a national NGO, we're so cognizant of really working with these local communities because it's really just bringing federal resources into a local level.
Yeah.
But they're the experts. Marley and her team have been here, they're embedded. So we want to make sure we're really working to, again, like elevate those voices. What is that work that needs to be done? We don't know.
Bring attention and resources to those local projects and local organizations.
And it feels like you all really do that so well with Hardrock 100. It's something watching has been really cool.
Well, Hardrock's, one race that requires you to do trail maintenance and
volunteer hours, like guaranteed volunteer hours.
In order to run. And if you don't have that turned in, right, that service form, you're not running the race.
That's kind of
someone on the wait list gets in.
Yeah, exactly.
That's sort of how this whole thing came to be, where we were like, of course, I know the athletes are not going to want to, be out naturalizing fire rings, 3 days before they run. But so we did that this year, but we're hoping, moving forward with the partnership, we'll look at whether it's here, whether it's other places with Hard Rock.
So did you say it's National Forest Week?
Yeah.
So tell us a little more about that. What does that mean?
Yeah, definitely. So it's so much fun. This is the 6th annual National Forest Week. So National Forest Foundation puts it on in partnership with the Forest Service and with all of our local partners. We work with, hundreds of local partners all over the country. And we've been out and about talking with media folks, which is always so fun. In Colorado, we were out with Denver 9 News. We've been out in Santa Fe. I think Smokey the Bear is out in Payson, Arizona today doing some fun cleanup work.
Okay.
So we have events really all over the country. And then there is, actually, I didn't even think to talk about this with you guys. There's a great photo contest. So anyone watching, go to nationalforest.org and you can enter. We have I think it's the first 2,000 folks who enter get a subscription to All Trails, a 40% discount. And then there are amazing prizes. So we have, not surprisingly, amazing outdoor partners. We have a trip to Washington, D.C. To see the Capitol Christmas tree lighting, which, fun fact, is always from a national forest tree.
Oh, wow.
So all kinds of fun stuff. But I know that runners have some of the best photos because you all are like in it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
definitely check out nationalforest.org.
I put it in the chat, so
thank you.
Everyone can pop in there and you can submit photo.
And it's open through
entries,
Sunday.
Open through
Yeah.
Sunday. So if you're up on Grand Swamp Pass or
Yeah,
Island Lake and
right.
you have an epic photo,
And I think we have one, double check, but I think there's something, it's like fun or activity. So I'm sure some runners have some insane photos.
yes,
Yeah, I feel
there's-
like national. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
there's some amazing photographers out here this weekend. So.
It's pretty wild. Yeah, so it's been really fun. But really, again, it's like that local community where it's been so fun. We're out and about. I'm in Colorado, but like I said, we have colleagues all over the country doing the same thing. I mean, not quite the same thing. Hardrock is, one of a kind, but all sorts of different local folks.
Yeah, I feel like National Forest Week is really cool because it's an opportunity for the national organization of NFF to kind of run those volunteer programs and projects and kind of step into the local communities. And Durango is one of our focus communities this year because we are so close to the national forest. Obviously, Silverton and this whole area is a focus because we're kind of surrounded by the San Juan National Forest, which is super cool.
Right.
It's my first time in the San Juan National Forest. I actually hadn't been out here, which is
Oh,
terrible
man.
with National
When
Forest
I
Foundation. I
hear
shouldn't admit it to
Coloradans
you.
who have not been to Southwest Colorado,
It's
I'm like, come
crazy.
on, people, you got to get your butt down there right now.
It is a long way from the Front Range, though.
It is. It's a trek, but it's unlike any other part of the state.
Yeah,
And I
people
have-
ask me like, "Oh, what's your favorite national forest?" I'm like, "That's the easiest answer ever. It's
San
obviously
Juan.
the San Juan."
I mean, the color for when we were at the volunteer event yesterday, I was driving and I was by myself and I missed the turnoff because I was just looking at everything beautiful. I was like, sorry guys, I'm late. I've just
Haley
been driving
also
around
missed the turnoff because she was also looking.
Also, my
All
colleague
right.
who had not been down here before. That's hilarious.
Jaw dropping, yes.
Yeah, it's spectacular. And something that you mentioned earlier, Marley, something we've been talking a lot about this week. It's a big focus in Colorado, but really across the country. That I think a lot of folks, at least I know I didn't before working for the National Forest Foundation. 2/3 of America's drinking water comes from national forests, so it originates. So when we look at, how we take care of them, of course, recreation is like the most visible thing. Of course, we're out and we want everyone to be out. But what are these other uses of the land that your impact impacts that much more directly? So, with this water, we have watersheds, we have lakes, streams, all of that, but you really have to look upstream and see, what's the soil ecology like when there's wildfire? How does that soil and sediment get in? And then it just becomes that much more expensive to filter down the road. So I think as we all, the environment is changing very quickly, as we all know. And so I think just having that awareness too has been a big part of the conversation this week and helping folks understand, making sure that you are not camping near or you have your waste, near a river source is a lot more than just the aesthetics of it or just kind of being like a good citizen. It has massive economic impacts down the road that I think sometimes it's not like the sexiest part of the outdoors to talk about, but it's so critical for us.
Interesting. So kind of number one takeaway, do not set up your fire near a water source.
Don't be near water. Just don't do anything
be near water sources.
Keep 100
Preserve
feet
the
away.
water sources.
No waste near the water
Fish,
source, please.
Look at it,
Yes.
do all those things, swim in it,
many
but
things.
anything else, just, take a step back. 'Cause
Got it.
It's wild. I mean, we naturalized, I don't even know, yesterday, 50,
60, something like that.
within just a couple hours. But it's, what you don't know what you don't know. So if you didn't know that going into it, and that's part of our work and the education around that.
Sweet.
Yeah.
So if you're watching, there's your takeaway.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
And follow nationalforests.org.
Yeah.
Check it out there. I'm sure there's other ways that people could help or get involved on that website.
Yeah, absolutely.
If
The
they'd like
website's a
to.
great resource. We have regional, local communities. Of course, there's a million ways to donate. We're a foundation. We're very well funded through the federal government, but our individual and our corporate partners are so special.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when we think about why we wanted to come out with you guys today. You all also have amazing partners with similar ethoses.
Yeah.
And so I think that's really, when we were looking at Hardrock 100, it's really a values-driven organization. And that's something that's super important to us. And just seeing, who you guys are partnering with, it's very clear.
Yeah.
So that's, I think, another way for folks to get involved.
Cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
leave no trace. I mean, so
Totally.
many other, as we mentioned, all the volunteer work to be able to
Yeah.
get out there and do what these runners want to do is it's important to take care of it. And
Yeah, I've always
give
had a
back.
big volunteer focus in my career and my work. And I feel like seeing volunteer engagement opportunities, it's not just a great way to actually make an impact and do the physical thing you're doing that day, but it's also like a way to build community and connections with people who have similar perspective or who like feel passionately about the same things as you. And
That sounds like trail running and ultra running.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a trail runner
Marley
too.
is a
It's like
trail runner.
nice. It all works together, and I think like when you work alongside this like a community that you feel connected to, whether that's trail running or climbing or whatever. And I think in the past, at least for me and people I work with, it's often like a way to kind of deal with some of that climate anxiety too, of this feeling of like, I don't know what I can do. Like, how can I engage in the world and how can I support our, like, help our environment and connect? And volunteering and giving back is such a great way to do that with whatever your local organizations are, because it helps you, not only helps where you live and like place-based volunteering work, but it's also like, you know, you feel more connected.
Sure.
It's really cool.
Less worrying, more doing.
Yeah, totally.
It's a good mantra, right? Yeah.
For sure. Awesome.
Well, awesome. Well, thanks so much for
Thank
having
you guys for
We really
coming over.
appreciate
Thank
it.
you for partnering with Hard Rock. Really appreciate it. And let us know if there's anything else we can do. We can pop more links in the chat,
Yeah,
whatever.
absolutely. We
Keep following
appreciate it.
along and keep up the trail running and
Be here.
yeah,
we look
thank
forward
you.
to seeing everyone kiss the rocks.
Oh,
starting,
yeah.
tomorrow.
There's-
I mean, it's wild. I can't believe they're already in Telluride.
Yeah.
When they were like 12
Well,
o'clock.
they're ahead.
Telluride.
They're on course record
well past.
pace.
Yeah.
So they're going fast.
And it's hot out.
It is.
I mean,
warm.
it is hot out.
Yeah. It's
So.
very warm.
Well, thanks for having us.
Thank
We
you for your
appreciate the
work and
opportunity.
thanks for the
Thank you.
education.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Thanks. Muted? So that was fun. All right, so thank
Welcome
you
back.
welcome back, Jeff. I'm Corinne Shalvoy. We are here at the 2024 Hardrock 100 Endurance Run, and we have been watching. Thank you to this follow
Sally,
cam,
Maggie,
Jason Schlarb,
stand by. I'm
for a
gonna
long
put you guys
time doing
live
this
here in
hike
just a
out of
moment.
Telluride.
Yep. And we are anticipating Courtney DeWalter coming into Telluride any time. So we are waiting for that to show up. I know everyone out there, all the Courtney lovers, and there's a lot of those, they are impatiently awaiting her to show up. So we will go to a cam on her as soon as we can get someone on that. Until then, we are watching Jason Schlarb climb out of Telluride. This gives you a little feel of the climb out of Telluride. It is a steep climb. You climb almost 5,000 feet up to Virginius, and it is about 5 miles, but most of it's in about a 4-mile section. So it is a really steep climb. It's southern facing, it's exposed, and it is definitely a tough climb.
And I think we're going to try to go back to Maggie and Sally in Telluride. Ladies, can you hear me?
Did you see that, Matt?
Maybe not.
All
We are
right,
having a few technical difficulties with Telluride.
Yep. Maggie and Sally. Yes. We can hear you. I could hear you for a second.
We are sorry. We are definitely having technical difficulties in Telluride.
Now I can hear him.
Must not be able to hear us. Maybe if you guys just want to give us a shout out, or check in without commentators talking. You can just send me. Just give us a description of what's going on.
Yeah, they can hear us. Okay.
Oh, they can't hear us. We were just
We
going to
can't hear
dance until
anything.
someone told us that we were actually on.
Matt will
You're
just
on.
relay what's going on in the studio to us. I think we're waiting for Courtney. I've
Yeah.
heard that she's on her way down.
Well, since then we got to see Jason Schlarb come in.
Yeah.
And
fourth
was Diego.
No, fourth was Jason Schlarb.
Oh,
He
third
left,
was Diego. Fourth was
15 minutes ago.
Schlarb. Yeah.
And yeah, we got Courtney's expert crew over here. Her parents are here. They're hilarious. Dick and Tracy DeWalter. And then we have Melody and Stan and Kevin, of course, crewing.
Yeah. And they're all relaxed.
They're smiling and they're happy.
They're pros. They have nothing to worry
They're
about.
dressed to impress.
Yeah.
They got their Do Crew shirts on. We can pan over soon when the camera guy is not troubleshooting.
Yeah. I've noticed, the weather's changing a little bit. Sometimes we're hot, sometimes we're cold, but everyone that's come in, the last 4 people that have come in, have all doused themselves with water, rags. They've looked a little hot. I feel like I hear clapping. No, it's just the excitement
if we were
of our
working
aid station.
harder, we would be a lot warmer too. We're just kind of working hard, but we're just kind of chilling in a park in the shade. I think a cloud is over the sun right now, so it's like a really good temp here. But yeah, soon. Hopefully we'll get eyes up on Bear Creek. I don't know who's up there. It's probably a guy named Matt.
All right, welcome back. We apologize. We are working on our feeds out at Telluride, as well as the audio from Sally McRae and Maggie Gutierrez, which we
his
know
kids
you
were
all
actually
wanna hear
trying to
from.
get his attention. I think one of them was trying to show him like the cookie that she was eating. It was so cute. And then Diego had like a cut on his finger. His partner was trying to pour like some medicine or something on it. It didn't look very comfortable. We got to turn to what is going on right now. And we are seeing our 5th runner. And that looks like Courtney is coming.
There might be another runner with her. I don't know if it's
Courtney is coming in. All right, let's go. I'm going to go run and get close and get some good intel for you guys on this. We got a lot of people here that have been waiting for Courtney to come in.
It's Camilla and Courtney.
It's Camille and Courtney. They are coming in together and just look so cool and relaxed. All smiles.
She's got a buddy to run with. The 2 C's.
What a treat. We're still early in the race, so this must be really nice for them to run together. I'm going to go ahead and watch what's going on here. So Cammie's taking some food from the aid station, and Courtney is going straight over to her crew. All Yeah. All right, Courtney's just taking care of her eyes right now, flushing them out, dousing herself, still standing. And Cammie is still hanging out with her crew, getting some food in. Cammie is joking with she's joking with her crew. She looks good. She's taking some drinks. Let's go, Courtney! Come on, Courtney, you got this, Courtney. Here you go. All right, Courtney is on her way out. And Cammie is right behind her. Cammie leaves just a couple seconds after Courtney.
Okay. Courtney left. Sally's over there, so I can't tell if she's talking as well. But Camille and Courtney left together. And it was very quiet and attentive while the crew stop was happening. It was very efficient. Here's Sally. I can't tell if you were talking over there or not, so
Yeah.
I didn't say anything.
Yes, okay. So they came in together. Cammie sat down, looked really relaxed, was laughing, joking with her crew. There was a lot of hush hush quiet with Courtney. She was standing. Yeah, always. I couldn't get a good read if she felt amazing or if she was just totally laser focused.
Amazing.
Yeah. I mean, they looked amazing coming in, but definitely flushed out her eyes and cooled her down a little bit. I couldn't tell if I don't think she took anything in, maybe drank something.
I gave her stuff to go.
Yeah,
I think
gave
the
her
normal-
stuff to go.
the normal
She was
faith
very
type.
focused.
Did she brush her teeth?
I didn't see her brushing her teeth. I did see her give a big hug to Kevin, whispered some things, and then was laser focused on the way out. And then just a few seconds later, Cammie popped up and followed right behind. So I think it's great that this early in the race, they have each other to grind up these steep climbs together, pushing each other, but also keeping each other company. Maggie, as you know, I know you were saying that you arrived in here with Darcy when you did the race, and that's kind of nice to have somebody to grind with
we
in
left.
the early in the morning.
Darcy knows there. You got to kind of navigate your way through the Telluride streets. There's a couple of turns, and Darcy knows it well.
Yeah,
it's marked, but I think you have to kind of know it.
Yeah,
and you just kind of cross the streets and you head up to the other side, and it's super steep. You start climbing pretty much. He is not as well known as some of the other runners in this race. He's an awesome dude, and he's a really, really good runner.
You did get some audio here from Maggie and Sally, but their feed is a little bit in and out. So we're going to come back to the studio here. I'm Corinne Shalvoy, joined by Mr. Bronco Billy himself, Jeff Browning. There's some drama going on in the race.
There is some drama, and we're sorry we couldn't get all the feed fixed. It is definitely a challenge to try to do live coverage in the San Juan
In the
Mountains.
middle of the San Juan Mountains with Starlinks and a million people on their cell phones and Telluride. But if you are just joining us, or if you did not hear, we had both Courtney Dauwalter and Cami Bruyas in the Telluride aid station, very close to one another.
Yep.
They were both under, maybe a minute under Courtney's course record splits going in. I didn't get the out. But yeah,
they're really close. They're hovering right on Courtney's course record pace, and they were pretty much. Courtney got up and left, and Cami got up and left.
Yeah, they're essentially together.
They're
out
essentially
of
together
Telluride.
in the lead.
Yep. Now
they are 5th and 6th overall.
Correct. Currently sitting 5th and 6th overall.
We just had Jeff Rome come in 7th overall.
Okay, we're going to try to go back to Maggie and Sally here in Telluride.
Let us know if you can hear us.
Yes, I can hear you, Maggie.
Cool. Okay, yeah, Jeff Rome, you're right.
We are really having major issues in Telluride.
Sorry, guys. Everyone tuning in, we are working through things here. Bear with us. As soon as we can, there'll be time to get some input when we get them back, from Maggie and Sally, potentially about what was going on in there. But we have had Ludo Pomeray come through a couple of right on Killian Jornay's course record splits. And then 2 minutes after him, Francois Dehane came into Telluride. Then there was about a 20-minute gap.
21.
Thank you, Jeff Browning. 21-minute gap. We're all about accuracy here at Mountain Outpost. 21-minute gap back to 3rd. And in 3rd place, we had Diego Pazos.
Yes, thanks.
From Switzerland. Diego was then followed closely by Jason Schlarb, a couple
2 minutes back.
So 3rd and 4th. Here we're going to put the top 10 as they currently sit. We've had Luke J. and
Luke.
Jeff Rome come through.
So in our technical difficulty, I think we missed Luke J coming through.
Or perhaps with the women. Because 5th and 6th were Courtney Dauwalter and Cami Bruyas, both in Telluride essentially at the same time. We heard Courtney was a bit more quiet, focused, real, not really saying much. Well, I guess Cami was smiling, laughing. Who knows what that means? All we know is they left together. They're both under Courtney's course record splits from the previous time.
Yeah, if we see it up on the screen right now, Courtney's course record splits was 6:29 out of Telluride, and looks like they left at 6:28. So they're a minute ahead of course record pace. At the moment.
And now they are going to leave Telluride, and they are going to do the iconic Virginia's Pass climb.
And if you're here on the screen, looks like Courtney's coming up. We're going to get a little visual on her right now, hopefully.
Oh, great. Follow cam potentially?
Yep, right here.
There we go.
There she is.
Got the poles out, using the poles.
She's smiling.
Does that mean she's out of town? Oh, there's the smile.
There she is. Yeah, she's climbing out of Telluride now.
Okay.
This is just above town. This is a very hot part of the course if it is sunny.
It looks exposed. Yeah,
it is hot.
And baking with that kind of clay.
And it is a hot. I mean, it's hot down in Telluride. If anybody's been to Telluride, it is in a tight valley. That's one of the reasons we're having trouble with Starlink today, I'm sure. It's very treed. The park is very treed as well, so we have a lot of technical difficulties going on today in the park.
It's the San Juan Triangle. Ouray, Silverton, Telluride. Literally, there are just valleys in the middle of steep mountain ranges on both sides. So this is more coverage and more footage than we've ever been able to give you guys at Hardrock, and really appreciate you bearing with us through some of the technical difficulties. But I think this is what people want to see. This is Courtney Dauwalter in, 29 miles into 29 miles or so into the race, just grinding up a climb using her poles.
Yep. On her way to the infamous Kroger's Canteen, the highest aid station on the course at 13,100 feet. And this is a grinder of a climb.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking, 4-ish miles between Telluride and Kroger's. a little less than 4 miles.
5 miles.
28 to 33. Yes.
5 miles.
Little
I
less.
think it's 4.9.
Little less than 5
it's
miles.
It's 5,000.
With 5,000 feet.
of
So we're
climb.
talking,
And a majority of that climbing's in the first 4 miles.
essentially
'Cause there's
4,000 plus
There's about
foot
a mile traverse on Mendota Ridge, coming across to Kroger's to get through the notch because it's a knife ridge cliff band of like rock formations, and there's just a small 10, 12 foot wide notch in the rocks that you go over the top of, and then go down a 3-pitch snowfield.
So when you're doing it counterclockwise, Jeff, you're going to Kroger's at night, right?
Yeah,
it's dark.
it's mile like 67.
So what would you say? Would you prefer to be in the light or the dark?
I like going this direction.
So you can see it?
Yeah,
Get
you
the
get to
views?
see it. I like this direction a lot because this course is a series of ramps and walls. And in the clockwise direction, you go up the walls and down the ramps. And in the other direction, you go up the ramps and down the walls. So you have really steep downhills and long gradual uphills. So it's a lot nicer to run down the gradual downhills. And so there's a lot of faster kind of four-wheel drive roads sections in this direction on the downhills. So coming off of Kroger, she'll have a 13-mile downhill to Uray.
Yeah.
With Governor Aid Station in the middle there.
And with about 7 miles of that being on Campbird, which is smooth.
Yeah, smooth gravel road.
Yeah.
The upper parts out of Governor's Basin is pretty rough four-wheel drive road. When you first come out of the old mine area, coming off of Kroger's, you basically come off of Kroger's down into a 3-pitch snowfield onto an old mining site, and then that comes down onto an old four-wheel drive road that eventually dumps you onto Camp Bird Road, which is a more improved gravel road. It's easier running, and the grade isn't crazy steep, but it's long, and it can be hot and exposed if we don't have afternoon thunderstorms. And it looks like today we might not.
Might not. Maybe some tomorrow, but it's looking very clear right now.
Yeah, there's just some clouds, and it doesn't look like things are building big time right now.
Yeah, so people are commenting on Courtney's pull techniques. I mean, obviously she has a skiing background. She's excellent at this. I spent about a week with her in Utah at a Solomon camp, and she did a little pull tutorial. And she said she likes to go back and forth between kind of as you're walking like this, where you're every other one. And sometimes when she gets on the steeps, she'll do the 2-pull, method where she's just hiking and she uses both pulls at the same time.
Yeah, the steeper sections usually double pull, and you'll notice this kind of staggered pull approach. And a lot of times they're pulling with the lead foot, so you'll notice she'll plant with the lead foot, and that is a Nordic skate ski technique.
This is awesome. Thanks for this coverage and footage, and we might be able to see, from this follow cam in a minute here, if there's been any gap created between Courtney and Cami Bria behind. We will try to give you guys some visuals of that or some idea of if there is, any time that's been created here between the two of them. But right now, and I think we did have 3 runners, 3 females in the top 10 overall at our last aid station check. That being, Courtney DeWalter, Cami Bruyas, and then Katarina Hartmuth in, that top 10 again, but maybe 7th or 8th overall.
And this is where it starts to really get steep out.
It's looking rocky too.
Yeah, it is. It's a hard climb, and it gets steeper up top. This gets steeper and steeper. This is a hard one. It's hard coming in the other direction too because it's late in the race. You're coming down in like mile 70 and in the downhill.
Yeah,
definitely hurts because it's steep, but it's definitely a grinder in the middle of the day, especially if the sun's out.
So welcome to the Hardrock 100, where you're 30 miles in and you've done 10,000 feet of climbing, and now you get to do 4,000, 5,000 more feet of climbing in 4 miles, up to 13,000 feet.
Yep. So here we are following Courtney DeWalter. She is in the lead, but she is followed very closely by Cami, and I think they left within
Yeah, they were very close.
Within 30 seconds. I think they basically left together. So
Yeah, Camille Bruyas from France. She has run with Courtney at UTMB in the past. She's 10th place at Western States 100 back a couple of years ago in a 19-hour. You know, she has been second at UTMB, I believe, to Courtney that, you know, in 2021. She's won Lavaredo 120. She has been third at CCC. She is an extremely experienced and very, very, you know, veteran mountain trail runner.
Try and put your picture and connect you to our commentators.
Also, Diagonal de Fou in 2023. She placed second there. I heard someone describing Hardrock as kind of, if you like, in between UTMB and, was it UTMB and Grand Raid, or was it UTMB and Tour? It's like, I don't know. What would be?
I have not heard. It is.
Just because it's so much more technical than UTMB.
It's way more technical
Way
than
more
UTMB.
technical.
UTMB is way more just buff trail.
Yeah.
And it's way rockier and technical here.
And it's higher altitude.
And way higher altitude.
Similar elevation gain.
Basically almost double.
Yes.
Altitude.
Altitude-wise, yeah.
But similar in the same amount of climbing overall.
Right.
But they're very different courses. And yeah, this is a good example of why people jokingly call it hard walk.
Hard walk.
Because you hike a lot. There's a lot of steep
I
climbing
like
in the
Heart Rock better. I heard Howie Stern said not Hard Rock, Heart Rock.
Oh, I like that.
Because he loves it so much.
Yeah, good.
But yeah, this is like a course where you're gonna hike a lot, right? You're gonna walk a lot of the ups.
I've always found that I actually recovered from Hard Rock pretty fast because you end up hiking so much.
Oh, really?
You're
And-
just using a totally
yeah.
different muscle groups than running, and so it's just different.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever have any foot issues? I mean, we've heard about, I think, you know, when your Maggie really experienced kind of some trench foot situation from being in the water so much. Any foot issues that you experienced in your runs?
I've never had any major ones here. A little bit of heel blister one year in early, my 07 Hard Rock, my first one.
Okay.
But I never had major ones here. You know, I did in the 2016 when I did the double.
Mhm.
I did Western States Hard Rock, 19 days apart. I had a little bit of a maceration from Western States, and it was just healing up. So I just had to kind of doctor it a couple times during the race and keep lube on it.
Yep.
And I was okay, but it was definitely still tender and healing.
Yep. Questions about Courtney's shoes. I think Courtney's wearing a proto that's going to be coming out from Solomon. She loved the S-Lab Ultra 3. She even had an S-Lab shoe that was her signature that I have that's really cool. But I think this is a new shoe that is a Courtney and Solomon collaboration shoe. I bet it's similar to the S-Lab Genesis, but I don't know if there's other, unique aspects, and it'll be probably, I would imagine, coming out here in the fall or end of the year. Short knees. She's got the short knees. She's got her signature short knee t-shirt. She's basically just Courtneyized. Her shoes. Those are her new socks from Injinji that are called the Hard Rock, that are tie-dyed.
I like those.
Yeah. So runners are 6.5 hours into this, 6 hours and 45 minutes in. Heat of the day, well, not quite, but pretty warm at this point. It's only 12:45, but I've been up since about 5. So it feels like
too.
it's like 3, 4 p.m. You've been up and you went and did a run.
I did. I went and ran up part of the way up to Grand Swamp Pass.
I didn't get an invite, Jeff. Come on, I want to go.
It was fun. I cut it close getting here at 10 a.m. though.
Yeah.
I had to run. I had to haul down. I got to see top 4 guys and Courtney come
That's
through.
cool.
And she was in good spirits when I saw her. She just yelled back at me, "Peanut butter."
Hey, she's thinking about your advice.
She is grinding along here on the climb up to Virginia's Pass.
Yeah.
And Kroger's Canteen aid station. And hopefully, after they start to lose some coverage of her, we might get some of Cammie.
Yes.
Because Cammie's not far back.
Yeah, we don't know exactly how far, but Courtney and Cammie Brias were very close to one another and Telluride essentially together. So, yeah.
I have to say, I like to see Courtney have get a little pressure from someone.
It's great. I mean, I think that it's only going to make it,
that pushes you to
each other,
go faster.
Right? They're going to both have to be working hard, and that's going to lead to some, potentially course record kind of times this year. So I think it's great. I remember them running together quite a bit, and maybe Cammie pushing Courtney at UTMB the year I was following that. And so I think this is a familiar scenario for both of them.
Yeah.
I'm chasing Courtney, or I'm being chased by Cammie.
Yeah, right.
Thank you to all 3,400 of you who are tuning in. I'm Corinne Chalvoy. This is Jeff Browning. We are following the 2024 Hardrock 100 Endurance Run, and we really appreciate our follow cams here. We are not allowed to use drones in the San Juans. Therefore, we are relying on runner cams, aid station cams, stationary cams, people that are trekking Starlinks up to the top of mountains to bring you all this footage. And we hope you're enjoying it. Let us know where you're tuning in from in the chat. We'd love to shout out some of the folks that are watching or listening, and appreciate you bringing us along. It's subtitled me to Corinne Korean Cowboy. No, I'm not Korean. I'm Hispanic, but thank you. I don't know. We'll go with that. We need to come up with some, some combination of Corinne and Bronco
Milk
Billy.
and Flota. Somebody said milk.
Flota.
If it was raw milk and Flota, I'd take it. Especially if it had some real vanilla ice cream in there.
There is no raw milk allowed at Hardrock. I'm banning it. I saw too much of it at Cocodona.
So I guess he's heading back down now because he was getting enough away from Starlink that.
Yeah. We might be going back to try to find. Oh,
this looks like we might be getting a shot of Cammie coming up behind. She is not that far back.
No. That is Cammie Brias. Smiling. Cammie Brias.
I want to know how far back.
4 minutes.
Lower. Do it
40
again.
seconds. 40 seconds.
40 seconds. 40 seconds.
Give us
back.
a thumbs up if it's 40 seconds. Yes.
40 seconds
Thank
back.
You.
Thank
40
you.
seconds back. Okay, 40 seconds separating
40 seconds.
Courtney Dauwalter and Cammie Brias. We were told by Katie Scheid in the chat that it is pronounced Cammie, so we are going with that because we are taking it on good authority from a American who lived in France that it is Cammie Brias. 40 seconds separating your 1-2 females in the race, more than 28 miles out of Telluride and going up the Virginia's Pass climb all the way to the top of Kroger's.
This is exciting.
This is super exciting.
I love to see the pressure.
Cameraman legend. Follow Cam. You are getting so much love in the chat right now. We truly appreciate you bringing us this awesome footage. I saw Cammie. Cammie's a pretty tall runner. She's
tall.
Probably 5'9",
Yeah,
I would guess.
She's taller than I am.
5'9", 5'10", and what? Yeah, Courtney's like 5'8", so just talking about Francois being 6'4", using the poles, kind of just interesting observation there. Also a Solomon runner. I wonder what shoes Cammie is wearing. I kind of think those looked like the new S-Lab Genesis. Yeah, I think those are the new S-Lab Genesis. I love that shoe. I really do. I love that.
Listen to you. You are
I'm
a
a
Solomon geek.
I've been wearing Solomons for a long time. The S-Lab Ultra 3 is one of my favorites. On this type of terrain, it's great. I mean, there was complaint about there's no super shoe, carbon shoe from Solomon right now on the trail space, but I'll say these shoes, this Model shoe, if it fits your foot well, it holds it so tightly that like on these technical descents, it's huge and nothing gets in, and it drains well when you go through water.
Yeah, because it has that scree sock on it, right?
Yeah. It does have a little bit of a cuff at the top.
Yeah.
Okay, Oregon is in the chat. People want to know if you're coming back to Pinhoti this year. Pinhoti?
I am not. I'm doing
No.
it. I am running the Colorado Trail this summer.
Trail in this summer,
summer.
fall. Yeah. Oh, getting into a jog.
Yeah, there is a little flat spot right here. It actually is one of the last spots through here that you could get a little bit of water if you had a filter flask.
Okay.
I actually tend to dip water there because it's always hot on this climb.
Jeff, we've got Madagascar and Chamonix in the chat.
Yeah, Madagascar and Chamonix.
And Tulsa, Oklahoma. Romania. International. Rio Rancho, New Mexico. Who are the commentators? Who are you?
Who am I?
Who are you?
Jeff Browning.
I'm Corinne Shalvoy. New Zealand's in the chat. Argentina. Hey, somebody from Uray. What's up, friend? Oh, Zach Feckert. I don't know, Zach. Wait, Jeff going for an FKT on the Colorado Trail?
Yes,
Did we hear
and I
that?
helped pace Kyle to his 22-hour FKT lowering, so I got my work cut out for me.
Yep.
But Kyle has to pay me back. He has to pace me.
We got London, Austria, California,
Seattle,
Leadville, Germany, Denver,
Buenos Aires,
Maryland. What? Spain, España.
Chicago, UK, Portugal, Kentucky.
¿De dónde en España? From where in España?
Annecy.
France.
Calgary.
New York. Look at it's going crazy.
It's going crazy.
What's Mercury?
Somebody's from Mercury?
Finland.
I didn't know you could live in Mercury yet. Have we settled Mercury?
Quebec. Missouri.
If you're just tuning in, we are following Cami Brujas.
Bruyas.
Thank you.
Bruyas. Cami Bruyas.
I'm horrible at this, you guys. I grew up on a farm in Missouri.
You got it. You got it.
You'll get my southern accent coming out. She is in second, about 40 seconds. You can see up ahead, you can see a yellow jersey up ahead. That is the women's lead, Courtney DeWalter. She is less than 40 seconds back now, it looks like to me.
The chat looks like it's running. Look at how fast it's going.
The chat is going crazy right
South
now.
Africa, Boulder. Oh my gosh. Everybody, Madrid. There's so many people in the chat from so many different places. This is really cool. And yes, Cami Bruyas is crushing Hardrock 100 right now, 40 seconds behind Courtney DeWalter.
Yeah, Courtney is in sight.
They're making their way up the Virginia's Pass climb to the iconic Kroger's Canteen aid station, which is a notch in the side of the mountain at the top of 13,000 feet.
This is the little Seepy Creek that I was talking about. In this area, you can get a little water if you have a filter flask, and it flattens out for a minute, and then you kick right back up.
Mm-hmm.
You get a little bit of a break.
Huge shout outs. Let's give some love in the chat to our follow cams. These folks are, out there going back and forth to bring you the leaders of the race. We are currently eyes on Cami Bruyas, second place female, 40 seconds behind Courtney DeWalter. So yeah, the patches, these are interesting little patches that some of the Solomon runners wear on spots. I don't fully know the technology behind it. I think it's kind of like a KT tape, but it's got maybe some kind of, I don't know. Anyways, they put them on a spot that maybe is prone to getting tired or that,
Interesting.
Yeah, I've seen them on them for a long time, and I don't exactly know the technology.
Left leg?
Yes, it is. Yeah. So I know Cami Ruiz is being crewed and will be paced by Marianne Hogan for a good chunk. Apparently, Marianne's doing a long stretch of the second half of the race. Someone said up to 50 miles. I think Martina Valmasoy is also out there crewing and potentially pacing Cami a little bit. So he got two other very, very strong female ultra runners ready to accompany her on her journey and her hunt.
To try to hunt down Courtney Dauwalter.
Yep. I know Courtney is being paced, I believe, by Mike Ambrose again this year. And I'm not sure if Kevin is joining for any section or not. But I do think she's going to have some pacers out there as well.
And if you're just joining us, we are following Cami Ruiz. And she is only about 40 seconds behind Courtney Dauwalter in the women's lead. They are in 5th and 6th overall.
Yes, they are.
And at last checkpoint Telluride in the men's race, we had Ludo Pomeray in first, Francois Dane in second, 2 minutes back. And then
Diego Pazos.
Yep, in third, about 21 minutes off the lead. Or no, he
21 minutes off of second, 23 minutes.
And Jason Schlarb was 2 minutes behind him in fourth.
Yeah, and just, before the end of this 48-hour broadcast, we're going to pronounce Cami's name correctly. It's now Bruya, so no S.
No S.
So we're going Cami Bruya. That is what we will be saying for the rest, at least when we're on. We'll say Cami Bruya. That'll be the pronunciation. We're going to make a note for all of our other commentators. Thank you very much. I feel like I should say it with a French accent. Cami Bruya. I don't know. I speak Spanish, not French. But Cami Bruya is crushing, even if we can't pronounce her name right. And
there is Courtney right up in front of her in the yellow jersey. You can see.
Yeah, this
appropriately. She's wearing the yellow jersey.
Oh yeah, the yellow jersey, the lead. She's got the yellow jersey on for front. Yeah, for
these two.
The leader.
I guarantee they are pushing each other right now. I want to see a course record in the women's field. Another course record.
I think we're gonna. I mean,
the conditions are prime for that.
Could be for both.
It's dry. There's not a lot of mud. There's not a lot of slippery conditions or snow this year. They had a lot of rain about 10 days ago for about 2 weeks. They had a big wet weather pattern that got rid of a lot of the snowpack. It really got things saturated. So the creeks are running really well right now. So there's plenty of water on the course, but the trails are dry. It's been windy and dry for about 10 days. I've been here a week, and it has not rained one time, and I have never been to Hardrock for a week and it not rain.
Yeah, it's been a dry patch for sure, and I mean, that does result in some warmth, but it also means that you're not going to have to deal with thunderstorms or getting wet, and, it's just...
And those who do better in the heat will thrive in this race because it is going to be a hot first day.
Yep. Who knew? You got to do heat training for Hardrock.
Yep.
Got to do heat training for everything at this point in time.
And they now have 10,000 feet of climbing on their legs?
Probably a little more.
Yeah, 10 or 11,000 feet of climbing. They're about a third of the climbing is done now.
Only a third. You only have 22,000 more.
And they're not even
climbing.
50K in yet.
Good Lord.
Yeah. All at high altitude. They've now gone over 12 something, 12.9, and then 13, and this is going up over 13.1 when they get to the top of this climb.
Yeah, we heard a stat that the course goes over 13,000 feet 16 unique times over the course of the race. You're just basically up or down. And so we are doing the Virginia's Pass climb up to Kroger's with the lead females here. And then there will be a long descent through Governor's Basin down to the Camp Bird Road into Ouray, which is the low point of the race, right around 7,700 feet. And, a lot of things happen in Ouray, either direction. There's a lot that can happen there.
And they are on there are 9 major climbs on this course, and this is the 4th climb. This is one of the bigger climbs. As we mentioned earlier, it's about 5,000 foot climb. up to Kroger's Canteen aid station, the highest aid station on the course at 13.1, and it is it's a grinder out of Telluride.
I feel like this visual is not giving justice to how steep it is right there. It kind of looks flat, but as you can see, Cammie's probably working pretty hard, and she's walking, she's using the poles. So I think this is deceptively looking kind of flat right here.
Yeah, but it's not.
It's not. Well, it's not if you're going to get 4,000 feet in 4 miles, right? So
Exactly. Yeah, the last mile is kind of a traverse on Mendota Ridge over to Kroger's, just below the cliff band, and then get to the notch that you can go through the cliff band at Kroger's. So they've got a good 4 mile climb, and most of the climbing, probably 4,500 feet of the climbing in this first 4 miles out of Telluride. So it's about 1,000, averaging about 1,000 feet a mile.
Yeah.
So for you out there that know anything about vertical kilometers, it's pretty close to
a VK.
A VK.
A VK, and
not quite, but almost.
After you've done 10,000 feet.
Yeah,
of climbing.
over 10,000 feet of climbing, and now you got to go do a VK in the heat with it southern facing. There is quite a bit of trees in the lower part. You can see there's very wooded. A lot of aspen groves, very pretty section of the course in the thicker woods. But as they top this out higher up, you come out into the exposure and above tree line, and it gets really steep. The last little pitch up to Mendota Ridge for the traverse over.
Okay, so quick shout out to our follow cam again. Who do we have on camera or on the follow cam here for Kimmy? I think did you say it was Mike? Matthew.
Matthew, you're a rock star, dude.
Shout out Matthew, getting love in the chat. Everyone's really appreciating the coverage. Again, Camille Brouillat from France. She is looking ahead at Courtney
We lost
DeWalter.
the feed of our follow guy.
That's okay.
But that's okay.
He went pretty far up.
He went way up. I'm sure he ran out of the coverage there from Starlink.
Okay.
We're going to attempt to get Maggie and Sally back on in Telluride. We've been having some technical difficulties down there, so bear with us.
Someone's still using your Tough 21 strength session many years after they first came across it.
All right, Tough 21, giddy up. It's on Ultra Running Magazine's YouTube channel.
Nice. I'm going to get on that. Is that a good strength program?
It is a strength circuit.
All right, sweet.
You can do it at home. Dumbbells.
Perfect. Yep.
21 minutes.
Sounds good.
You'll work hard for 21 minutes.
I need to do more strength.
If you want longevity, you need to do strength.
I know. I'm working
mobility,
on it.
and
I'm working
mobility.
on it.
They go hand in hand.
Yes, I know. All right, where are we at here?
Yeah,
this is.
I'm trying to see that sign.
Oh, Mike at Governor's.
Yeah, so Governor's would be off after they've gone through Kroger's, and Virginia's Pass, come down the 3-pitch snowfield, down to the old mining site, and then down the 4-wheel drive road, and they hit the improved gravel road, and it coming down into Governor's aid station.
So Governor Basin will be 36.
Yep, mile
36.3.
That's where the visual is right now. So we are, hopefully we're going to see the leaders here.
Yeah, I don't know that we're going to have feed from Kroger. Somebody's asking that in the chat. It's really
a technically difficult spot.
Very technically difficult. I think if you want to see Kroger's Canteen, you got to come out and visit the San Juans and hike up there yourself and check it out. There will be.
Yeah, you can go check it out, but during the race, you're not allowed in the aid station.
No,
you can actually be on the climb though.
You can. I think there will be some incredible photos that come out of many of our media and photographer friends who are out there covering, but we may not be able to show you much of that on the live stream this year, but we will for sure be at Governor
If you want to see Kroger's, you have to go earn it. It is a very difficult aid station. It is from base camp, if the snow allows, just to get to the higher base camp. It's about 1,000-foot climb in about a mile, and half of that's a 3-pitch snowfield. So they backpack supplies up to that notch, and the table for the aid station table is a portaledge. It is a very high exposed aid station. It is literally about 10 by 12 feet. So not very many. We can only handle about 2 to 4 runners at a time through it. So we have to kick people out if they're hanging out. Here's a little shot of Governor's aid station, mile 36. Some of the volunteers. Shout out to the volunteers out there for working these aid stations. Hardrock has some of the best aid stations. Look at that view. That is looking up toward Kroger's.
Just some wildflowers with a couple of 13,000-foot peaks in the background.
Yeah, exactly.
That looks like a background, desktop background right there.
I know.
Doesn't look real.
I think sometimes when you're just standing in this space
it
on a run, the backdrop looks fake.
Totally. It looks like a painting. You're like, wait, that's not real right there. But yes, it is. Yeah, that view. People are enjoying the view. There you go.
It would be cool. Someone said a Kroger's cam would be cool. It would be just a cam that just showed it from above or something.
Yeah.
If we could mount something up there, that would be pretty rad. But right now you have to go earn it. You have to go earn it right now.
Each year there's a little more that we level up just a little bit more each year. Kroger's the grocery store. Kroger's the grocery store. Kroger's canteen, not the grocery store.
There is a metal plaque.
It says Kroger's.
That says Kroger's canteen up there.
Yep.
That has been the nickname for Virginia's Pass aid station forever. I don't remember how that started. I don't know the backstory.
I don't know the backstory either. But
anybody out there know the backstory on that?
Tell us the backstory. I have a photo of my dad.
There's got to be some old hard rocker out there that knows.
Yeah, I have a picture of my dad when he was doing surveying, and he's like 40, standing in the notch. It's super cool. That's got to be long before the sign was up there.
Yeah.
But it basically looks like a little window in the, up in the hills. Cameraman Matthew, not in the race, but #1 in our hearts.
Yes, he is.
Thank you, Matthew. Also communicating to us through hand signals of 40 seconds back.
Yes, that was awesome.
We didn't have audio.
Smart.
Takes a village, people.
Have we have? I know we have ham radio at communication at Kroger's. Will we get a update on when they come through? Kroger's is named after Chuck Kroger, who lived in Telluride, ran Hardrock a bunch in the 90s, and then died of pancreatic cancer about 15 years ago. Shout out to Chuck Kroger.
All right.
Not cameras. I was just wondering if we could get a check on when they went through. Yeah, because they have a time.
Jeff, people want to know what your go-to shoe is for 100.
My go-to shoe?
Yep.
Well, last year it was the Mont Blanc Carbon, Ultra Mont Blanc Carbon. This year, after Cocodona, I fell in love with the new Experience Wild trail shoe. It's the 4-mil drop rocker. Really nice.
Yeah.
I will be running
the 4-mil drop, the 0 drop, 4-mil drop.
Yeah, we went to 4-mil drop too. We are
being progressive.
We now have a transition shoe for you folks that have been asking for it for a decade.
Yeah, there you go.
So I'm stoked about that, and it's a great shoe. I love it. It's a real good transition. I'm gonna run High Lonesome in it next week.
Nice.
In '92. So here's a little background. Chuck Kroger put the rope line in at Kroger's in 1992 to help with that head wall snow pitch, and it definitely helps.
Mm-hmm.
I think those bolts have been chopped now. I think they got rid of those. They were so old. Now they just use like normal, like black diamond protection or something, cams.
So if you're just joining us, we are looking at a view from Governor Basin Aid Station.
Up towards Kroger's Canteen. And if you're looking up that valley, if you looked around the corner of towards those big peaks in the center, that's where Kroger's would be, off to the left, up and around to the left.
So question in the chat, a transition shoe would mean that if you are a higher millimeter drop, 6, 8, 10 millimeter drop, and you're trying to go down to maybe a 0 drop and test it out, maybe you pick a 4 or 5 mil drop in between to run it, right?
Yeah, it's a good transition shoe if you're like not used to a 0 drop shoe and you want to move to 0, or we have some athletes out there that just don't like a 0 drop and don't want to move to a 0 drop, and that's why we came out with a 4 mil drop. So there's going to be a whole line called the Experience line that will there's a road shoe, there's a trail shoe, there's going to be multiple shoes in that line.
Nice.
That'll have a drop.
I love
We've got
it.
Sally McRae.
She looks so good. Okay.
And Maggie
We
Gutierrez.
are live. I think we are.
Well, that was Tara. I got a
Hello.
big wet hug. Everybody has been doused.
Yeah.
I heard that it's pretty hot
Yeah.
from some friends that went up to Grand Swamp Pass. We are in the shade, and I keep getting goosebumps, but the runners are very hot, and they're trying to stay cool.
Yeah, I just stepped out to go film one of the last runners, and within 2 minutes, I was very hot. But everyone that has come in has been dousing with water.
Yeah.
So it's definitely a warm day, which couple warmth, that intensity of the sun with steep climbs and altitude. Yeah, body a lot of stress.
I kind of want to turn it to the aid station.
Yeah, let's do that.
Not
Let's check
taking-
out.
I'm going to take over the camera.
Yeah, do it. Maggie's going to take over the camera, guys. We're going to get a good look on what Tara is doing. She looked so good when she came in.
Oh, Tara Dower?
Yeah.
Did we have Katarina and Tara
I'll
come
tell
in?
you.
It's from
Sorry, we're having
not been running
continued
ultras
technical
It's okay.
difficulties.
We're... Oh,
Oh,
there
there.
we go. That is a great shot. Tara Dower getting aid at Telluride right now.
It looks like she's got a skinned knee. Like maybe she's taking a fall.
You know, it's easy to do.
Yeah, it is.
Par for the course here. Is Tara fourth female, so we must have missed Katarina Hartmuth come through Telluride. But as it appears here, we've got the top 4 staying the same. Courtney, Cami Bruya, Katarina Hartmuth, and then Tara Dower. And we're not sure that the spread between Katarina and Tara, but right now Tara is at mile 27.8 in Telluride. Her friend Reese back there putting a vest on her.
And she's got food all over her face.
Where's Howie? Get in there. We need continued.
Is that
What-
an ice cream sandwich?
It looks like an ice
That
cream
it might
sandwich.
be an ice cream
Yeah.
sandwich.
I could see that tasting good right now. If you're hot and you don't have
Yep.
to chew it very much.
Daniel, if you can hear me, please turn your camera horizontal. It is coming through vertical right now. If you need to do it on the gimbal, double tap the bottom
We're
button.
refilling some ice in the buff back there.
And that is I think that's the new Ultraspire quiver.
That looked interesting.
That's the new Ultraspire
Does
quiver.
it have a band in the middle to keep them
Yeah,
tightened down?
I think so.
That's nice.
I haven't got one to test yet.
All right.
I don't think it's officially out.
Oh, cool. We've
Shout
got
out to Bryce at Ultraspire.
Yeah, yeah.
Give him a shout out. Tara and I are both sponsored by Ultraspire.
We've got some ice going in the sleeves here, so haven't seen a lot of ice usage, but Tara seems to be utilizing, and that might be super smart going up this climb, and it's warm out of Telluride. I like the pink on that quiver. Bright pink.
I want a quiver. I want a pink quiver.
This is Katarina. So we've got her out of Telluride, Katarina Hartmuth in third place for the females. Can you tell how far out she is from this, Jeff? Maybe just out? Above the town? Above the...
That's definitely farther out of... I think that's higher up than when we picked up Courtney, through the gate and everything.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks,
Matthew.
Thank you, Matthew. So any ideas on how much time? Well, we'll see. We'll get an estimate on the time between Katarina and Tara Dower. Looks like Tara is still in aid, prepping to get ready to leave Telluride.
Yeah, we'll try to get a...
Oh, and she's leaving now. Yeah, Tara Dower has shown some range and versatility, going from more of a long trail FKT kind of background down into hundreds. She won Run Rabbit Run last year. Then she set a very fast course record time at the Umstead 100s, running a very fast 100-miler. So quite a diverse, talented athlete out here at her first time at Hard Rock. She is a Dale's pick. One of 5 people hand selected for special consideration. We're calling them special consideration picks. Those individuals this year who got special consideration to enter the race were Ludo Pomeray, Zach Miller, Francois Dehane, Cami Bruyas, Katarina Hartmuth, and Tara, I believe. And you got to think you win Run Rabbit Run, which is a qualifier, puts you in pretty good consideration for special consideration, showing what you can do there.
True.
So you're looking at Telluride, aid station.
Yeah.
And we have had how many males at this point go through Telluride? I don't know if the tracker
We're
is
trying to
working
get
better.
the women's leaderboard here up shortly.
Yeah, we've had and then 4 women.
So here we can see the difference in times.
Yep.
Courtney DeWalter and Cami Bruyas were kicked out of Telluride in the lead together. On the climb out, Cami was about 40 seconds back. She had Courtney in sight. And then we've got Katarina 7 minutes back and Tara Dower 49 minutes back from the lead in 4th place. We are still waiting on Claire to get to Telluride. So she should be, she's probably the next. Her and Emily were really close to each other at the last aid station at Chapman.
I always give myself like a couple days and I'm like,
Perfect. And while we have time here, we're going to move on to our second live stream. I don't think you guys need to do anything. If you are following along, you will automatically be moved over, but it'll be just a couple minutes as we move over to live stream number 2 for the day. And Jeff Brown and Corinne Chalvoy, we will be right back with you in just a couple minutes.
Yeah. But those last 15 miles, like, I kind of fell apart. Yeah. And it sucks. Like,
just an old hard rocker running from the dusk till dawn. Yeah, I'm just a midnight walker, wonder what is taking so long. When the sun goes down, that's when I sing my song.